They were once the famous gay couple in the business school, promising to never part ways. However, they broke up at the end of their senior year, leaving everyone guessing the reason, which only they knew. 5 years after breaking up, they met again. Now, one is the high and mighty CEO Yi Ting, the other is the unknown B-list star Yang Jia, who, to save his band, reluctantly agrees to accompany someone for drinks. He closes his eyes, thinking he might lose himself tonight. At this moment, a man walks in with shiny shoes and an imposing aura, catching his eye. He drunkenly looks up and freezes. The man before him, even if turned to ash and put in an urn, he could recognize by the scent. It's Yi Ting. Yi Ting extends a hand, his voice cold, long time no see. Yang Jia, head slightly bowed, heart trembling, wipes his hand vigorously on his clothes. Just as they are about to shake hands, Yi Ting unhesitatingly withdraws his hand, saying, "How have you become so vulgar?" and turns to leave. Yang Jia stands there awkwardly, mocking himself with a smile. Back then, he held hands with him boldly despite the world's scrutiny. Now, for some resources and money, he's willing to be humiliated to this extent. No wonder he said those words. At the dinner table, the contrast between Yi Lian's guests and the elegant atmosphere is stark. The small boss beside him angrily said to Yang Jia, "Why don't you come over and toast Mr. Yi?" Hearing this, Yang Jia quickly picked up his wine glass and walked to Yi Ting's side. "Mr. Yi, I'll drink first, you do as you please," he said and downed his drink in one go. But he choked, his face turning red. Yi Ting, standing beside him, raised his eyebrow slightly. As the gathering came to an end, everyone bid farewell, leaving only the drunken and unconscious Yang Jia and Yi Ting in the room. Yi Ting looked at Yang Jia lying on the table and mocked coldly. "Clearly, you can't hold your liquor, yet you come to accompany at these gatherings. You brought this upon yourself." Yang Jiali's eyes were as red as a rabbit's. He weakly lifted his head and snorted, "Life is bitter, and I have to make a living. Mr. Yi, I need to eat too." Yi Ting coldly snorted, reached out, and pulled Yang Jia up, heading towards the hotel exit. He hailed a taxi and stuffed Yang Jia inside. Closing the door and turning to leave, he was suddenly called back by Yang Jia. Yi Ting frowned, wanting to say something like, "Thank you for helping me." Yang Jia, even more dizzy from the alcohol, started speaking without thinking. He asked Yi Ting, "How have you been these years?" Yi Ting replied coldly, "Very good." Yang Jia made a gesture, "That's right, looking at you, even your hair exudes the aura of a successful person. That's good, quite human-like." His Adam's apple rolled, and he couldn't help but ask again, but before he could finish, Yi Ting interrupted, "None of your business." Yang Jia lowered his eyelids, "Got it." The scene was awkward when they heard a boy getting out of the luxury car parked nearby. "Ting Ji, why so long?" Yi Ting turned around and replied gently, "Sorry, Xiao Xia, for keeping you waiting. Let's go now. Are you cold? How about I take off my jacket for you?" The boy, full of youthful vigor, shook his head, "No need." Yi Ting gently pushed his head back into the car, "Be good, don't stick your head out, be careful not to bump it." "Xiao Xia, I have something to do, wait for me a bit longer." Yi Ting turned his head back, and asked Yang Jia impatiently, "Do you still have something to say?" Yang Jia looked at everything in front of him, showing a bitter smile, murmuring softly, "Not anymore." Yang Jia dragged his tired body back home, and due to drinking too much, he leaned over the toilet and started to vomit. "It's great, everyone is moving forward, no one is waiting for anyone," Yang Jia said with a bitter smile. Suddenly, a hand touched Yang Jia's face, and Yi Ting was pressed closely in front of him. Yang Jia teased, "Awesome. Pretending to be serious on the podium during the day, secretly taking me to the hotel at night." Ting is awesome. Ting didn't answer, chose to be a man of action, and dominantly kissed him. Two young men ignited by love, tirelessly went at it until 4:30 in the morning. Yi Ting carried Yang Jia to the bathroom to shower. Yang Jia dramatically said, "I am no longer the pure boy I was at 20. My 20-year virgin barrier is broken today. Yi Ting, I feel so dirty." Yi Ting gently cupped Yang Jia's face, "I will always protect you." They were gazing deeply into each other's eyes when the phone started buzzing. It was a dream. Yang Jia opened his drowsy eyes and answered the phone, half awake. A voice came through, "Brother Yang, the boss gave the final notice. If we can't get resources, we'll be disbanded." Another voice chimed in, "If it doesn't work, try the foot massage business next door." Li Da and Li Gong kept talking one after the other. Yang Jia, hearing this news, was shocked awake, thought for a long time, and slapped his thigh, "I'll go find the boss." He went to the company, and the boss, with a cigarette in his mouth, firmly said, "I still say the same thing. If you can't get resources, there's no need for the company to continue the contract. Disband if you must. Don't be an eyesore." Yang Jiali, unwilling, can you really not give us another chance? Then I'll beg the president. Will that work? The boss clicked the mouse and brought up a web page. He's so young yet already the president. Yang Jiali looked up, and with just one glance, he was stunned as if struck by lightning. That face was too familiar. He recognized it instantly. Yi Ting. Yang Jiali massaged his temples and walked out with a gloomy face, thinking to himself, how the hell could it be Yi Ting? It could be Wang Ting, Li Ting, Pig Ting, Dog Ting, but it just can't be Yi Ting. Li Da and Li Er are still out there making fools of themselves like a couple of rotten stumps. Seeing Yang Jiali, the two of them hurriedly came up to greet him. He cleared his throat and pretended to be nonchalant as he said, I have a friend who's encountered a problem. Only his ex-boyfriend can help him with this problem, but they parted on bad terms. Do you think he should swallow his pride and seek out his ex-boyfriend? Li Da and Li Er exchanged glances. This friend you're talking about, is it really you? He glared, his eyes metaphorically tearing Li Er's mouth apart as he said, frustrated and embarrassed, forget it. I can't be bothered to explain it to you. It's so annoying. He made some perfunctory remarks and scurried off dejectedly. Returning to his cramped rental room, Yang Jiali dug out all the business cards of influential and resourceful bigwigs he had collected over time. He started making calls with a thick face. After much difficulty, he finally got through to one, but reality is, after all, reality. Unfortunately, reality is, after all, reality. Unexpectedly, the person on the other end wanted to take advantage of him, even hinting slyly that Yang Jiali must pick chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence to see the southern mountain leisurely. If asked where to offer chrysanthemums, go to Emperor Hotel Room 608. Yang Jiali was silent for a few seconds before dropping a fuck off and hanging up the phone. With that, those paths were dead ends. He lay in bed, tossing and turning all night without sleep, laughing at himself mockingly. Might as well be cheap, what's the point of dignity? It's better than starving. He quickly picked up his laptop and started writing a business plan, then drove to the entrance of Guangwei Financial Investment Group, chugging several mouthfuls of white wine for courage. Yang Jiali entered the luxuriously decorated building somewhat nervously. The receptionist stopped him to ask for an appointment. Yang Jiali, having decided to come only that morning, had no appointment. He asked the receptionist with a flushed face if he could go up and wait directly. The receptionist, gentle yet firm, apologized and said that wasn't possible. President Yi was very busy and did not accept visitors without an appointment. Suddenly, a ding sounded from the nearby private elevator, which opened. Polished black leather shoes stepped out. Yi Ting, dressed in a high-end custom shirt and trousers, walked out of the elevator expressionlessly, followed closely by a pretty handsome boy who seemed to be the one he had seen at the entrance of Wen Nan Mansion before. Yi Ting walked steadily towards them. Seeing Yang Jiali, his eyes narrowed displeasingly. Yang Jiali's hands were a sweaty mess from nervousness. He tried to appear calm and greeted with a smile, Mr. Yi Ting, I am. Yi Ting ignored him, turned his head, and sternly reprimanded the receptionist. What's going on with you? The group is not a shelter. Don't let any Tom, Dick, or Harry in. Do your job properly. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiali's face suddenly burned hot, as if slapped out of thin air, utterly humiliated. Yi Ting withdrew his gaze, turning somewhat tenderly to the handsome boy beside him, instructing, all right, I'll drop you off here. I've asked the driver to wait outside for you. Go to school and don't make your supervisor angry again. Listen to him. The boy, with his backpack on, acknowledged, got it, Brother Ting. I'm off then. Yi Ting smiled at him, go ahead, call me if you need anything. Yi Ting watched his back disappear before finally turning around slowly. His indifferent gaze fixed on Yang Jiali. Yang Jiali lowered his head, feeling like an unwelcome clown mocked by everyone. Yi Ting's voice carried coldness, what are you here for? Yang Jiali stared at the tip of his shoes and murmured, I'm here to talk to you about something. I don't think there's anything left for us to talk about. Yi Ting glanced at his watch, you can leave now. Yang Jiali adjusted his emotions, took a deep breath, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. He looked up at Yi Ting and cautiously added, just half an hour of your time. Yang Jiali gritted his teeth, 10 minutes. I'll only take 10 minutes. Once I'm done, I'll leave immediately and won't bother you. Yi Ting stared at Yang Jiali without speaking. Yang Jiali nervously sweated. Yi Ting's eyes were deep. After a while, he silently walked to the exclusive elevator and went upstairs. Yang Jiali breathed a sigh of relief and quickly jogged to Yi Ting's side. Yi Ting frowned, looking at the illuminated floor numbers. This is the high-level exclusive elevator. Yang Jiali froze, his mouth twitching unnaturally. He smiled and said, oh, my brain is muddled again. This exclusive elevator is for President Yi and his sweetheart. What am I doing here? All right, I'll take the stairs. A true man can bend and stretch. Suffer for 10 minutes, and enjoy a lifetime of happiness. Who's afraid of you? Yang Jiali mumbled to himself as he climbed the stairs, panting. Yang Jiali entered Yi Ting's office. Yi Ting was already sitting behind his desk, buried in paperwork. Yang Jiali hesitated several times but couldn't bring himself to speak. Finally, Yi Ting raised his head, looking at Yang Jiali with a blank expression. You have 5 minutes left. Yang Jiali's eyes widened. Didn't we agree on 10 minutes? From the moment you walked in, you've already wasted 5 minutes. Yang Jiali became anxious. You never said you started timing then. How could you do that? Yi Ting, you. Isn't this reneging? Yi Ting's face suddenly turned cold, his gaze sharp and merciless like swords, piercing towards Yang Jiali. I've already given you 10 minutes. Don't push your luck. And watch your language and manners. Don't get too full of yourself. Yang Jiali was stunned, meekly agreeing. After a long while, his eyelids slowly drooped, his head lowered, and he awkwardly chuckled twice, saying he understood. President Yi, he truly lacked restraint just now. He had thought that Yi Lian Ding could join him in. Incomprehensible text, Yi Ting observed Yang Jiali, who had suddenly fallen silent. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. There are 5 more minutes. Get to the point. Yang Jiali fumbled with his fingers, stammering as he spoke. Yi Ting, expressionless, stated, 4 minutes left. Yang Jiali quickly blurted out his difficulties, hoping for Yi Ting's leniency. Yi Ting snorted, his mouth quick to respond. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly caught a faint whiff of alcohol on Yang Jiali. His expression turned shockingly grim. You've been drinking again? Yang Jiali nodded dumbly. I had a couple of drinks before leaving. Yi Ting's face turned extremely ugly. I remember you used to hate people reeking of alcohol, his voice cold as ice. How have you become so vulgar now? Yang Jiali, enduring the sting in Yi Ting's words, smiled and said he was young and ignorant back then. People have to grow up. I can't be willful my whole life, can I? Yang Jiali pulled out his notebook and presented it to Yi Ting. Please. Take a look at this. This is a business plan I've written. Outlining our group's development direction for the next 2 years. I guarantee I'll stake my life to ensure it's on track, and the company won't suffer any losses because of it. What do you think? Yi Ting stared at the business plan in Yang Jiali's hand for a long time. He reached out, took the plan, and then mercilessly tossed it back to Yang Jiali. Take it back. I won't look at it. Yang Jiali pleaded faintly, please, just take a glance. Yi Ting extinguished his cigarette in the glass ashtray. He looked straight at Yang Jiali and said, I have a condition. If you meet it, I'll help you. Yang Jiali's eyes brightened. He took out his phone, opened the calendar to a page with a date circled in red, and asked, do you know what day this is? Upon seeing the date, Yang Jiali's heart skipped a beat. It was his birthday, a day Yang Jiali still remembers. It was the last birthday Yi Ting celebrated with him. On the eve of his birthday, they waited for the sunrise together at the top of Fengshan Mountain. On the eve of his birthday, they waited together on the summit of Fengshan for the sunrise. The sun slowly rose from beneath the horizon, its brilliant rays instantly illuminating the heavens and the earth. Yi Ting kissed Yang Jia's bright red ears and said earnestly, Happy birthday, baby, I love you. He snapped out of his memories, glanced at the date on the calendar, and mumbled awkwardly, this isn't mine. Right, Yi Ting suddenly laughed, his smile softening. This is the day of Xiao Xia's graduation ceremony. Yang Jia's heart tightened. Ah, Xiao Xia is the boy you just saw in the hall, Yi Ting said with a smile. It's his graduation ceremony. He's a senior and will be graduating soon. The ceremony is on this day. What should I give him? Yang Jia's expression slowly stiffened. Well, he muttered after a long pause. Yi Ting sighed with a hint of helplessness. Xiao Xia has a particularly lively personality and is a bit childish. He really cares about this graduation ceremony. If I don't give him something he likes, he'll probably be upset with me again. Yang Jia stiffened. He hadn't expected Yi Ting to make such a request. He had prepared himself for humiliation, to be beaten or scolded. He was ready to endure anything for just 10 minutes. Be a dog if I must be a dog. A real man is like his own manhood, capable of both grandeur and humility. That's the true nature of a man. But he had really not anticipated that Yi Ting, this heartless bastard, would force him, his ex-boyfriend, to shamelessly pick out a gift for his new lover to win his favor. Absolutely fucking unbelievable. Yang Jia, with a dazed spirit, turned his face away. I don't know how to pick gifts. You do, Yi Ting firmly said, still with a hint of a smile. Xiao Xia's personality is very much like you used to be. A rambunctious kid with a childish heart, thinking he can touch the sky because he has someone backing him. He's bound to like what you like. I trust your choice of gift. It won't disappoint me, right? Yang Jia was furious. He really wanted to tell Yi Ting that after being battered by society for so long, his personality had changed drastically. He no longer dared to cause too much trouble. Xia can now rely on having Yi Ting behind her. But as soon as he turns around, there's no one there. Who will help him? Yang Jiali, with his head down, thinks how good it is to be cared for. Not only does he not have to worry about food, but he also receives a bunch of carefully prepared gifts. He can be an ignorant fool without a care in the world. Yi Ting takes out a card from the drawer and slides it across to Yang Jiali. This is the fund for buying the gifts. Take it. Yang Jiali looks at the card without taking it. Yi Ting taps on the table twice, seemingly displeased. I'm asking you one last time. Are you taking it or not? Yang Jiali stares at the card, his fingers almost tearing the hem of his trousers. Seeing no reaction from him, Yi Ting nods. If you're unwilling, then forget it. I'm not forcing you. Go out. I'm very busy here. Yang Jiali clenches his fist, takes a deep breath after a long while, and fiercely grabs the card into his palm. He pretends as if nothing matters, forcing a smile. All right, since it's an order from President Yi, I'll do it. Rest assured, I will choose the gifts carefully. What's my face worth anyway? I can't let President Yi's beloved be unhappy, right? Yi Ting's gaze is profound and inscrutable. You'd better do so. Turning around, Yang Jiali retreats from Yi Ting's office in a somewhat sly manner. Yi Ting watches his back for a long time before withdrawing his gaze to look at the calendar on his phone. His finger repeatedly rubs over the circled date, his eyes suddenly becoming as deep as a lake. Yang Jiali leaves the corporate building. He checks the amount in the card at the bank and is almost shocked out of his wits. There's a full 2 million in the card. Yang Jiali, in silence, puts the card back into his pocket and sits at the entrance of the bank for a while. He should have realized it long ago. But that's just the kind of person Yi Ting is. When it comes to his beloved, he can casually throw out millions just to please them for a moment. Excessive indulgence. When dealing with insignificant things, like him now, he wouldn't get such good treatment. He thought that even if he knelt and begged Yi Ting for mercy, asking for a way out or even a bite to eat, Yi Ting wouldn't bother to take a second look. Yang Jiali felt a surge of bitterness in his heart, took out his phone, and called Li Da and Li Er. The lamb hot pot on the table was still sizzling with red oil, and a case of beer was placed next to it, with several bottles already empty. Li Da was scared. Yang Ji, what are you doing? Yang Jiali chewed on some lamb and then gulped down a large mouthful of beer, eating and drinking excessively. Don't drink anymore, Li Da quickly pulled him back. If you keep drinking like this, you'll throw up. Li Er also nodded, worried. Yang Ji, take it easy. Yang Jiali didn't react much, kept drinking till his ears turned red. I'm not unhappy, I'm very happy right now. Yang Jiali's eyes reddened from drinking. He chuckled, I just need to make President Yi's little lover happy, and we'll have a way out. Isn't that a deal worth celebrating? Come, drink. Since Li Da and Li Er exchanged glances. Yang Ji, Li Da forced a smile, stop drinking like this, it's too intense. Yang Jiali opened a bottle with his teeth, scoffing, if we're seeking intensity, let's see it through. Less talk, more drinking. Li Da and Li Er had no choice but to drink along. The three idiots inexplicably finished a case of beer. When they left the food stall, all three were dizzy and couldn't walk straight. Staggering, Li Da had to carry him. Yang Jiali wrapped his arms around Li Da's neck, still restless and mumbling, why do I have to make him happy? You're doing it on purpose, definitely on purpose. Li Da stopped, what did you say? Yang Jiali mumbled, Yi Ting. He slightly opened his eyes, drunk and red, with a childlike grievance, sniffing and said in a small voice, that day was my birthday, you knew it. Li Da sighed and bumped into someone. He looked up, coughed, bro, you're blocking my way. The man standing in front of him was tall and sturdy, dressed impressively, but with a cold and tough expression, looking hard to deal with. He pointed at Yang Jiali, give him to me. Li Da frowned, sorry, we don't engage in human trafficking. Yi Ting's eyes grew stern, I told you, give the person to me. Li Da looked up warily, who exactly are you? Yi Ting took out a business card and slipped it into Li Da's coat pocket. Without saying another word, he directly took Yang Jiali from Li Da's back. Yang Jiali, pulled uncomfortably, behaved like an unruly cat, throwing a tantrum. Yi Ting forcefully dragged Yang Jiali to his side, restraining his flailing hands. Yang Jiali slowly opened his eyes to a slit, saw it was Yi Ting, frowned, and, drunk and bold, said, damn it, why is it you again, you unlucky bastard? Will this ever end? Yi Ting remained silent, his clenched jaw indicating his displeasure. Yang Jiali struggled to free himself from Yi Ting's grip, humming incoherently. Let me go, I don't want you touching me, I want Li Do to hold me. Hearing this, Yi Ting's eyes suddenly narrowed, his gaze turning extremely sharp. He grabbed Yang Jiali's chin, turning his face towards him. Behave yourself. Yet, Yang Jiali still flailed like a crab. Let go of me, don't touch me. If you touch me again, I'll. Yi Ting sneered, you'll do what? Before Yang Jiali could finish, his stomach churned, and he vomited all over Yi Ting. The moment it happened, Yi Ting's face turned utterly dark. He dragged Yang Jiali into the house, stripped him of his dirty clothes, then threw him onto the bed. The high-end custom suit was ruined by the vomit. With a cold face, Yi Ting threw the clothes into the trash and messaged his assistant to bring a new set. At some point, Yang Jiali woke up, still bleary-eyed from the alcohol. Upon seeing Yi Ting, he hummed for water, want water, pour it myself. Yi Ting remained indifferent, pouring the water himself. Yang Jiali is so drunk that his mind is foggy, shaking his head and drinking water. He wants you to pour, but you just sit there with no reaction and a terrible tone, saying, pour it yourself. Didn't you not want me to touch you? Now you want my help? Yang Jiali slightly lifts his hand but then puts it down weakly. He turns his head, and his tone drops like a roller coaster to the bottom, filled with disappointment and a bit of grievance. You can give your little lover a $2 million gift, but you can't give me a glass of water? Yi Ting, I'm thirsty. Sitting by the bed, he suddenly grabs Yang Jiali's chin, forcing his face over, his voice icy. Why do you feel wronged? Yi Ting tightens his grip, his tone even harsher. To whom I give a $2 million gift is none of your business. Why do you feel wronged? We broke up a long time ago. Stop being delusional. Yang Jiali uncomfortably struggles and suddenly starts coughing violently. Yi Ting originally had a lot of resentment and wanted to vent it, but seeing Yang Jiali clutching the bedsheet tightly, coughing until his face is red and neck is swollen, coughing so much his voice becomes hoarse, he eventually grits his teeth, let's go, and goes to the kitchen. He makes a bowl of soothing hot soup and brings it to Yang Jiali with a cold expression. Open your mouth. Yang Jiali, still groggy, sits up, brings his head closer, and bites the edge of the bowl like a young cub, sipping it slowly. After just a few sips, he starts coughing again, his eyebrows furrowed in pain. Yi Ting, expressionless, says, drink it even if it's bitter, open your mouth. But Yang Jiali shakes his head, his drunken eyes staring at Yi Ting, probably not even aware of what he's saying. His mind jumps to another channel and suddenly asserts, you're not Yi Ting. Yi Ting is bewildered. If he's not Yi Ting, who could he be? Yang Jiali grabs Yi Ting's sleeve. Can you help me find Yi Ting? I can't find him. Where is he now? Yi Ting's temples throb with irritation. You're drunk and confused. But Yang Jiali seems extremely serious, looking around blindly, continuously calling for Yi Ting. He lifts the blanket and looks under the bed, even removing the pillow to see if Yi Ting is hiding there. Yi Ting looked at this scene, reached out and grabbed Yang Jiali's collar. Wake up, I'm right here. Yang Jiali's eyes were hazy, he blinked and stared at Yi Ting for a long time, then resolutely shook his head. You're not Yi Ting. Stop pretending. Yi Ting suppressed the anger in his heart. How am I not Yi Ting? When Yang Jiali mentioned this, he smiled radiantly, his teeth neat, eyes twinkling like stars. It seemed that mentioning the Yi Ting in his memory made him come alive. Stop pretending. Brother Ting knows I hate bitterness the most. He keeps several cans of honey on the bookshelf. He knows I have hypoglycemia and always carries sugar with him. He wouldn't let me drink something so bitter. When I complain about bitterness, he feels heartache, unlike you, brother. Stop pretending, no one treats me better than him. Yi Ting looked at Yang Jiali's bright smile and felt a pang in his chest, a dull ache spreading. He slowly put down the bowl, stood up, walked to the trash can, and retrieved the suit pants he had thrown away. He reached into the pocket and found 2 pieces of candy. Yi Ting looked at the candy in his palm and let out a sarcastic laugh. He unwrapped the candy, opened Yang Jiali's mouth, and mechanically shoved the candy in, then poured the remaining soup into his mouth. The bitter soup slightly dispelled the alcohol's effect. Yang Jiali, groggy, opened his bloodshot eyes again. Yi Ting concealed the storm in his heart, his face calm. Are you sober now? Yang Jiali rubbed his eyes, seeming to struggle to recognize him for a while before waking up as if from a dream. He sat up unsteadily. My brain is all muddled from drinking. I thought you were still the you from university. Being drunk makes me act crazy. Just ignore what I said. What did I say? Don't take it seriously. Have I changed a lot compared to back then? Yi Ting's eyes flashed coldly, and he asked with a half-bitter laugh, do you think I've changed a lot compared to when we were in university? Yang Jiali laughed twice. Not much, Mr. Yi, you're still so handsome, still excellent in every way. Of course, You're still so considerate to your lover. Yang Jiali hiccuped, then, with a smile that looked like crying, whispered, the only thing that's changed is that you don't love me anymore. Yi Ting suddenly clenched his fist, his nails digging into his palm, causing a slight pain. As Yang Jiali spoke, the alcohol seemed to surge again, making him look confused and spaced out. He has someone new by his side now, younger and better looking than me, who can make him happier. He stopped loving me a long time ago, doesn't even deign to look me in the eye. Ha ha, life is tight, coming and going, who would really wait for anyone? Who would actually wait for someone coming and going? Everyone leaves, everyone disperses. Yi Ting didn't respond, just stared at Yang Jiali, his fist clenched even tighter, as if he was struggling to endure something. As the bedroom fell into an eerie silence, there was a knock on the door outside. It was Yi Ting's assistant delivering clothes. Yang Jiali suddenly beckoned to Yi Ting. Can I ask you a question? Yi Ting asked indifferently. Yang Jiali hugged a big sheep pillow, laughing wantonly and mysteriously. Yang Jiali was intoxicated, half lying on the bed, staring and giggling foolishly at Yi Ting, who was changing clothes. Excuse me, Mr. Yi, how many types of spiciness are there in Chongqing hot pot? Yi Ting had already had enough of being vomited on and dealing with a drunk person tonight. He straightened his clothes and perfunctorily replied, I don't know, then turned to leave. But Yang Jiali panicked. Don't go, I haven't told you the answer yet. Yi Ting's breathing became slightly heavier, sparks in his eyes. Then hurry up and say it. Yang Jiali giggled, grabbed Yi Ting's sleeve, and lowered his voice as if sharing a secret not meant for others to hear. I'll tell you, there are 4 types, mild, medium, hot, and what? Yi Ting asked. Yang Jiali leaned close to Yi Ting's ear and whispered, there's also, I miss you spicy. Yi Ting's expression changed drastically. His mood had been unstable tonight, constantly fluctuating due to Yang Jiali's antics. He slowly pinched Yang Jiali's chin. You said you miss me? Yi Ting's smile gradually disappeared. He gripped Yang Jiali's chin even tighter, a storm brewing in his eyes, extremely dangerous. Yang Jiali, I didn't hear you clearly. Did you just say, you miss me? Yang Jiali's face hurt from Yi Ting's grip, and he couldn't help but struggle a bit. Yang Jiali panicked, opened his mouth, and bit Yi Ting's lip with his teeth. He leaned down and gently wiped Yang Jiali's lips, his voice low and magnetic, his tone calm yet each word weighed 1,000 pounds. Baby, between us, this is just the beginning. After waking up, Yang Jiali regretted drinking too much. Looking in the mirror, he fell deep into thought. Seeing his own swollen lips, he felt anguish that he had even kissed Yi Ting. What a damn mess. He always knew that once he was drunk, he turned into a complete fool. Like that year in his junior year, after getting drunk with his buddies, he returned to the dorm and mistook the gray-haired dog downstairs for Yi Ting. Without a second thought, he grabbed the dog and bumped heads with it, insisting they swear as husband and wife. Yi Ting, who rarely showed any warmth to Yang Jiali, gave him the cold shoulder for 2 whole days and ignored him. Yang Jiali wiped his mouth with a wet tissue, feeling a bit bitter inside. Struggling to gather his emotions, Yang Jiali left his house to pick out a gift. Yi Ting was reviewing documents in the office and without a glance at Yang Jiali, said coldly, sit down. Yang Jiali said, maybe I'll just leave the gift here. I've got other things to attend to, so I'll. Yi Ting finally lifted his head, his eyes dark and deep as a lake. Sit down and wait a while. Little Xia is coming soon. I want him to see it personally. Soon the secretary came in to report, President Yi, young Master Xia is here. Yi Ting immediately put down his pen, his eyes lighting up with a smile, his voice much softer. Let him in quickly. The secretary nodded, turned to invite the person in, but Yi Ting abruptly called out to her again, instructing, go get 2 cups of milk sago with extra honey. Yang Jiali, who had been left hanging on the side, felt his heart skip a beat upon hearing that. His favorite dessert in college had been milk sago, and having a sweet tooth, he often raided Yi Ting's cupboard to steal his honey, mixing it into a rich, fragrant cup. He would then sit on the back of Yi Ting's bicycle, with Yi Ting cycling leisurely along the school's tree-lined avenues. Yang Jiali snapped out of his memories and lifted his head again just as Yi Ting was quickly walking to the door, personally welcoming little Xia inside. Little Xia had fair skin, bright eyes, and was wearing a gray scarf. His entire attire was exceptionally luxurious and tasteful, as if enveloped in a sheen, clearly showing that he belonged to the pampered and favored side who had been urgently sought after. Yang Jiali glanced at his own faded jeans and discreetly covered them with his hand without making a sound. Yi Ting took 2 cups of sago from the secretary, placed one in front of himself, and handed the other to Xiao Xia. Your favorite. Xiao Xia's expression changed briefly but then quickly recovered with a smile. It smells good. The secretary glanced at Yang Jiali across the table and offered, "Shall I pour you a cup of coffee or something?" Just as Yang Jiali opened his mouth, Yi Ting coldly dismissed without even looking at him, "No need for him." Yang Jiali froze, awkwardly rubbed his knees with both hands, and forced a smile. "It's okay, I'm not thirsty, thank you." After Xiao Xia slowly finished his sago, Yi Ting finally spoke to him. "I asked you here for a surprise." "A surprise?" Yi Ting turned his head, his face still gentle. But as soon as he looked at Yang Jiali, his expression turned cold and distant. "Take it out." Yang Jiali grabbed his old backpack and took out a beautifully wrapped gift bag. He was about to open it when Yi Ting impatiently said, "Did I tell you to open it?" Yang Jiali paused, touched his nose, and chuckled dryly, "Right, it's not for me anyway." He handed the entire gift bag to Xiao Xia. "The rightful owner should open it." Xiao Xia looked at the gift bag, somewhat confused. Yi Ting patiently explained, "Your graduation ceremony is coming up soon. This is an early gift to wish you a happy graduation. See if you like it." Xiao Xia raised an eyebrow and then quickly opened the gift box. Inside the gift box was a watch with a dark gold dial and a shiny black strap, meticulously crafted. Yi Ting looked at the watch, his lips curving slightly, and asked warmly, "What do you think?" Xiao Xia touched the strap with his fingers and looked up, meeting Yi Ting's deep eyes. Yi Ting's smile remained, his tone gentle yet seemingly carrying an unknown depth. "Tell me, do you like it?" Xiao Xia hesitated for a moment. He secretly glanced at Yang Jiali and then looked at the expensive watch again. Frowning slightly, he said, "Not really." Upon hearing this, Yang Jiali's face turned pale. "Not bad, I took a long time choosing this watch. It's from a top luxury brand with good craftsmanship. Moreover, he hadn't finished his sentence when Xia Xia shrugged and interrupted him. "I don't like this style despite your hard work." Xia Xia carelessly tossed the watch on the coffee table, picking up something else while still seeming a bit upset. He picks up his scarf, still seemingly annoyed. "I don't want this watch. I'm going downstairs to eat." Yang Jiali watches him leave, his face a mix of confusion and dismay. He really put a lot of effort into choosing this gift, taking 3 whole days to pick it out, only for it to be discarded without a second glance. Not even Empress Dowager Qixi was this hard to serve. After Xia leaves, Yi Ting leans back on the sofa, legs crossed, smirking. "Yang Jiali, this is the good job you've done?" Yang Jiali is genuinely perplexed. He spent 3 full days shopping to please Xiao with a gift, his eyes dizzy from all the browsing, meticulously selecting this one. Yang Jiali's cheeks involuntarily twitch as he tentatively asks, "Shall I choose another one?" Yi Ting's gaze is sharp as ice, piercing through Yang Jiali. His fingers tap lightly on the table. "You can choose another gift, but my intentions and Xiao happiness, how will you compensate for those? Who do you think you are?" Yang Jiali suddenly falls silent as his phone in his pocket vibrates abruptly. Yang Jiali takes out his phone, glances to the side and sees it's from Li Da. He sneaks a peek at Yi Ting and doesn't take the call. Instead, he texts Li Da to call back later. "Who's calling?" Yi Ting watches Yang Jiali closely. "Who's calling?" He sees him put the phone back in his pocket. "Who's calling?" Suddenly, he changes the subject. "Who's calling you?" He inquires with indifferent curiosity. "Who's calling you?" Yang Jiali snorts, "None of your business." Yi Ting narrows his eyes. His eyes darken slightly. "It's not your boyfriend, is it?" "No, I remember you're currently single." At these words, Yang Jiali's fists clench instantly. Reuniting with Yi Ting, this phrase sounds to Yang Jiali like a taunt that he's unwanted. He grits his teeth and stiffly counters, "What about a hookup?" This isn't a lie. He and Li Da are indeed hookup buddies, friends with whom he sets off fireworks. Last New Year's, he even blew a hole in Li Da's pants with a firecracker, exposing his indigo underwear. What's wrong with calling it a hookup? Yi Ting heard this? His entire aura became even more dangerous. He coldly asked again, "Oh, so you've been to bed?" Yang Jiali laughed and answered straightforwardly, "Of course, not going to bed is impossible. This person doesn't sleep, it's unbearable. As for the other kind of going to bed, that indeed hasn't happened." Yi Ting stared at Yang Jiali with even deeper eyes, like a bottomless black well, inexplicably making people scared. Yang Jiali didn't know why, but he always felt that this Yi Ting made him think of a beast hiding in the dark, baring its teeth, watching intently. He shivered and hastily pulled the topic back. "Yi, whether I've been to bed or not has nothing to do with you. The problem now is, I've chosen a gift, Xiao Xia isn't satisfied, and you won't give me a chance to reselect. What exactly do you want me to do?" Yi Ting's frosty face didn't change at all, still staring straight at Yang Jiali. His shoulders slumped in despair. He smiled bitterly, "Honestly, did you never intend to let me go?" Yi Ting slowly lowered his head, A pen between his fingers, nails tapping. What do you think? Hearing his tone, Yang Jiali pretty much understood. Yi Ting never intended to help him. From start to finish, he was just toying with him. Yang Jiali nodded. All right, I got it. He sniffed, turned around, and walked towards the office door. Just as he was about to reach the door, Yi Ting suddenly called out to him, wait a moment. Yang Jiali paused and turned his head. Yi Ting's eyes seemed to hide countless calculations, his lips slightly curved. Don't rush off, there's still something I haven't given you. Leisurely, Yi Ting pulled out a piece of paper from a stack of documents, walked up to Yang Jiali, and handed it to him. Yang Jiali frowned and took the paper to have a look. It was a bill for 83,000 yuan. Yi Ting's tone was calm and devoid of any emotion. 3 days ago, you vomited all over me downstairs at your place. Debts must be repaid. The price of that suit, calculated at the market rate for second hand, is 83,000 yuan. When do you plan to pay up? Yang Jiali was furious, raising his voice. That night, it was you who kept holding on to me, not letting go. That's why I threw up on you. Isn't this just shameless? Yi Ting faintly replied, oh, and sneered indifferently, if you have any objections, I can arrange for my financial lawyer to discuss it with you. Yang Jiali felt a surge of anger stuck in his chest. It took him a while to catch his breath. He took a few deep breaths. Did you plan to ruin me from the start? Yang Jiali laughed a few times, nodded, and suddenly his eyes filled with blood. You can spend 2 million to buy gifts for your mistress without blinking, but you won't leave me any way out. You are ruthless, Yi Ting. You can spend 2 million, your heart is truly cruel. Yi Ting neither confirmed nor denied, his expression unchanged, his aura still intimidating. What makes you think I would go easy on you? Yi Ting asked indifferently. Yang Jiali was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed and gave Yi Ting a thumbs up. You're right, absolutely right, and nodded vigorously. He roughly stuffed the bill into his pocket, wiped his eyes forcefully, and said with a smile, we are long done. I'm no longer someone worth your pity. Even if you forced me to death, you wouldn't even blink. I understand now. Gathering his last bit of dignity, he said, since I ruined the clothes, I will definitely pay back the money. From now on, Yi Ting, I owe you nothing, not a penny. After saying that, he no longer looked at Yi Ting and turned to leave the office. Only then did Yang Jiali realize it was snowing, the first snow of winter. The cold wind, carrying tiny snowflakes, whipped around and immediately reddened Yang Jiali's face. He didn't have an umbrella, so he rubbed his hands together, braced himself against the falling snow, and walked into the snowstorm. He didn't know how far he had walked when he stopped, stood silently for a while, and suddenly cursed, damn it. He kicked the snow on the ground, but the snow was too slippery, and he lost his balance and fell into the snow. He clutched his aching foot, suppressing a few groans of pain. Only then did he realize he had twisted his ankle again. Damn it, how unlucky can I get? Is God just messing with me, giving me a whole package of bad luck? Yang Jiali silently covered his eyes, like a cornered, whimpering little animal. Only now did he fully understand. But now he finally understood thoroughly. Yi Ting wanted to force him to death. Jia Li just sat on the ground until it got dark and his body was covered with snow. Then he laughed at himself twice, stood up, and went home. After taking just one step, he felt something tugging at his pant leg. He looked down and to his surprise, it was a kitten biting his pant leg. Yang Jia Li squatted down and touched the shivering body of the little kitten. He then noticed a small cardboard box under the bench and instantly understood, this was an abandoned stray kitten. He put the kitten back into the box, patted off the snow on himself, and hurried back with the intent to go home. He hadn't walked far when suddenly behind him the faint meowing sounded again. Yang Jia Li turned his head and saw that the kitten had run out again. Braving the heavy snow, it followed him with hopeful eyes. Yang Jia Li frowned and couldn't help but say to it, don't follow me, I don't want you either. He continued to walk, but the meowing from behind didn't cease. In the end, Yang Jia Li couldn't resist running, trying to shake off the little kitten. After running a distance, he stopped and turned around to find the kitten stumbling into the snow several times but never giving up, struggling to run towards him. He ignored the kitten, ran back to his rented room through the heavy snow, and made a bowl of instant noodles in the lukewarm room. While eating the noodles, Yang Jia Li looked outside. The sky was getting darker, and the snow was getting heavier. It would surely freeze by midnight. The stray kitten in the dark cardboard box would most likely freeze to death. His movements eating the noodles suddenly halted, and he sat frozen as if he had been acupunctured, silent for a long time in the dim room. After who knows how long, he suddenly cursed, stood up, grabbed his keys, and ran outside. He ran back to that small park. Yang Jiali knelt in front of the bench, took the box from underneath, opened it, and saw the kitten shivering with cold. Yang Jiali looked into the kitten's moist eyes and felt it was crying. Yang Jiali stared at it for a while, finally sighed as if admitting defeat, and said, I have no money, I can't afford good cat food. With me, you will suffer. Do you understand? The kitten meowed softly. Yang Jiali reached out his trembling hand and opened it in front of the kitten. Even so, do you still want to follow me? He asked. The kitten's tiny paw landed in Yang Jiali's palm before the snowflakes did. As he looked at the small paw in his palm, his heart suddenly trembled. In the vast snow, under the lonely, dim streetlight, a stray kitten as lonely as he was put its paw into his hand. He picked up the box, quickened his pace, and ran home. He gave the stray kitten a bath and fed it something. Stroking its soft belly, he thought for a while and said, I'll call you Afu. Lately, he had been having a terrible time. Yi Ting's relentless pressure and malicious games were driving him to despair. Naming the kitten Afu might bring some luck. As he was deep in thought, his phone on the table started vibrating. Yang Jiali picked it up and saw it was a call from Li Da. At that time, he was confronting Yi Ting and didn't have a chance to answer. Yang Jiali answered the call. Li Da, what's up? Li Da's voice sounded anxious. Brother Yang, why didn't you answer my call at noon? Never mind, let's not talk about it. Brother Yang, we got a gig. Which bathhouse is hiring singers again? Li Da, I've told you, we can't go to those shady places. It's not a bathhouse, Li Da hurriedly explained. The company told me this morning that a director took a liking to one of our original songs. The event team is inviting us to perform. Hearing this, Yang Jiali couldn't believe it at first and confirmed several times with Li Da. After hanging up, he was dazed for a long time until Afu meowed a few times, snapping him back to reality. They landed a big gig. Yang Jiali's smile grew wider and wider. Finally, he yelled Yahoo! And rolled on the floor with the toy lambs, laughing like a fool. This big gig would earn them a good sum of money, meet the boss's requirements, and might even save the group. The current predicament suddenly seemed to dissolve. Yang Jiali sat up, I must take good care of you. He placed Afu on the coffee table like a revered ancestor and bowed to it. Brother Fu, you brought me good luck as soon as you came. Awesome, truly awesome. I used to be blind to your talent. From now on, I'll take good care of you. Fish snacks and cat food will be in abundance. Yang Jiali was still not done rambling happily when his phone rang again. He glanced at it and saw it was Yi Ting this time. His smile froze, and after a few seconds of hesitation, he still answered the call, trying to stay calm. President Yi, do you need something? Yi Ting's voice was as indifferent as ever. Yang Jiali, I want to ask you when you can repay the debt you owe me. Clenching his fist tightly, Yang Jiali said, I won't owe you a penny, rest assured. Yi Ting chuckled, his voice implying something deeper. If you're really out of money, I actually have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it? Yi Ting's tone was so certain, as if he foresaw Yang Jiali would be forced to play into his hands. Holding the phone, Yang Jiali snorted coldly, thanks, but I don't want to hear it. Yi Ting was taken aback. What? I said I don't want to hear it, Yang Jiali said arrogantly, his toes tapping, take your suggestion and roll back to your little xia. Stop chirping in my ear, or I'll slap you both. Yi Ting's voice suddenly darkened. Yang Jiali, from now on my surname is Dad, and my given name is Dad. You can call me Daddy. Yi Ting fell silent for a long while then said, what's wrong with you? Yang Jiali emphasized, I've just realized that without you I can still walk out of adversity on my own. We've broken up. My status is not worthy of being compared with little xia. You are absolutely right, so from now on, I'll stay far away from you. A hint of chilling danger emerged in Yi Ting's voice. Is that so? Dare to say that again? Yang Jiali held his head high, full of life. President Yi, I wish you and little xia grow old together. I will live my own life, and we'll have nothing to do with each other anymore. I'll definitely repay the money, and don't call me again. From now on, we are strangers. If you keep harassing me, watch if I don't stab you then. If you keep messing with me with malicious intent, I'll smash your head, crush sunflower seeds on you until you have a pig's head and a dog's face. Never see your freaking face again. Say goodbye to your mom for me, he said without waiting for Yi Ting to respond, poking the screen to hang up. Venting his frustration, Yang Jiali threw his phone and with a loud cheer as if downing a big drink, felt an unprecedented sense of relief and satisfaction. After being mocked by Yi Ting for so many days, not dying from it. Finally, he scored a point. Yang Jiali stuffed Afu into his pocket and declared, Afu, you owe your good fortune today to the luck you brought. No more words, Daddy's going to buy you fish treats right now. As Yang Jiali took Afu to buy fish treats, little did he know that Yi Ting, after being hung up on, was confused for quite a while, frowning as if trying to figure out what was going on with Yang Jiali. After a long thought, His frown gradually relaxed, and a slow smile crept across his face, as if he had figured it out. He picked up his phone, thought for a few seconds, and unlocked a password-protected private album. He casually opened a photo. In the photo, Yang Jiali was hugging a big sheep plushie and making a funny face, lively and unrestrained. Yi Ting gazed at the photo for a long time, shook his head, and said with a deep chuckle, still as childish as ever. In the next scene, Yang Jiali, Big Z, and Z entered the rehearsal room together, igniting a passion that had been missing for a long time. They rehearsed intensely for 4 or 5 hours. By the end, Yang Jiali's voice was hoarse, but he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He felt a surge of enthusiasm throughout his body, and all he could see was hope. Anxiously waiting for almost a week, he still had not received a response from the committee. Finally, Yang Jiali couldn't bear it anymore and mustered the courage to call the person in charge of the committee's review. The call connected quickly, and Yang Jiali politely stated his purpose, asking how the review was going and if there was anything that needed to be modified. The person on the other end hesitated. Well, how to say? Your performance. Yang Jiali's heart skipped a beat, and his palms began to sweat immediately. The person on the other end of the phone got more and more tangled and vague. It's not that I don't want to let you pass, but the higher-ups. Yang Jiali got anxious and kept asking what was going on. Just say it straight. The other side sighed and said, all right, I'll tell you. Your performance has been cancelled, the slot has been revoked, and another singer has taken your place. We don't need your final video anymore and won't watch it. The person in charge coughed a few times, hearing Yang Jiali getting almost to the point of tears. In the end, they couldn't bear it and lowered their voice, saying, all right, I'll give you a heads up, but don't spread it around. You were replaced because the major investor of the show pressured not to let you perform. Which investor? The person in charge whispered, I can't go into details, you'll have to figure it out yourself. After hanging up, Yang Jiali rushed to the computer, opened the list of show investors, and scanned from top to bottom. When he reached the first major investor, he froze. Guangwei Financial Investment Group, Yi Ting's company. Knowing that Yi Ting was behind the scenes messing things up, pressuring to cancel his slot, Yang Jiali got furious and dialed. He called Yi Ting several times in a row, but Yi Ting didn't answer. Unwilling to give up, he also sent messages to Yi Ting, but Yi Ting didn't reply to any of them, playing dead. Yang Jiali sat in the room in silence for a long time, looking at the still unreplied messages, grabbed his coat, and went out. He arrived at Yi Ting's company, entered the lobby, and was stopped by the receptionist with a faint smile. Sir, do you have an appointment? Yang Jiali scratched his head and said softly, I'm looking for your President Yi. I've been to his office before. The receptionist raised an eyebrow, suddenly remembering something. Her face changed. Sorry, I can't let you in. Please leave. President Yi specifically instructed not to let you step inside this building. The receptionist said seriously, please leave. Yang Jiali's face stiffened, but I haven't. The receptionist didn't give him a chance to argue, pressed the bell, and called for security. Before Yang Jiali could react, he was grabbed by several burly security guards and unceremoniously dragged out of the lobby and pushed outside as if throwing out trash. He stumbled a few times, finally steadying himself, but as soon as he took a step, the security guards blocked his way again, faces fierce. Get out. Yang Jiali and the others glared for a moment, clenched their fists, turned their heads, and walked away. Just as he reached the steps, he stopped. He was not willing to let it go. After a while, not caring about his dignity, he bit his lip and sat directly on the steps in front of the company. If Yi Ting wouldn't let him in, fine, he would just sit at the door and wait for someone. He had to clear this matter up. Snowflakes fell, landing in Yang Jiali's hair and on his shoulders. He rubbed his frostbitten ears, breathed out a white puff, and huddled up with his knees to his chest to keep warm. After about 10 minutes, he suddenly heard the sound of a car stopping. Yang Jiali hastily looked up to see the door of a black luxury car open. Xiao Xia, wearing a self-colored down jacket and a gray scarf, looked both warm and stylish. As soon as Yang Jiali saw him, he quickly gathered his strength to stand up and blocked Yi Ting's way. When Yi Ting saw Yang Jiali, he wasn't much surprised, his voice as cold as the temperature. What are you doing here? Yi Ting, one hand in his suit trouser pocket, slightly hooked his lips. I remember, half a month ago, someone told me to never call him again, never contact him again. From now on, we are strangers. How come it's only been half a month and you can't wait to find me? Yang Jiali held his breath, gnashing his teeth. He tried to calm himself down. I'm not here to talk about that. I just want to ask you, was it you who got me kicked out of the gala performance lineup? Yi Ting smiled, his eyes as deep as the ocean. What do you think? Yang Jiali's eyes widened, his eyelashes covered in snowflakes trembled slightly with emotion. He grabbed Yi Ting's tie in one hand. Lowering his voice, he roared, "Why did you do that?" Yi Ting's face turned cold, looking down at Yang Jiali from above. "Because I wanted to." He pried open Yang Jiali's fingers one by one, gracefully and calmly saying, "Xia likes a singer very much. She hopes to see the performance of that singer at this party. Coincidentally, I am the major investor of the party. So I mentioned it to the director. To not affect the party's duration, unfortunately, I have to ask you to pack up and leave." Yang Jiali's hand and voice were trembling. "This is an opportunity I fought for myself." "Yeting, who do you think you are?" Yeting suddenly asked back, stepping closer to Yang Jiali with an imposing presence. He stared into Yang Jiali's eyes like a beast cornering its prey. "May I ask, who is he?" Yeting straightened up, feeling that some people's grievances can truly evoke pity. Some people's grievances make others feel heartbroken, making them want to do everything to make them happy. But some people's grievances only bring laughter. "Do you understand?" Yang Jiali was stunned and couldn't speak. He looked into Yi Ting's eyes for a long time, then slowly lowered his head, wiping his eyes hard with his sleeve, and laughed twice, as if mocking himself. "Indeed, why would I think of coming to you?" Yi Ting took a step closer and said in a deep voice, "Is it now? Don't forget you still owe me 80,000. You may not be able to go on stage again. What other options do you have? So, do you want to beg me now?" Yang Jiali lowered his head and said after a few seconds of silence, "No." Yi Ting's eyebrows furrowed suddenly, as if he hadn't expected Yang Jiali to answer this way. Yang Jiali took out a crumpled sheet of music from his pocket. It was the final draft he had revised countless days and nights, with eyes reddened from exhaustion. He smoothed out the sheet, wanting to say many things. He wanted to tell Yi Ting how much he wanted to perform at this gala, how much effort he had put into it, and how unwilling and sad he felt. But in the end, he said nothing and just said lightly, "Forget it." He threw the paper away without looking at Yi Ting again, turned around, and left. The snow was falling heavily, and Yang Jiali's foot injury had not fully healed. He walked on the snowy ground with uneven steps, struggling a bit. He didn't know how long he had walked when suddenly, urgent footsteps sounded behind him. Yi Ting's voice rang out, "Stop." Yang Jiali paused for a moment but continued walking forward without looking back. The emotion in Yi Ting's voice surged more intensely. "Yang Jiali, I told you to stop." He even sped up a little. The accumulated snow was soft and slippery. He limped through the snow, and just as he was about to take another step, a sudden powerful force came from behind. Being forcefully turned around to face the cold and stern Yi Ting, Yang Jiali was confronted directly. Dressed in a black suit, Yi Ting's appearance was refined and gentlemanly, exuding an air of calm authority and professionalism unique to high-ranking corporate executives, embodying a demeanor often seen among elite professionals. He tightly held onto Yang Jiali's arm, his gaze dark. "You've hurt your foot," he stated. Yang Jiali struggled to free his hand, retorting, "Leave me alone." Determinedly, he turned away, escaping Yi Ting's grasp, and continued to walk with difficulty on the snowy ground. Yi Ting approached again, forcefully stopping Yang Jiali, his eyes cold. "Let's talk. There's nothing to discuss. You just want to drive me to death, to block every path I could take," Yang Jiali said, resigned to his fate. Watching his slender figure, Yi Ting felt an unexplainable pang of harshness in his heart. Just as he was about to turn the corner, the next second, he felt lighter on his feet and was suddenly carried sideways by Yi Ting. Yang Jiali was immediately infuriated, struggling angrily like a small animal trapped, growling, "What are you doing?" With a tense face, Yi Ting remained silent, carrying him towards the company. Yang Jiali grabbed his tie, his voice filled with rage, "I won't talk to you. Put me down. Don't carry me into your company. Weren't you the one who said I couldn't step foot in it? Let me go. Help. There's a villain abducting a man in broad daylight." Yi Ting glanced at him emotionlessly, showing no intention of putting him down, instead quickening his pace. Seeing that Yi Ting wouldn't let go, Yang Jiali attempted to kick him, but as soon as he exerted force, his foot throbbed painfully, causing him to cry out. The pain made Yang Jiali scream, his face contorting with agony. Yi Ting, carrying an uncooperative Yang Jiali, entered the company, went upstairs, and walked into his spacious and comfortable office. Xiao Xia was sitting on the office's off-white sofa, legs crossed, holding a report, with a cup of aromatic coffee steaming beside her. Hearing footsteps, Xia Xia looks up to see Ban Tinghua and Yi Ting attracting much attention at the dining area, sensing the tension between them. He raises an eyebrow, quietly sets down his coffee cup, and says, "I'll step out for some sun." Yi Ting glances at the heavy snow outside and nods in agreement. Xia Xia quickly steps outside, and thoughtfully locks the office door behind him. Yi Ting places a struggling and red-faced Yang Jiali on the sofa. Yang Jiali, supporting himself on the coffee table, attempts to stand and leave. Yi Ting forcefully presses down on his shoulder, his gaze dark and intimidating, his tone full of chill and authority. "Do you need me to lock you up in a room to behave?" he asks. Yang Jiali sneers with a twisted mouth, "If you dare to detain me illegally, I'll dare to call the police." Yi Ting laughs, shakes his head, stands up, and casually throws out, "Try it." He walks to the wooden cabinet on the left side of the office, opens a drawer to find a first aid kit, and takes out 2 tubes of ointment. Returning to Yang Jiali, he removes his shoes and socks under Yang's wary gaze, revealing a glaringly bruised ankle. Yi Ting stares at the bruise for a long time, squeezes out some ointment, and is about to apply it to Yang's ankle when he suddenly pauses. His expression unnaturally changes, and he tosses the ointment to Yang Jiali, saying coldly, "Apply it yourself." Tired of struggling, Yang takes the ointment thrown by Yi Ting and carelessly smears it over his ankle. After putting his socks and shoes back on, he says impatiently, "I'm done. Can I go now?" Yi Ting leans against the desk, lost in thought and unresponsive. Yang shrugs, stands up, and limps to the door, reaching out to open it. Little did he know the doorknob was locked tight. No matter how hard he pressed, the door wouldn't budge. Yang Jia was startled and turned around, only to see Yi Ting still leaning against the desk, with an almost invisible smile on his lips. "Why aren't you leaving?" exclaimed Yang Jia, pointing at the door, trying to suppress his emotions as he gritted his teeth. "Open the door." Yi Ting chuckled, still staring at Yang Jia without moving. Yang Jia felt a burning rage in his chest, his breathing grew rapid. "You dare to lock me in? I'll really call the police," he said, both shocked and angry. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Jia moved back to the sofa and sat down with a huff. "If you have something to say it quickly." Yi Ting was sitting in the boss chair, slightly turned it to face Yang Jia directly. "The lifeline of your group is still in my hands. You still owe me 80,000. When do you plan to repay the debt?" "You don't need to pay me back in installments," Yang Jia responded stiffly. Yi Ting's fingers lightly tapped on the desk, "No need to make it so troublesome." Yang Jia's ears pricked up. Yang Jiali's ears twitched slightly, as if he had a premonition. A hint of unease crept into his heart. Early in the morning, Yi Ting turned to look at the heavy snow outside the window, and there was a trace of tenderness and nostalgia in your dark eyes. "Back in the days, every morning in college, we would rent a house outside campus and live together. You always loved to make a kind of small pancake for breakfast. Do you remember?" Considering that it was inconvenient to have a same-sex relationship in the dorm, Yi Ting took it upon himself to rent a small villa outside campus. Making these pancakes was the only craft his mother taught him, and he was quite good at it. Yi Ting used to love them so much. Yang Jiali lifted his eyelids to look at Yi Ting. "Why bring this up?" Yi Ting smiled, "I haven't had them for years, and I kind of miss them, so I want you to make them for me a few more times." "Make pancakes for you?" "Ha," Yang Jiali scoffed sarcastically, "aren't you afraid I might poison you?" Perhaps reminiscing about the past, Yi Ting's expression softened a lot. He even answered with a smile, "How would you be happy if I were poisoned to death?" Yang Jiali sneered, "Last time you said if I bought gifts for Xia, you'd let our group off the hook. In the end, I still ended up owing you money. You want to trick me again?" "That was then," Yi Ting said quietly, "this time, just make them. Regardless of the outcome, as long as you do it for 2 weeks, all our debts will be settled. We can sign an agreement, fair and square." "You can check." Yang Jiali looked, and the content of the agreement was indeed as Yi Ting had said. Yi Ting's personal seal was affixed at the bottom, no backing out. Yi Ting watched Yang Jiali reading the agreement intently, his skin as fair as ever, and his youthful eyes as bright as they were when he was younger, his gaze quietly becoming complex and deep. "What do you say? Want to consider it?" Yang Jiali returned home with a heavy heart. He lay on his bed, looking at the unsigned agreement, his mind racing with thoughts. He read the agreement Yi Ting had given him several times over, and it was clear. It didn't seem to have any traps. The more Yang Jiali read, the more puzzled he became, wondering if Yi Ting, the scoundrel, had been bathed in Buddha's light and had actually decided to show him mercy. That night, as expected, Yang Jiali couldn't sleep because of this. When he got up the next day, his eyes were red like a rabbit's, and he entered the kitchen listlessly. Yang Jiali leaned on the counter with both hands, not in a hurry to make breakfast, but lost in thought for a long time. Finally, as if having made up his mind, he pulled out his cell phone and, with gritted teeth, made a call to Yi Ting. This time, Yi Ting didn't put on airs, the phone was answered immediately with a beep. Yang Jiali couldn't be bothered with small talk and got straight to the point. "I'll make breakfast for you at your place for 2 weeks. No matter the quality, after those 2 weeks, everything will be settled." "That's what you mean, right?" Yi Ting replied indifferently, "Correct. Everything as per the agreement." You can't go back on your word or trick me. Yang Jiali took a deep breath and after a long while, said firmly, fine, I'll make your meals, just for 2 weeks. You also have to keep the promise. If you dare to break it, I'll damn well. Yi Ting, listening to Yang Jiali's threat, wasn't angry at all, even seemed somewhat intrigued as he countered, do what to me? Yang Jiali's eyes rolled as he put down the phone with the receiver facing the chopping board. He took out a small dried fish for Afu, his cat, and grabbed a gleaming kitchen knife, raising it high. With a fierce glare and a gesture as if he was cleaving mountains and parting rivers, he chopped down hard. The cutting board trembled with a thud, and with a snap, the dried fish split in two and shot out. Afu reflexively jumped, darting into a corner in terror, almost standing on 2 legs, trembling in fear. Yang Jiali dropped the knife, picked up the phone, and sneered, that's what will happen. Got it, you little bastard? He hung up the phone with a thud, and Yang Jiali let out a long sigh. He turned to look at the scared Afu in the corner, softened his demeanor, and with a smile and a wink, said, Afu, don't be afraid of daddy. He's only a little bit, just a little bit cruel. He reached out to pet Afu. Afu cried out as if his heart was tearing apart and darted out of the kitchen like a rocket. The person responsible for picking him up arrived in the evening. Urging Yang Jia to pack up, he opened the cabinet, silently folded a few sets of clothes, and threw them into the suitcase. When his gaze fell on a small drawer at the back of the cabinet, he suddenly paused, quietly opened the drawer, and took out several small white bottles. The packaging was already torn off, and it was unclear what it was. Only by unscrewing the cap could one see that it contained a few remaining small white round pills, emitting a sour and bitter smell. He stared at these pills for a long time, as if lost in thought. Someone outside urged loudly, are you done yet? Closing up, Yang Jia loudly responded, closing up, right away. He capped all the bottles and looked up. Looking at himself in the mirror, he forcefully smiled a couple of times. Then, he secretly threw these small pill bottles into the trash can, pushing them to the very bottom. Yang Jia was tricked by Yi Ting into moving into his villa, but leaving it turned out not to be so easy. Yi Ting's villa was in the suburban area. When Yang Jia arrived at the villa in the driver's car, it was already completely dark. The night sky, black as ink, was sparsely dotted with a few bright and cold stars. The night wind carried the chill of accumulated snow, penetrating to the bone. Yang Jia wrapped his clothes tighter and stood at the brightly lit entrance of the villa. He hesitated for quite a while before he made up his mind, opened the door, and walked in. The moment he stepped into the villa, he had the illusion that he was Mai Shiranui's reckless brother, like a sheep that's blissfully ignorant, stepping into the den of a wolf, targeted by a ferocious beast with bared fangs, yet utterly unaware. He gulped, thinking to himself that entering a haunted house wouldn't be as unsettling as entering Yi Ting's villa. Damn, he thought, I look calm, but I'm really not, as he walked into the villa's living room. Yang Jia Li, carrying his little bit of luggage, looked around. The place was brightly lit but no one was to be seen. Just as he was puzzled, suddenly, there came the sound of footsteps from the spiral staircase. Yi Ting appeared as if he had just taken a shower, his handsome face and slightly damp black hair enhancing his looks. He was wearing a loose bathrobe, with his strong chest partially visible beneath. He sized up Yang Jia Li's clothing and asked why he was dressed like that, with his pants both ripped and faded. Yang Jia Li covered himself awkwardly and snorted, this is fashion. You wouldn't understand, it's not like it's your money. Yi Ting's lips curved into a slight smirk. Without a word, he went downstairs and passed by Yang Jiali, who looked on guard. He walked to the villa's door and slammed it shut. The sound of the door closing made Yang Jiali shudder involuntarily. In such a big suburban villa, with the door closed, it was just him and Yi Ting left. Only. Yang Jiali sneaked a glance at Yi Ting, who was leisurely sipping red wine. If he took advantage of this perfect timing, on a night dark and windy, took a kitchen knife, crept into the bedroom, and then, seeing the chest muscles hidden under Yi Ting's bathrobe and a segment of his strong forearm revealed from the wide sleeves, he pursed his lips, thinking, better not, sleep, dreams have it all. Yang Jiali took his luggage into the room and quietly began to organize his things. Yi Ting finished replying to the last pending email of the day. He put down his tablet and quietly walked to the door of Yang Jiali's room. Only a small lamp was on in the room, warm yet somewhat dim. Yang Jiali had already finished packing his meager luggage and was sitting on the bed with his back to Yi Ting. Yang Jiali just sat there silently, not knowing what he was thinking. The light shone on his profile, motionless like a statue, lacking vitality. Through the doorframe, Yi Ting didn't disturb him and just watched from a distance. He looked for a long time, somehow feeling that the Yang Jiali who was alone now seemed, in some indescribable way, slightly different from the one he remembered. Yi Ting turned around, left quietly, went upstairs, and entered his own room to rest. He had a dream. It was dim, and within the haze, he saw Yang Jiali standing not far in front of him, with his back turned, walking step by step further away. Yi Ting wanted to catch up to him, but his feet felt as if they were filled with lead and couldn't move. He could only call out to the retreating figure of Yang Jiali, "Yang Jiali, I'm telling you to stop, don't go any further." Yang Jiali turned his head to look at Yi Ting, and a tear suddenly fell from his eyes reddened with blood vessels. His lips moved slightly, wanting to say something but ultimately not saying it. His steps had already entered the cemetery. His whole body was swallowed by the darkness. Yi Ting was startled awake by this nightmare. He has always had good sleep quality and regular habits, rarely having such nightmares. He was panting in the dark and, touching his forehead, found his hand covered in cold sweat. Yi Ting took a long while to regain his usual calmness. He lifted the blanket and went downstairs, walking quietly to the door of Yang Jiali's room. Yi Ting took out the spare key to the room and quietly opened the door. Yi Ting carefully walked in and sat by his bed, looking at his peaceful sleeping face. His heartbeat gradually calmed down. After a while, he walked to the cabinet, took out a tube of ointment, squeezed out a bit, and gently lifted a corner of the blanket. He applied a thin layer on Yang Jiali's ankle, put the ointment back in place, and sat back by the bed. He looked at Yang Jiali's drooping eyelashes and said with a chuckle, "Just like before, once you're asleep, you don't sleep comfortably. No matter how I call, you're not willing to wake up." He slowly lowered his head, getting closer to look at Yang Jiali's eyebrows and eyes. "It's been 5 years. Since we broke up before the graduation ceremony to you moving back into my house now, it's been 5 years. Yi Ting gently touched Yang Jiali's lips, his smile gradually fading, his eyes becoming deep and cold. "Baby, you knew how much I loved you back then. Why were you so quick to say the words break up?" He remembered the time they lived together off campus during university. After finishing classes at school, he would bring Yang Jiali back to their place. He would be busy with studying and handling business matters while Yang Jiali played around like a lively treasure. Every time night fell, with the millions of lights outside shining brightly, they would nestle in their private space undisturbed. Yi Ting stroked the short hair by Yang Jiali's ear, lowered his head, and asked, "But why were you so quick to say the words break up?" At this point, Yi Ting's gaze suddenly turned somber. He leaned in closer, a smirk on his lips but his eyes were cold and detached. "Baby, you've really made me angry now." Yi Ting slowly straightened up and took a deep breath, speaking in a low tone. "Now that you've moved into my place, locking you up might be a good idea. You won't be able to run away. You forced my hand with these methods, so don't blame me for what's happened before and what's going to happen. This is the punishment you deserve." Yi Ting tucked Yang Jiali in properly, bending down to kiss his lips a few times before standing up and leaving the room. When Yang Jiali woke up, it was 7:30 a.m. He hurried out of bed, washed up, and as per their agreement, went to the kitchen to make pancakes. It had been many years since he last made pancakes, and his skills were inevitably rusty. He flipped them a bit too late and they got burnt. Frowning, he tossed the charred pancake into the trash can. Yang Jiali thought for a moment and decided to find something like a wooden spatula to help. After searching the entire kitchen and finding nothing, he turned to the living room and opened a storage cabinet to search. When he pulled open a small drawer inside the cabinet, his gaze suddenly froze. There were several boxes still wrapped in plastic, several bottles, and a pair that looked like hand restraints. Yang Jiali picked up the restraints and looked at their shiny surface, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. "Yi Ting, that scoundrel," he thought. "The games we play in bed are getting wilder and wilder," he thought, with a mixture of feelings about their increasingly adventurous intimacies. Yang Jiali kept stealing glances at Yi Ting. He observed Yi Ting's professional appearance in a white suit and black tie and couldn't help but internally mock him, thinking about the games they played. "Xia xia, oh xia xia, you're in for a tough time with such a wolf in sheep's clothing," he sighed to himself. He was just about to look away when Yi Ting, who had been earnestly replying to subordinate emails, suddenly looked up and caught Yang Jiali's sneaky gaze. Yi Ting frowned and said unhappily, "What are you looking at?" "There's nothing to see." Yang Jiali awkwardly turned his head away. After a long silence, he couldn't help but ask, "Is it just the two of us living in this villa? Where's Xiao Xia?" Yi Ting swiped on the tablet emotionlessly. "Why does he need to be here?" Yang Jiali pouted, "Isn't he your current partner?" Yi Ting looked up at Yang Jiali, his gaze calm and undisturbed. "He has his own house. He is much more obedient than you," he said, taking a sip of his tea. "Besides, I don't like living with others." Yang Jiali smirked, "Then why did you force me to move in?" "You're just here to make breakfast," Yi Ting said, looking down at the screen and chuckling lightly. "You're not even qualified to be a housekeeper. Don't flatter yourself." Yang Jiali was teased by Yi Ting and fell silent. But when he bit into the biscuit, he did so with unusual ferocity, as if he wasn't just eating the biscuit, but Yi Ting's flesh. As soon as Yang Jiali's ringtone went off, it was Lida calling. Before he could even speak, he heard Lida excitedly telling him that the committee had reinstated their slot, agreed to let them perform, and asked them to come for a rehearsal tomorrow evening. Hearing the news, Yang Jiali was ecstatic. He couldn't believe that right after he agreed to Yi Ting's conditions, Yi Ting had sorted everything out. At least he kept his word. He quickly restored the copy of the music score and arrived at the performance center the next afternoon, finally finding Lida and Lear in front of a dressing room. Lida and Lear were standing in the middle of a crowd. Lear looked extremely agitated, clenching his fists so tightly his veins popped and his teeth gritted, his eyes bloodshot. Yang Jiali quickly pushed through the crowd to reach them. What's going on? Facing them was Ni Yun's manager, who didn't seem to care about anyone else. What are you arguing about? Yun Ji needs to rehearse in peace. Who do you think you are, trying to take Yun Ji's dressing room? Lear, with eyes wide and furious, retorted, half of this dressing room is ours. Why should he take it all? But Yang Jiali, with a cold look and a sarcastic smile, said regretfully, all I know is that if you're wrong, you should apologize. Suddenly, Ni Yun spoke up. Lifting his eyelids, he said, if you can get me to take a good look at you, maybe I'll consider apologizing. But, obviously, you're just a nameless dog. You're not worthy. He slowly walked up to Yang Jiali and suddenly smiled. If you want an apology, fine. As soon as his words ended, he raised his hand and, under the timid gaze of others, unhesitatingly slapped Yang Jiali across the face with a forceful, wolf-like swat, almost knocking Yang Jiali off balance. 5 bright red finger marks appeared on his face instantly. Ni Yun smiled, this is my apology. Yang Jiali's face was jerked to the side from the slap, burning with pain, his ears ringing. Ni Yun looked at Yang Jiali with calm and arrogant eyes. After delivering the slap, there was no change in his expression, as if teaching a lesson to such a disrespectful and offending newcomer was the most normal and rightful thing to do. Regaining his composure, Yang Jiali slowly lifted his head, his eyes sharpening like a wolf cub. You started the fight. I'm not hitting you, I'm teaching you, Ni Yun said calmly, schooling him on the ways of the circle. Yang Jiali wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his anger mounting. He clenched his fists, and unable to hold back, he cursed and raised his fist, ready to hit back fiercely. Amidst the chaos, someone rushed into the crowd and pulled Yang Jiali away. Director Zheng turned to Ni Yun, his previously stern face breaking into a warm smile. Brother Ni, it's been too long. I'm so glad you could make it today. Welcome, welcome. He then pointed angrily at Yang Jiali, you three, bring your things over here. With crossed arms and a sarcastic sneer, he said, where do you three get the confidence to cross Ni Yun? Do you no longer want to survive in this industry? Yang Jiali turned his head and let out a cold, scoffing laugh. Director Zheng, pointing at Yang Jiali, said, it's not just about slapping you, if you wanted your mother's ashes. Yang Jiali's face turned furious. He reached out and grabbed Director Zheng's collar. What did you say? Director Zheng frowned, what are you doing? Want to start a fight again? Say that again. Yang Jiali lunged forward, pushing him against the wall with a murderous look in his eyes. What about my mother's what? Director Zheng, a bit intimidated by Yang Jiali's sudden aggression, struggled to break free and subtly moved away. All right, let's not get into that. He straightened his collar with a fox-like slyness and continued to lecture, in any case, you all better be careful. Don't mess with the wrong people. Starting today, you're no longer allowed to use any of the break rooms or the makeup room. With that, he hurriedly quickened his pace and left. Yang Jiali stared at his retreating figure, his eyes darkening to the extreme. Lear patted Yang Jiali's back and quietly said, Brother Yang, I'm sorry, I was impulsive. Before he could finish, Yang Jiali suddenly stood up, I'm going to the restroom. With his head down, he walked through the corridor and into the nearest restroom, where he punched the porcelain wall several times. He stood silently in front of a white porcelain wall in the bathroom. After venting his anger violently, he walked to the sink. In the mirror, his eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were covered in blood. Suddenly, a man came out of the bathroom. The man spoke, his voice pleasant and gentle. Hurting yourself is not the best way to release your emotions. Yang Jiali's heart trembled. He looked up. The man beside him was wearing a white shirt with a dark blue tie, gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and had a handsome, gentle demeanor. The man didn't say anything further. He took out some band-aids and gently placed them on Yang Jiali's bleeding wounds. Yang Jiali looked at the band-aids on his hand, his eyes welling up. With his head down, he said, Thank you. The man replied softly, You're welcome, it's just a small thing. Yang Jiali forced a smile, took a deep breath, and smelled the man's light cologne. The man sighed softly and said, "The person you dislike will never feel remorse because you are hurt. Take good care of yourself for those who care about you." The man smiled, took out his card holder, pulled out a business card, and handed it to Yang Jiali. "Here's my card. Take it if you need it. I hope to see you again." Yang Jiali accepted the card and took a closer look. Executive President of Ronghai Entertainment Investment Company, Limited, Zhao Shanghai. He looked up at the man's back for a long time. A black business car stopped in front of the mansion. The driver opened the rear door and bent down to talk to Yi Ting, who was reading documents in the back seat. "Mr. Yi, we've arrived at Wennan Mansion. There's light snow outside, please be careful." The driver asked, "Should I wait here until your social engagement is over?" Yi Ting put on his suit jacket, tightened his tie, and instructed the driver to go to the arts center. "Wait for Yang Jiali to finish the rehearsal and bring him over here. Wait downstairs at the mansion." The gathering ended at 10, and all the bosses left one after another. Yi Ting, with his suit jacket over his arm, walked to the entrance of the mansion and saw that the snow had indeed gotten heavier. Just as he opened his umbrella, he heard Ni Yun catching up from behind, speaking to him in a somewhat gentle tone. "The snow is so heavy, and I forgot to bring an umbrella. The snow is heavy, I forgot to bring an umbrella. Director Yi, could you give me a lift? My car is over there." Yi Ting remains expressionless, nods his head. Ni Yun moves closer to Yi Ting, quietly grabs his sleeve and squeezes under the same umbrella with him. Yang Jia silently sits in the car. Perhaps sensing something, he looks out the window. When he sees Ni Yun beside Yi Ting, smiling radiantly and looking intimate, his gaze sharply changes, and after a long while, he lowers his head again, sinking into the darkness. He quietly closes the window, puts on a mask. Yi Ting escorts Ni Yun to his car. Ni Yun opens the door, doesn't rush in. "I really owe you thanks for today, Director Yi." Yi Ting nods calmly. Director Yi has just returned to the country and might not be too familiar with this place. Ni Yun's eyes gradually curve into a smile, his eyes brimming with laughter. "If you need anything, you can contact me anytime. I know many interesting places. You are the person I admire the most. It would be my honor to accompany you and make you happy." The pocket of his suit pants moves slightly. Yi Ting looks down. Ni Yun has quietly slipped a business card with his contact information into the pocket of Yi Ting's suit pants, his fingers discreetly, without making a sound, tracing his leg through the fabric. Yi Ting says nothing and turns back to his car. After getting into the back seat, Yi Ting looks at Yang Jia's profile, frowns and asks, "Why are you wearing a mask all of a sudden?" Yang Jia turns his head slightly, looks at the falling snow outside, and replies, "Cold." Seeing his reaction, Yi Ting knows something is off. His eyes narrow, his presence suddenly becomes more imposing, his voice deep, "Take off the mask." Yang Jia glances at Yi Ting, his tone seemingly prickly, "I would love to take it off. If by doing so, it could infect and kill you, I wouldn't hesitate for a second." Yi Ting's expression cools slightly, and he reaches out to directly pull off Yang Jia's mask. Yang Jiali instantly became furious. "What are you doing?" he shouted, then immediately turned his head and buried it in the dim corner, not letting Yi Ting see. "Lift your head up." Yi Ting couldn't be bothered to waste words anymore. With a cold face, he directly reached out and grabbed Yang Jiali's chin, forcing his whole face towards him. The light in the back seat was very dim, making it hard to see details, but even in the faint light, Yi Ting could see it clearly. There was an unusual red mark on Yang Jiali's originally clean cheek, with a scratch that looked like it was made by a nail, particularly glaring. Yi Ting stared at the scratch on Yang Jiali's face and asked coldly, "What happened to your face?" He pinched Yang Jiali's face so hard that Yang Jiali hissed in pain and forcefully removed Yi Ting's hand from his face. "What are you doing getting physical?" Yang Jiali slapped Yi Ting's hand away, turned his head to the side, gritted his teeth, and still kept his head down, not intending to respond. The curve of Yi Ting's mouth slowly fell, and his face darkened. "I'm asking you, who hit you?" Yang Jiali was getting impatient with Yi Ting's relentless questioning and raised his voice. Ask, aren't you annoyed? What does it have to do with you?" "The person who hit me is the same knee guy you were just walking in the snow with, all cozy under an umbrella." Yi Ting withdrew his hand. "Why did he hit you?" "Because he thinks I overstepped my bounds, that I'm not worthy to share the same rest room with him, and for daring to contradict him in public. So he slapped me in front of everyone, said it was a lesson." Yi Ting listened to the anger and faint resentment in Yang Jiali's tone, and slightly curled the corner of his mouth. "Your tone is so confrontational, do you feel wronged?" Yi Ting looked at him and suddenly laughed. "What do you have to feel wronged about?" His tone carried a hint of coldness, as if mocking him. "This is a dog-eat-dog world with clear rules. You don't understand your own identity, status, and power. You blindly charge forward with a foolish impulse. Who do you think you are? As these words came out, Yang Jiali's face stiffened for a moment. It took a while for his expression to recover, and he snorted as if he didn't care. I never felt anyone would have my back anyway, he said, twisting his body, his head turned towards Yi Ting, falling into a long silence. When the car reached the front of the villa and stopped, Yang Jia immediately got out of the car, disregarding the heavy snow outside. Listening to Tingen's movements aside, when Jiali sends a different time, the child's hand slightly trembles as he looks inside the bag. It wasn't until Yang Jia had slammed the door of the villa shut that he withdrew his gaze. He took out the small business card Ni Yun had secretly slipped into his suit pocket, looking at the vigorous and powerful name Ni Yun written on it. He suddenly smiled, but the smile did not melt the iciness in his eyes. He crumpled the card in his palm, his fist tightening more and more until the veins on the back of his hand bulged out terrifyingly, throbbing visibly. Only then did Yi Ting take a deep breath, nodding his head calmly as he took out his cell phone from his pocket and made a call. As the phone connected, he said into the device, "Find someone to do something for me." The night grew deeper. Yi Ting, a light sleeper, was awakened by a slight noise in the middle of the night. He slowly opened his eyes, supported his body to sit up, and lifted his eyelids to look at the clock. It was 4 a.m. He frowned, put on his slippers, and walked lightly out of his bedroom. When he reached the top of the stairs on the second floor and looked down, he saw Yang Jia, usually a heavy sleeper, still awake at 4 a.m. Yang Jia was sitting on the sofa, staring blankly with his head drooped, motionless like a statue for a long time. He didn't turn on the light and just sat there in the dark living room. He silently filled up some water and cat food for Ah Fu. Yi Ting looked at him in this state, feeling a sudden pang in his heart, causing his breath to hitch. His heart felt a kind of oppressive pressure. He reached out and pressed the switch on the wall. The light came on, startling Yang Jiali, who raised his head suddenly. He noticed Yi Ting standing at the top of the stairs, looked at him for a few seconds, then lowered his eyelids again and threw the pillow aside. Yi Ting asked him why he wasn't sleeping in the middle of the night. Yang Jiali turned his head away and said, "None of your business. Not sleeping late at night, sitting alone in a dark room like he's sick, silent." Yi Ting moved closer to Yang Jiali's face and asked, "Are you trying to gain my sympathy?" Yang Jiali's body stiffened, and he slowly raised his head. He slowly raised his head to meet Yi Ting's gaze and, after a moment, spat out fiercely. Seeing his reaction, Yi Ting didn't get angry but laughed instead. It seemed it was indeed about that slap. Feeling aggrieved, he pinched Yang Jia's hand and pressed the struggling Yang Jia down even more firmly. Yi Ting pressed Yang Jia's hands tightly against the wall, leaning in so close, almost pressing his body against Yang Jia. As if suddenly thinking of something that mattered a lot to him, he stared at Yang Jia closely and asked, "Do you have any regrets now?" To this day, being bullied with no one to help, having to swallow the humiliation. "Do you have any regrets?" "What regrets?" Yang Jia countered. "Regretting breaking up with me." Yi Ting increased the pressure of his grip. "You're well aware if we were still together, if Ni Yun dared to touch a hair on your head, I'd make him suffer 10 times more, pay 100 times over to atone to you, to let you vent your anger." Yang Jia sneered and continued his words, "But we broke up. So you won't stand by my side. Instead, you're happy to stand by and watch my misfortune, to see how miserable I am without you, right?" Yi Ting didn't speak, his smile just deepened slightly. His fingers gently brushed over the slightly healed scars on Yang Jia's face, his hot breath on Yang Jia's ear. His voice was complex and unclear, softly saying, "Baby, be good and tell me, do you regret it?" Yang Jia got angry, his voice slightly trembling. "What does my regret have anything to do with you? Just want to hear how much I regret leaving you, how miserable and unsatisfactory my life is without you, just to satisfy your vanity and gloat over my misfortune." Yang Jiali responded with a cold sneer, suddenly raising his leg aiming to shove Yi Ting's crotch with his knee, hoping to make him roll away. Yi Ting, catching a glimpse of Yang Jiali's movement from the corner of his eye, was already on guard. As Yang Jiali's leg came up, he exerted a fierce force, pinning Yang Jiali between the wall and himself, tightly restraining his body and rendering him immobile. Yi Ting narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and cutting. "I remember you being quite clingy in college. Why are you now so reluctant to be in my company?" Yang Jiali replied, "But the past is the past. You are nothing but a scoundrel now, and I don't want to spend a second by your side." Yi Ting's smile initially lingered at the corners of his mouth, but upon hearing these words, his expression gradually darkened. He coldly said, "Say it again, I don't want to spend a second with you." At this point, Yang Jiali didn't want to beat around the bush with him and tore off the pretense, letting out all the discomfort from the bottom of his heart. Through clenched teeth, he forced out, "I don't want to have anything to do with you." I would rather touch a random person on the street than be touched by you. Yi Ting's expression finally turned completely dark. He lowered his head to look at Yang Jiali's lips, trembling with anger and excitement, and laughed in fury, picking just any man on the street, you dare say that? Yang Jiali, dizzy, lifted his chin. Yi Ting took a deep breath and said, you might not have realized one thing. He tightened his grip on Yang Jiali's hand. Right now, I hold the upper hand. You might end up crying and begging me to fuck you. Yang Jiali retorted with 3 simple and crude words, in your dreams. Using all his strength to push Yi Ting back slightly, Yang Jiali dashed into his own room, slamming the door shut and turning the lock. Yi Ting didn't move, he just emotionlessly watched Yang Jiali's closed door. After a long while, he finally patted his robe and muttered to himself, I didn't plan to act so soon, but now it seems there's no need to wait. The assistant director approached Yang Jiali and told him that the investors were going to have dinner at Juntan Hotel this weekend, and he should come too. Yang Jiali was surprised and pointed at himself, me? The assistant director, losing patience, said, someone wants to talk to you. Stop the nonsense and hurry up. With that, he left. Yang Jiali stared dumbfounded at his retreating figure, unable to snap back to reality, wondering why someone like him, with no status or fame, was being invited to a dinner with major investors. Though he thought this way, Yang Jiali still went to Juntan Hotel and was led into a private room. There he saw the investors enjoying their drinks amidst a lively atmosphere, with laughter and chatter everywhere, except for him. Yi Ting was seated at the main seat with Ni Yun pouring him wine affectionately and engaging in intimate conversation, while Yi Ting was talking to a boss next to him, not sparing a glance in his direction. Yang Jiali silently took the last empty seat. Just after sitting down, an entrepreneur beside him struck up a conversation, asking, you sing well. What's your name? How come I've never seen you before? Yang Jiali politely nodded, it's natural you haven't heard of me due to my lack of fame. The man nodded, smiled, and said, young man, let's drink. Yang Jiali had attended similar gatherings before and knew that competing in drinking was normal in such settings, so he didn't refuse much. As he drank, the chubby boss smiled even wider, bringing a few other small bosses around him to continuously fill Yang Jiali's cup. Yang Jiali, confident in his drinking ability and skillful in dodging or sipping stealthily, plus the alcohol seemingly not very strong, relaxed and drank more than usual. With his face turning a bit red, Yang Jiali shook his head and heard someone toasting Yi Ting, thanking him for hosting such an event and treating them to such expensive wine, saying Yi was very generous. Someone nearby joked and flattered Yi, mentioning that Yi had officially taken over the group, basking in endless glory. Look, the wine served is all collectible, each bottle starting from tens of thousands, with a rich taste and strong after effects, all treasures. Yet, Yi Ting sneered, drink up, drink more. At this point, Yang Jiali was already feeling dizzy and staggered up, making an excuse to go to the restroom to escape the drinking. The alcohol hit him in waves, each more intense than the last. Leaning on the wall, he entered the restroom and stood at the sink, leaning against the wall, his body going limp as he held onto his last bit of consciousness, took out his phone from his pocket, shakily found Li Da's number, and called. The call connected quickly, and without caring if Li Da understood, he mumbled, Li Da, it's me. I can barely walk. Come pick me up, will you? I'm at Junting. But just as he was halfway there, tripping over something, his legs gave way, and he was about to fall uncontrollably when suddenly someone caught him in their arms. Suddenly, someone hugged him, supporting him to prevent him from falling. A man's voice sounded above his head, look at how drunk you've become. Yang Jia managed to open his eyelids and saw it was the fat boss who had been urging him to drink at the table. Yang Jia couldn't care less, grabbed the fat boss's sleeve, and slurred, I want to go home. The fat boss was quite patient and friendly, all right, don't rush. I'll take you home now. Let's go. Yang Jia slightly shook his head, no need, someone will pick me up at the door. His shaking motion and the soft voice from being drunk were like acting coquettishly in his arms, making the fat boss's cheeks instantly heat up, uncontrollably swallowing a gulp. His gaze lingered on Yang Jia's delicate skin, unable to move away. I'll help you rest. Ni Yun sat next to Yi Ting, affectionately poured another glass of wine for Yi Ting, and said, the wine Mr. Yi ordered really packs a punch. I feel like my whole body is going soft, he said, leaning towards Yi Ting as if he was really about to pass out. Ni Yun glanced around, noticed no one was paying attention, and quietly placed a hand on Yi Ting's leg under the table, caressing through a layer of suit pants. You wouldn't be. Yi Ting smiled, slowly turned his head to look at Ni Yun's teasing and ingratiating expression, and leisurely said, scram. Ni Yun's smile stiffened. Yi Ting grabbed Ni Yun's hand from under the table and threw it aside mercilessly. He pulled his clothes together, nodded at the other investors. "I have some urgent matters to attend to. Please continue without me." He quickly stepped out of the private room. Yi Ting asked expressionlessly, "Where is he?" A bodyguard approached and answered, "He went up to the 3rd floor, seems too drunk to stand." "Was he taken there?" Yi Ting nodded. Taken, looking upstairs, drunk, taken. "Let's go, to check, let's go." The fat boss switched to supporting Yang Jia, entered the room, and gasped for air. Looking at Yang Jia's face and body, he was so excited that he was breathless. He hurriedly unbuckled his belt. Just as he was about to step forward, the door was suddenly knocked twice forcefully. The chubby boss frowned. "Who is it?" There was no response from outside, only the knocking grew louder and more urgent. The chubby boss sneered, frowning impatiently as he walked to the door and yanked it open. "Who the hell is knocking on my door? I'm in the middle of..." Before he could finish his sentence, he looked up and saw the icy cold eyes of Yi Ting and immediately let out a yelp. Yi Ting kicked the chubby boss hard in the stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. The chubby boss's face filled with terror. "Mr. Yi, what are you doing?" Yi Ting looked down at him condescendingly, his voice chillingly cold. "Which hand did you use to touch his waist just now?" The chubby boss's eyes widened, but Yi Ting was already impatient. He lifted his leg and stomped hard on the back of the chubby boss's left hand with his shiny black shoe, showing no mercy. Yi Ting lowered his head. Seeing the chubby boss covering his mouth, unable to make a sound, Yi Ting smiled. "My darling, you think you can touch him?" He gave a signal to the bodyguards, who understood immediately. They grabbed the chubby boss and dragged him out, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Once the door was shut, the suite returned to silence. Yi Ting walked to the edge of the bed and looked at Yang Jiali, who was lying there, drunk and mumbling softly. Yang Jiali had his eyes closed and eyebrows furrowed, seeming a bit uneasy, as he mumbled softly, "Home. I want to go home." When Yang Jiali woke up, his head was throbbing with pain. He instinctively tried to move, but his entire body felt like it had been crushed, sharp pain shooting up from his bones. Yang Jiali let out a cry of pain and immediately regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, sitting up in terror. He vaguely remembered being heavily drunk last night. While he was still somewhat sober, he quickly called Lida to pick him up. How did he end up in what looked like a hotel suite? Yang Jiali lifted the blanket and saw his chest, bruised and red. He was no longer a naive 18-year-old boy. He knew very well what these marks meant. His palms were sweating, and he cursed, trembling, "Son of a bitch." The sound of running water in the bathroom stopped. The door opened, and Yi Ting came out wrapped in a towel. When Yang Jiali turned his head and saw him, his eyes widened in shock, almost tearing at the corners. He exclaimed, "I was really fucked by a dog." Yi Ting, expressionless, drying his hair, said coldly, "You're awake. Go freshen up." Yang Jiali didn't speak, still staring at Yi Ting with extreme shock. After a while, he suddenly grabbed a pillow and threw it at Yi Ting. Yi Ting impatiently swatted the pillow away, saying, "What are you doing?" Yang Jiali seemed to go mad, jumping up from the bed. "If you dare mess with me, I'll fight you to the death." But as soon as his feet touched the floor, his legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground. Yi Ting looked at Yang Jiali's miserable state and snorted coldly. Yi Ting put on his suit and tied his tie in front of the mirror. He looked at Yang Jiali, who was still sitting on the floor, and said, "You got drunk last night and were taken to a room by a small investor's boss. I pulled you out of there out of past sentiments. Don't be ungrateful. Besides, it's not the first time for us. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Yang Jiali, clutching his aching butt, hissed through gritted teeth, "Yi Ting, you bastard." Yi Ting ignored Yang Jiali's curses, walked up to him, pulled him up from the ground, and threw him back onto the bed. "If you're not feeling well, just lie in bed," Yi Ting said. "You're not going anywhere today. A driver will come to take you back to the villa later. Rest well, we can talk about everything else after I get off work tonight," Yi Ting said as Yang Jiali's eyes burned with rage. Yi Ting glanced at his watch, like a heartless playboy, and left Yang Jiali alone in the suite, exiting the room. Just as he closed the door, he heard Yang Jiali's furious roar from inside. Yi Ting laughed, shook his head, and went downstairs. Reclaiming Yang Jiali after 5 years brought him unprecedented joy. He went to the company, where his secretary told him, "President Yi, Ni-yun is waiting for you at the office. He says he has an appointment with you." Looking at the bite mark left by his darling on his finger from last night, Yi Ting replied, "Let him wait." He wasn't in a hurry to see Ni-yun. Instead, he methodically dealt with the remaining business from last night and then called several senior executives for a morning meeting. Our Yang was beaten up. How will our doting husband, President Yi, take his revenge? How will our doting CEO Yi exact his revenge? Ni Yun is sitting on the sofa in the reception room, drinking tea. Hearing the noise and seeing Yi Ting coming in, he immediately greets him warmly. Ni Yun asks him, President Yi, you called me in such a hurry, is there something wrong? His face flushed with a hint of red, he lowered his voice and said, as long as President Yi likes it, I can do anything. Yi Ting didn't even look at him and said, really? He pointed to an empty space next to him and said, then you stand over there first. Ni Yun was a bit confused, what? Suddenly, a force came from behind and kicked him hard on the buttocks. Ni Yun was shocked and fell to his knees on the ground immediately. The bodyguards grabbed Ni Yun's hands from behind. Ni Yun, scared by the situation, said, President Yi, what are you doing? Slap, a bodyguard slapped Ni Yun's right cheek, causing his whole head to twist to the side. Yi Ting didn't listen to him but frowned, picked up the phone from the coffee table, and made a call, instructing, have the people been brought back? Keep an eye on him, don't let him run away. Also, tell the housekeeper to prepare some food for him later, and cook a cup of milk sago with extra honey, he loves it. After hanging up, he looked at Ni Yun, who was kneeling with his face already slapped red, and said apologetically, I'm sorry. He raised an eyebrow, why is it only this red? Did you guys use enough force? In the office, there was a continuous slapping sound as the strong bodyguard raised his hand and slapped Ni Yun's face heavily again. Ni Yun screamed in pain, and when he looked up again, the corner of his mouth already tasted of blood. Yi Ting remained indifferent to all this, still sitting on the sofa with an impassive expression. Yi Ting caressed Ni Yun's fingers. His tone was quite gentle, but to Ni Yun's ears, it carried a chill that could seep into his bones. Do you know why I said your hands were beautiful that day? Yi Ting's smile gradually faded, and he looked at Ni Yun expressionlessly. You should have cherished such a pair of beautiful hands. But the last thing you should have done was to hit his face. Ni Yun was stunned, his mind in turmoil, somehow realizing who Yi Ting was talking about. He and I broke up 5 years ago. Yi Ting shook his head somewhat helplessly. Even if I've been holding back for 5 years, I'm only willing to bully him a little, use some tricks on him, press him down, but if it really comes to physically hitting him, causing him pain, I can't bear to. Yi Ting slowly tightened his grip on Ni Yun's hand. Ni Yun soon cried out in pain, grabbing Yi Ting's ankle. President Yi, I dare not anymore, he immediately knelt down. Please, President Yi, let me go. I dare not do it again, President Yi. After a while, Yi Ting surprisingly nodded, saying he could let him go. Ni Yun's body shook, and he looked up in surprise and joy. Really? But you have to do something for me, act out a play for me, Ni Yun blinked. What play? Yi Ting smiled, his gaze drifting off to somewhere as he softly said, a play that will make him have no choice but to seek refuge in my arms. Yi Ting opened the hidden album on his phone, looking at one of the photos where Yang Jiali took the initiative to kiss him, and thought back to the satisfaction of possessing Yang Jiali again last night, feeling content and in high spirits. He was about to close the album when a call came in. The call was from the security staff of the villa, their voice slightly anxious, saying that General Yi and young Master Yang had run off. Yi Ting's expression darkened, and he immediately tightened his grip on the phone. What happened? Young Master Yang was fine in the villa, but suddenly insisted on leaving to go back home. We didn't have time to notify you before he grabbed A. The security guard whispered, today, whoever tries to stop him, he said he'd beat them with his stick fighting technique. We wanted to stop him, but you had instructed us not to lay hands on him, so we let him go. Yi Ting was silent for a while before he came back to his senses. He hung up on the security and thought, Yang Jiali had escaped. With just a closed pole in hand, Yi Ting stumbled and ran, escaping the villa complex. Thinking to himself, what kind of treasure must be hidden in the villa that warranted such heavy security? Once he caught his breath, he suddenly felt conflicted. He didn't know where to go or whom to find. Now, just thinking about Yi Ting saying he wanted to have a serious talk with him tonight made Yang Jiali shiver. Feeling helpless, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he thought of someone. The call connected quickly. Just like that day, the gentle male voice came through. Hearing this, Yang Jiali stuttered for a long while, barely making sense. Hello, I am. Zhao Xianghai, however, was very patient, chuckling softly, don't rush, take your time, it's okay. Yang Jiali's ears turned red. He took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and finally managed to explain his situation. After hearing him out, Zhao Xianghai fell silent for a moment. So, you're saying you've run into some trouble and need a place to lay low for a while, is that right? Yang Jiali nodded. Is 6 o'clock okay? Zhao Shanghai suddenly interrupted him and asked. Yang Jiali was startled for a moment, not reacting. I have a meeting today, I probably won't be free until 6, Zhao Shanghai said. You tell me a place, and I'll drive there at 6. Let's talk first. Do you think that's okay? Upon hearing this, Yang Jiali hurriedly nodded, speaking with a trembling voice from excitement. That's fine, thank you. After hanging up, Yang Jiali wiped his eyes and looked up at the gloomy sky, his nose suddenly sour. With a bittersweet and helpless chuckle, Yang Jiali left. He put on the mask he had just bought and sneaked back to his rented room. He had arranged to meet CEO Zhao at 6 o'clock at a nearby intersection. Before that, he wanted to go back and pack some things. Fumbling for the light switch, he turned on the room's light, and the sight in front of him left him astonished. Yi Ting was seated steadily on a chair not far away, legs crossed, holding an English report, with thin-rimmed metal glasses perched on his nose, expressionlessly watching him. Meeting Yang Jiali's gaze, Yi Ting slowly broke into a smile and said, "Still have the energy to plan an escape? Seems like I wasn't harsh enough last night." Yang Jiali's body shook, and without a word, he turned to run. He had barely reached the foyer, his hand not yet touching the doorknob, when someone slammed the door shut from the outside. Yang Jiali panicked, pulled the doorknob hopelessly, banging and shaking it fiercely. "Open the door. Who's out there? Open it." He yanked at the doorknob with all his might. He pulled the door handle with all his might, but unfortunately, it seemed as if someone outside was holding the door tightly shut. No matter how hard he tried, the door didn't budge, not even a crack. It was tightly closed, determined to trap him inside. Yang Jiali's heart skipped a beat. When he turned around, he saw that Yi Ting had already put down the report and stood up. "Why panic?" Yi Ting said, "Am I going to eat you or something?" Yang Jiali leaned against the door, thinking, "You bastard, aren't you just trying to eat me up, leaving nothing behind?" Yi Ting walked step by step towards Yang Jiali, raising his hand without saying a word, reaching for Yang Jiali. Yang Jiali's face changed, instinctively dodging. Yi Ting took off Yang Jiali's mask and calmly asked, "Why don't you listen?" Yang Jiali frowned, not understanding what he meant. Yi Ting continued to ask, "Why did you try to run away?" Yang Jiali glanced to the side, let out a cold laugh, and replied, "You already dragged me to bed to play. Should I wait to be forced to death by you in a few days if I don't escape? If it wasn't for me last night, you would have been taken by a stranger. I was helping you." Yang Jiali spat and said fiercely, "Helping my ass, that's called drugging." Yi Ting let out a light sound, not refuting. He stared at Yang Jiali for a while, then grabbed his arm, trying to drag him to the other side. Calmly, he took out a wallet and pulled out a card. "This card has 100,000, Yi Ting said indifferently. "Last night indeed happened when you were drunk. So, take this 100,000 as compensation." Yang Jiali squinted his eyes, not having time to get angry. Yi Ting pulled out another card and pushed it in front of Yang Jiali. "This card has 5 million, Yi Ting said with a slight smile at the corner of his lips. "Last night felt pretty good. Although I've had you before, I haven't gotten tired of it after 5 years. The taste still makes me nostalgic. So this 5 million is your fee. If you think it's too little, I can add more." Yang Jiali looked at the card, incredulously raising his head. "You? What do you mean?" Yi Ting smiled, not beating around the bush, and got straight to the point. "Simply put, I want to keep you." Yang Jiali suddenly stood up and slapped him. "Keep your sister." His face turned red with anger, his eyes filled with the rage of being humiliated. "Who are you insulting?" Yi Ting didn't mind and leisurely responded with a "hmm." He looked at Yang Jiali's indignant expression and chuckled. "You've already been with me, so what's there to be embarrassed about? This is a realistic society. I give you what you need, and you give yourself to me. It's a fair trade." Yang Jiali sneered twice. "Keep him a fair trade?" Yi Ting could say such shameless words. Damn, his face is thicker than Jupiter. He roared, "Yi Ting, what the hell do you really want?" Yi Ting held the bank card between his fingers and waved it. "I'll give you another chance. Take the card and be obedient." Yang Jiali directly slapped the card away. Yi Ting raised an eyebrow, not annoyed by Yang Jiali's resistance. He just shook his head helplessly and sighed lightly. "Yang Jiali, it's been 5 years since our breakup." Shaking his head, he said, "The only thing that hasn't changed about you is that you're still as childish as before, unable to understand the situation." Yi Ting slowly stood up, patted his slightly wrinkled collar, and calmly said, "You know my character. I always get what I want. As long as I still find it fresh, I have to play with it until I get tired of it. And you, I know all your weaknesses, friends, career, dreams. Everything you care about, I can control in my hands. Do you understand?" Yang Jiali gritted his teeth, glaring at Yi Ting, and after a while, coldly squeezed out a sentence, "You are a dog." Yi Ting chuckled softly. It seems you're too emotional right now. How about this? I'll give you 3 more days to think it over. I'll come and ask you again in 3 days. After kissing him enough, he released the struggling wolf cub in his arms, smiling, you only have 3 days. Don't act impulsively. Think it over. Good night. After Yi Ting left, Yang Jiali lay down on the ground, feeling completely powerless. The gloomy emotions in his chest were like ink dripping into clear water, gradually spreading and diffusing. He sat alone in the dim room until nearly 6 o'clock. Yang Jiali got up and went downstairs first. He had an appointment with Zhao Shanghai at 6 o'clock nearby. He went to a small coffee shop nearby. Zhao Shanghai took a sip of coffee, looked at Yang Jiali, who had his head down, and asked, "What's going on? Can you tell me in detail?" Yang Jiali glanced at him, wanting to speak but hesitating. If they had met before he was caught by Yi Ting, he would have told the whole story clearly. But after being threatened by Yi Ting just now, he suddenly became worried. He wasn't worried about himself, on the contrary, if it was only him going against Yi Ting, he had nothing to fear, for his life was worthless anyway. Zhao Shanghai's eyes were gentle, and his tone was patient. Don't be afraid. Just tell me what's going on, and we'll figure out a way to solve the problem together, okay? Yang Jiali gritted his teeth for a while, then briefly narrated the situation, omitting Yi Ting's name and his verbal threats. Zhao Shanghai just nodded after listening. I roughly understand. Here, take this. Zhao Shanghai handed him a business card with a smile. Don't worry. There's always a way to solve the problem. Keep this card. It's my lawyer friend's card. I think the best way to deal with someone who keeps trying to coerce you is to call the police or file a lawsuit to eliminate future troubles. What do you think? Yang Jiali sniffled, looking at Zhao Shanghai's warm smile, and still took the card, holding it gently in his hand. He didn't say much, just nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, I understand." Hearing Zhao Shanghai's concerned words, Yang Jiali felt a lump in his throat. A stranger he had only met once or twice could show such kindness, yet Yi Ting, his ex-boyfriend who once loved him dearly, now left him almost without a way out. After thanking Zhao Shanghai profusely, Yang Jiali returned to his rented room. For the next 2 days, he didn't even step outside, just staying alone in the small, dim room. Zhao Shanghai listened and just nodded. I probably understood it. Zhao Shanghai handed him a business card and smiled. He said, don't worry. There's always a way to solve this problem. Sent a photo to Yang Jiali. The content of the photo was simple, 2 contracts. They were the contracts of Li Da and Li with a signing period of 8 years. Yang Jiali understood the intention behind Yi Ting sending this photo. Yi Ting was using Li Da and Li to force him to comply. Yang Jiali closed the message box and immediately called Yi Ting. Neither of them spoke upon connection. They could only hear each other's breathing, like a silent contest. After a long time, Yang Jiali finally spoke with a hoarse voice, "Are you happy if you drive me to death?" Yi Ting laughed. He did not answer Yang Jiali's question but calmly reminded him, "You have 10 hours left." After hanging up, Yang Jiali received a WeChat message from Li Da. In WeChat, Li Da sent him a photo. In the photo, Li Da and Li were sitting in the smallest practice room of the company, rehearsing with guitars in front of the microphone under the toughest conditions, and grinning at the camera. Li Da asked him, "Brother Yang, we are rehearsing." Yang Jiali did not reply. After a while, he wiped his reddened eyes and replied with a smile, "Super cool." After replying to this message, Yang Jiali put away his phone. He pulled a scarf and a coat from the side and went out for the first time in 3 days. Yang Jiali went into Heshan Cemetery alone. The sky was still dark, and the hazy mist had not yet cleared. The entire cemetery was silent and solemn. Yang Jiali's slender figure moved through the morning fog, familiarly walking to a tombstone. It was a simple granite tombstone with a photo of a short-haired woman who had a warm smile. Yang Jiali looked at that photo for a long time without saying a word. He pulled out a handkerchief he had prepared in advance from his pocket and quietly began to wipe the tombstone. I also wiped the dust off the tombstone. Yang Jiali sat down leaning against the tombstone. He looked up, squinting at the dim light on the horizon, and called out softly, "Mom." Yang Jiali gently pressed his head against the tombstone, speaking in a voice so faint it was as if he were sharing an intimate secret with someone. "Things haven't been going well lately. I might have to take medicine again. But don't worry, your son's tough. It's just a small thing. I got through it before, and I'll get through it this time too. Slowly but surely, really." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Lately, I've been dreaming a lot. I dream that as soon as I push open the door, you're standing in the kitchen where you can see the sunset. You're wearing that checkered apron, sweat all over your face, and your hair sticking to your forehead. You're busy cooking dumplings, scolding me for coming home so late, and telling me to come and eat dinner. The whole house is filled with the warm steam from the dumplings. Yang Jiali sniffled and said, there's one more thing. I have to tell you, but you can't blame me. Remember that guy you wouldn't let me be with a few years ago? He's back. It's not because he still has feelings for me, though. He hates me now. He's doing everything he can to humiliate and deflate me. He's even forcing me to be his bedmate. He has immense power now. What can I do, Mom? Don't scold me. I guess I'm sacrificing myself for righteousness. Anyway, it's just this wretched life of mine. No one would miss me. If I die, it's on him. I'm not afraid anymore. Yang Jiali murmured to himself until noon. When he left the cemetery, his face was even more ashen. The driver took him to Yi Ting's villa. Yi Ting was sitting comfortably in a wicker chair, wearing gray loungewear that was simple yet stylish. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, holding a cup of rich coffee in one hand and a report in the other. Yang Jiali silently walked up to him. Yi Ting's eyes remained on the report as he took a sip of coffee and said, you're fairly punctual. Yang Jiali said, if you really want to keep me, you'd better tell Xiao Xia. I don't want to be the third party. Don't worry, Yi Ting chuckled, you definitely won't be the third party. Yang Jiali said nothing more and headed toward the room. He had only taken a few steps when Yi Ting turned his chair and called out to him, stop right there. Yang Jiali halted his steps. Yi Ting looked at his lean figure from behind. Previously, you were cooking, so I let you live downstairs. Now that you are my bed partner, you know the duties you need to fulfill without me having to remind you, right? Yang Jiali turned his head and glanced at Yi Ting, his eyes like two clumps of dead ashes. He silently changed direction and went upstairs to Yi Ting's bedroom. Watching Yang Jiali go upstairs, Yi Ting didn't say a word but murmured, interesting. Now he's using silence to show resistance? Yang Jiali went straight back to the room without paying any attention to Yi Ting. He adjusted his glasses, stood up without saying anything, and slowly made his way upstairs, gently pushing open the door. Looking at Yang Jiali's lifeless demeanor, Yi Ting's tone suddenly turned cold. What's this now, showing me attitude to let me know how reluctant you are? Yang Jiali replied dryly, no. Then don't put on this pitiful act, Yi Ting said. Things are different now. I'm not as easily softened as before. Yang Jiali responded indifferently, understood. Yi Ting observed his response, which seemed very obedient on the surface, but the irritation and bitterness in his heart suddenly intensified. Squinting his eyes, he lifted Yang Jiali's quilt and took off his bathrobe. Looking down at Yang Jiali's body, he said in an indisputable tone, spread your legs. Hearing Yi Ting's command, Yang Jiali paused for a moment. He looked at Yi Ting standing not far away, his hands unconsciously gripping the sheets tighter, the knuckles straining against the skin, his nails digging in. Yi Ting stared at Yang Jiali's reaction. Seeing Yang Jiali's obvious resistance and unease, it provoked him to continue issuing the command. I'll say it one last time. Spread your legs. Yang Jiali's teeth chattered softly. He looked at the ceiling, taking deep breaths in and out. After a moment, he closed his eyes and slowly spread his legs. Yi Ting untied the towel around his waist and turned off the light. In the dim room, only the sound of accelerated heartbeats and muffled groans were left. After it ended, Yi Ting carried Yang Jiali to the bathroom to bathe. Lying in the bathtub, hot water poured down from his head, but Yang Jiali remained lifeless with no reaction at all. Only when foam got into his eyes did he reach out to wipe it away. Yi Ting held him tightly and whispered in his ear, I told you before, I can make you willingly spread your legs and beg me. See, I did it. Yang Jiali hung his head in silence. Yi Ting narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Yang Jiali didn't speak and left the bathroom directly. Yi Ting watched his back, feeling as if a cat was clawing at his chest. Following his pace and plan, using some means to bring Yang Jiali back and keep him by his side, he considered it a major part of his success. He's already more than halfway to success. What remains is to push Yang Jiali to open up, to make him belong to him both physically and mentally. But now, although he has tied him down under the pretext of a kept relationship, he is not at ease. Yi Ting always feels that the current Yang Jiali seems to be slowly turning into a young poplar tree immersed in winter cold, shedding all its vibrant leaves, leaving only gray branches standing silently in the wind, decayed and silent. Around 2 a.m., Yi Ting was woken up by a dense and tight rustling sound beside him. He opened his eyes and glanced sideways. Yang Jiali was still asleep. He just wasn't very still, his head moving slightly, his lips opening and closing as if he was saying something. Yi Ting leaned in a bit closer, guessing that Yang Jiali might just be having a nightmare. He felt slightly relieved, gently kissed his forehead, and said, Baby, it's just a nightmare. Go back to sleep. Just as he was about to lie back down, his body had just started to move when Yang Jiali's faint whimper floated into his ears. He heard Yang Jiali softly say, "I don't want to die. Save me." Yi Ting's body stiffened sharply. He was very afraid that Yang Jiali had contracted a terminal illness. The next morning, after washing up and coming downstairs, Yi Ting saw that Yang Jiali had already made pancakes. Yi Ting sat at the dining table, watching Yang Jiali bring the pancakes out on a plate and place them in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and after a while, he casually said, "Why does your face look so lifeless? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Yang Jiali's motion of eating the pancake paused for a second. He said, "No." The two of them ate breakfast each with their own thoughts. Watching Yang Jiali's back, Yi Ting still felt a bit uneasy. Yi Ting took out his phone and called his personal assistant. On the other end, he calmly instructed, "Find a reliable hospital for me and arrange for a full medical checkup." The assistant briskly replied, "Yes, Mr. Yi." After hanging up the phone, Yi Ting half lay in his seat. It felt like something was gripping his heart tightly. During work, he kept thinking about Yang Jiali's state. This feeling of irritation affected Yi Ting's work efficiency all day. Yi Ting was leaning back in his boss chair, resting when the phone on his desk vibrated. He picked it up and saw it was Ni Yun. Ni Yun cautiously reported to him over the phone, "President Yi, I have performed the scene you instructed in front of him." Yi Ting looked at the distant cityscape through the floor-to-ceiling window and tapped his fingers on the wooden desk. What was his reaction? Ni Yun paused and quietly answered, "No reaction." He just sat there. Yi Ting's fingers paused, and his gaze suddenly turned dark. He hung up the phone, his brow still furrowed. He had a gut feeling that Yang Jiali was hiding something from him. In the evening after work, Yi Ting canceled all his engagements and drove straight home. Opening the door, he didn't see Yang Jiali's figure in the living room. Yi Ting squinted slightly, feeling a bit displeased. He hurried upstairs, opening every door and searching each room carefully, but still couldn't find Yang Jiali. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Yi Ting's heart, his chest tightened slightly, and an overwhelming sense of agitation surged from his chest. He hurriedly took out his phone from his pocket, about to instruct his subordinates to immediately track Yang Jiali's whereabouts and bring him back. At that moment, he caught sight of a figure quietly sitting on the second-floor balcony out of the corner of his eye. Yi Ting put down his phone and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window for a closer look. Yang Jiali was sitting upright on the balcony, motionless. Yang Jiali and the cat sat there like sculptures, silent and lonely. Yi Ting slowly pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window and walked up to Yang Jiali. Yang Jiali sensed a shadow looming over him, looked up briefly, then lowered his head again. Yi Ting squatted down. He asked, looking at the side of Yang Jiali's face, "Didn't you hear me calling for you? Why didn't you respond?" Yang Jiali replied indifferently, "I didn't hear." Yi Ting cupped Yang Jiali's face, forcing him to look directly at him. "Answer me." Yang Jiali was silent for a moment, then stood up and brushed off his clothes. His voice was devoid of emotion. "Do you want to do it?" Yi Ting's brow slightly furrowed. Yang Jiali brushed off Yi Ting's hand and turned around. "I'm going to take a shower." He walked gloomily towards the floor-to-ceiling window and was about to go inside when Yi Ting quickly caught up to him, turned him around, and pressed him forcefully against the wall. Yi Ting looked into Yang Jiali's dull eyes, emotion swirling inside him. "What do you mean?" Yang Jiali calmly replied, "Didn't you come looking for me to do it? I'll comply." Seeing him like this, Yi Ting felt irritated and conflicted, suddenly unable to go through with it. The next morning, the car drove straight to the hospital entrance. Seeing the hospital, Yang Jiali's expression finally showed some panic. "Why are we at the hospital?" Yi Ting didn't look at him, his voice heavy. "A checkup." Yang Jiali stiffened. "I'm fine, I don't need a checkup. I want to go back." Yi Ting held him down with one hand and said with an unyielding tone, "It's not up to you." Yang Jiali's complexion changed, and he instinctively tried to open the car door to escape. Yi Ting trapped him in his arms, suppressed Yang Jiali's struggles and resistance, and coldly took him into the hospital. At the private hospital, Yi Ting's assistant had already made arrangements in advance, so a nurse dedicated to guiding them through the medical examination process greeted them with a smile, all the way to the last procedure which required drawing blood. Upon seeing the needle for blood drawing, Yang Jiali's face turned pale instantly. The nurse patiently persuaded him, "Mr. Yang, it's the last step. Once the blood is drawn, the physical examination will be complete." Fear was evident in Yang Jiali's eyes, and his voice trembled, "No drawing." Suddenly, Yang Jiali dashed towards the hospital's main entrance, but Yi Ting quickly caught up and grabbed Yang Jiali's arm. Yang Jiali struggled fiercely, his complexion growing even more determined as he resisted, shouting, "No drawing, no drawing." The more violently he struggled, the more Yi Ting felt something was amiss. The blood must be drawn. He ordered his subordinates and the nurse to hold the person down. Without any mercy, he grabbed Yang Jiali's arm, and through gritted teeth, told the nurse at the window, "Draw his blood." Yang Jiali's entire arm began to tremble, and the nurse quickly picked up the blood-drawing needle. Before even starting, Yi Ting forcefully pressed Yang Jiali's head against his chest. Leaning close to Yang Jiali's ear, he said the most gentle words he had uttered in these days, "Baby, be good, it's just a moment. It won't hurt, don't be afraid." The moment the needle pierced Yang Jiali's arm, Yi Ting could clearly feel Yang Jiali's body shudder. Yang Jiali's body trembled. For some reason, Yi Ting suddenly felt uncertain. He suddenly became a little afraid to see Yang Jiali's medical report. Yi Ting spoke up, "The medical report will be out soon." Yi Ting grabbed his wrist, "Is there anything you need to tell me before then?" "Really, nothing hidden?" Yang Jiali's Adam's apple moved slightly as he said, "No." After work, Yi Ting went to a nearby private boxing gym. When he entered the VIP area, he happened to see his buddy, who had boxed with him for many years. This buddy was named Xiao Yeshu, and he had a very close relationship with Yi Ting. They fought a fierce match in the ring, almost like beasts, and then rested by the ring. Xiao Yeshu handed Yi Ting a bottle of water. "What's up today? You're fighting so hard, not holding back at all." Yi Ting didn't speak, unscrewed the cap with a grim face, and took a few gulps. He thought about the medical examination this morning. The doctor said, "We conducted a comprehensive physical examination of Mr. Yang. According to the results, there are no major physiological diseases. Please rest assured." Yi Ting's eyes scanned the text on the report eagerly. The doctor explained, regarding Mr. Yang's stomach condition, "From the examination and inquiry results, Mr. Yang has some damage to the gastric mucosa due to long-term alcohol consumption." Coming back to his senses, he frowned and asked again, "Since there's nothing wrong physically, why does he always look so ill?" The doctor pondered for a long time and answered, "On this point, I think it would be better for you to ask Mr. Yang yourself. I believe it's more of a personal emotional issue, perhaps something has been bothering him recently." Hearing this, Yi Ting quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "I understand." Xiao Yeshu rubbed his arm that had been hurt by Yi Ting's punches earlier and tentatively asked, "What's wrong? Did that little lover you brought home make you angry?" Yi Ting glanced at him coldly and sneered, "If I don't vent first, I'm afraid I'll torment him to death when I get home." Yi Ting drives home, comes out after taking a shower, stands by the window, and gestures with his eyes for him to lie down on the bed. Under the dim moonlight that seeped in with the chill of the night, Yang Jia could feel the warmth of Yi Ting's body approaching in the dark. He looked at Yang Jia's dim eyes and asked through gritted teeth, "Now you are so reluctant to stay by my side, forcing yourself into this sickly, depressed, and numb state?" Yang Jia's eyes flickered, his breathing grew heavy. Yi Ting added pressure to his grip, "I'll give you one last chance to tell the truth. Tell me if you are hiding anything from me." Yang Jia closed his eyes and pursed his lips. Yi Ting laughed, bit Yang Jia's earlobe, and then kissed him on the cheek. "If I find out you've hidden something very important from me in the future, Yang Jia, don't blame me for not being gentle with you." After the storm, Yi Ting held Yang Jia's hand and went to sleep. After hearing Yi Ting's even breathing, Yang Jia slowly opened his eyes. It seemed as if there were dark shadows floating in front of him, making him slightly dizzy. There was also a surge of emotions in his chest, making him gasp for air in bursts. Unable to sleep until 3 a.m., Yang Jia swallowed quietly, gently turned his head, and confirmed that Yi Ting was asleep. He carefully withdrew his hand from Yi Ting's grasp. He put on his pajamas, got out of bed with light movements, and walked downstairs. Yang Jia opened the door to the room he used to live in. He walked to a small cabinet in the corner, crouched down, and slowly pulled out the bottom drawer. Inside the drawer were several bottles of medicine. Yang Jia took out a small bottle without a label. Just as he was about to twist off the cap, he heard a deep and cold male voice behind him, "What are you eating?" Yang Jiali's body shuddered violently, and his hand, which was twisting the cap, instantly stiffened. With an outstretched hand, Yi Ting forcefully pulled Yang Jiali over, and seeing the panic that flashed through Yang Jiali's eyes, he commanded sternly, "Give me what you're eating." Yang Jiali was forced to turn around. He calmed his emotions forcibly, and turned his head, "I haven't eaten yet." Yi Ting scrutinized Yang Jiali's expression and opened his hand. Yang Jiali hesitated for a few seconds, then extended his hands wide open, revealing they were empty. He said forcefully, "Like I said, I haven't had the chance to eat yet. Everything is in the cupboard." Yi Ting turned on the light, squatted down, and pulled out the entire drawer, then poured all the bottles and jars from inside it next to him. The little bottles rolled around, clinking loudly. Yi Ting looked deeply at Yang Jiali and began to inspect the bottles one by one. Yang Jiali stood by, occasionally looking nervous, his face slightly pale, and sweat forming on his forehead. Yi Ting had turned over all the medicine bottles. Pointing to the pile of bottles, Yi Ting asked Yang Jiali, "What are you eating these for?" To regulate the body, Yang Jiali touched his nose, took out the bottle of melatonin, and poured 2 pills onto his palm. "I was planning to eat 2 of these because I can't sleep. This helps with sleep." Yi Ting nodded, "Okay, then I'll take these bottles away. I will have someone check the pills inside to see exactly what they are, and then I'll return them to you." Yang Jiali tried to appear nonchalant, "Whatever." Yi Ting's tone was thick with threat and danger. "If I find out you're lying to me, I'll make you cry without tears." He pulled Yang Jiali back upstairs and lay down on the bed. Yang Jiali kept his back to Yi Ting, staring into the dark corner of the room. The wall clock still ticked away, the late night was silent. Waiting until Yi Ting behind him was once again sleeping soundly, Yang Jiali quietly turned his head to look at him and sighed in relief. He curled up slightly, gently pulling out an unlabeled small medicine bottle from his pajama sleeve and poured out 2 pills. Looking at the bottle in the light, he sneakily popped 2 pills into his mouth, then gently tossed the bottle under the bed. The bottle silently rolled under the bed along the carpet. The next morning, Yi Ting rushed to the company without stopping for a moment. After the morning meeting, Yi Ting walked into his office, followed by his assistant who reported to him the matters and schedule. "Mr. Yi, you have a phone call with the CEO of Shengmao at 3 o'clock this afternoon and need to attend the launch ceremony of the Business Innovation Union at 4. Besides, you need to go to France tomorrow to meet with the French team. The trip is planned for 5 days. Flights and accommodations have been booked." Yi Ting, looking down at his documents, nodded, "Okay, got it." The assistant bowed and turned to leave when Yi Ting suddenly called her back. He took out a bag of medicine bottles he had collected from Yang Jia's place from the drawer. Yi Ting took a bag of medicine bottles he had collected from Yang Jiali's place out of the drawer and handed it to his assistant with a cold voice, instructing, "Find someone reliable to check these pills in the bottles, see exactly what they are. Tell me the results before I leave for a business trip to France. By the way, I asked about this villa I'm currently living in." The assistant stroked his chin, thinking for a moment and replied, "It shouldn't have any. Since you've just been reassigned back to the country, this villa hasn't been renovated before your return. It's been completely vacant, so there's no security surveillance installed." Yi Ting hummed in acknowledgement and immediately asked someone to get a system set up, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, indicating urgency. The assistant agreed and left the office. Yi Ting sat silently in the spacious office, looking at his mobile phone. He has always been suspicious by nature. Yang Jiali's reactions these days have been too off, and he always felt there was a problem. He furrowed his brows. He dialed Yang Jiali's number. The call connected quickly, but it wasn't Yang Jiali who answered. It seemed to be his friend called Li De. "Brother Yang is out with us right now. He's drunk and shouting wildly. Hey, Brother Yang, don't bite, I can't breathe." In a cool voice, Yi Ting said, "Send me the address, I'll come to pick him up." After receiving the location from Li De, Yi Ting personally drove to the place. Before even reaching the corner, Yi Ting saw from afar that Yang Jiali was clinging tightly to Li De, refusing to let go. Yi Ting's expression turned even colder. He stopped the car and opened the door. Li De seemed not to expect that the person coming to pick up Yang Jiali would be such a formidable and imposing man. He was stunned for several seconds before coming to his senses. To Yang Jiali, who was lying on him, Li De said, "Brother Yang, wake up, your friend has come to pick you up." Yang Jiali struggled to open his eyes, murmuring incoherently, refusing to leave. "Hand him over to me." Yi Ting's face was tense. "Hand over the man to me." Li De reached out his hand. "Hand him over to me." Li De obliged with a sound of agreement and was about to push Yang Jiali towards Yi Ting. He held Li De even tighter, like a lifeline. Li De scratched his head awkwardly. "Brother Yang, can you let go, please?" Yang Jiali shook his head slightly, his voice tinged with drunkenness. "I won't go." Seeing Yang Jiali clutching another man tightly, a rage burned in Yi Ting's chest, heading straight up. He narrowed his eyes, his expression icy cold, not wasting any more words. He directly grabbed Yang Jiali's arm, forcibly pulled him away from Li De, and dragged him into his own embrace. Yang Jiali was indeed severely drunk. Being forcibly pulled into Yi Ting's arms, he was still very restless, constantly looking in Li De's direction with desperation in his drunken eyes, muttering "I won't go" under his breath. Yi Ting's expression turned icy cold. He held Yang Jiali's wrist, preventing him from getting any closer to Li De. Yi Ting firmly pressed the struggling Yang Jiali against his chest, sniffed the heavy scent of alcohol on him, and his eyes immediately filled with displeasure. He asked Lida, why did he drink himself into this state all of a sudden? Lida sighed lightly. It's like this every year, his mother's death anniversary is coming up soon. This event has hit Brother Yang hard. Every year around this time, he always ends up drinking like this once or twice. Yi Ting snorted lightly and said no more. Yi Ting took him home, forcibly bathed him, and then got him into bed. Yang Jiali's body was still as thin as before, not having gained much weight despite 5 years apart. His skin as self-cleaning as ever. At this moment, with the alcohol effect and after soaking in hot water, a slight redness appeared on his fair, soft skin. Yi Ting stared at him for a long time, then removed his clothes. He leaned down to embrace Yang Jiali in his arms and said softly with a warm breath, I'm going on a business trip to France tomorrow, and I don't want any unpleasantness. So be a bit more compliant today, and listen well. Yang Jiali's hands are restrained, and she seems very uncomfortable, slightly turning her head away while still whispering and moaning in a low voice, Mama Lida. Yi Ting heard Yang Jiali's moans and couldn't help but frown. He stopped kissing and leaned in to listen more carefully. Yang Jiali kept murmuring, but other than Mom and Lida, she didn't call anyone else. A fire of unknown origin flared in Yi Ting's heart, mixed with a bit of sourness and reluctance. He grasped Yang Jiali's chin, turned her face towards him, and said soothingly but firmly, Say Yi Ting. Yang Jiali's eyes were dull. She didn't open her mouth even as Yi Ting increased the pressure in his hand, getting even closer, his tone more urgent and coercive, Be good and say Yi Ting. Yang Jiali's lips moved, but in the end, she didn't say it. Yi Ting coaxed her for a long time, but Yang Jiali still didn't say his name. His face went from gloomy to calm and then a smile appeared. He said coolly, It seems you're still not obedient. He let go of her, got out of bed, opened the drawer, and took out the cuffs. With a cold face, Yi Ting opened the cuffs and lifted Yang Jiali's hands above her head, shackling them to the bedpost. Yang Jiali seemed to realize something was wrong, struggling frantically like prey caught in a net, causing the metallic cuffs to clash against the bedpost with a sharp and cold sound. Yi Ting paused for a moment, about to say something, when he heard Yang Jiali call out his name with a trembling, weak voice, Yi Ting. Yi Ting paused, reached out to touch Yang Jiali's hair, and unlocked the cuffs on her wrists, his eyes finally showing some warmth. Wouldn't it have been better to be like this from the start? He bent down, his fingers gently brushing across Yang Jiali's feverish eyelids, and while she was still intoxicated, he asked again, You've been unwell for so many days, were you deliberately putting on this act, or is there something else you're hiding from me? Be honest and tell me. Yang Jiali didn't speak, suddenly stretching out her hand to hug Yi Ting's neck. Yi Ting was slightly taken aback. With a drunken tone, Yang Jiali huskily sobbed in Yi Ting's ear, Yi Ting, I'm sad. He pressed Yang Jiali's head into his chest and kissed her on the cheek, asking, Besides being sad, is there anything else more important? Yang Jiali kept repeating the same line, Yi Ting, I'm sad. Yi Ting sighed. If you're feeling upset now, don't be moody anymore. If you were as obedient as you were today, would I need to resort to those methods? The next day, when Yang Jiali woke up, the space beside him was empty. He lay numbly on the bed for a while. He got up, washed, and went to the dining room. There was a note on the table. Yang Jiali picked up the note and saw it was Yi Ting's handwriting. It said that he had to go to France on a business trip for 5 days and to call him if anything came up. Call him if you need anything. Breakfast is in the thermal box, remember to eat. Yang Jiali crumpled the note into a ball and threw it into the trash can. After making sure that Yi Ting had really gone on a business trip, he silently breathed a sigh of relief, squatted down, and with great effort, pulled out the tiny bottle of medicine from under the bed. Yang Jiali blew the dust off the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and poured out a pill. He swallowed it in one gulp. In Paris, France, which is 6 hours behind, Yi Ting had just returned to the hotel with the senior team. The assistant handed him a tablet with the screen lit up. He took the tablet and saw that it was playing a segment of surveillance video that had been cropped and enlarged. His finger touched the screen where Yang Jiali was taking the medicine, and after a long while, Yi Ting handed the tablet back to the assistant and said calmly, Contact someone reliable back home to take a few pills from this bottle as samples. Find out the name of the medicine and its indications immediately. Don't let him find out. The assistant acknowledged, and suddenly Yi Ting smiled and said, He really is hiding something from me. The next day, at the performance center, Yang Jiali, along with Lida and Lier, put on makeup and changed costumes. Coordinating with the director's team, they went through the process again. They squeezed in the corridor, waiting until 8 o'clock, when the staff called them to the backstage to prepare for their performance. In the bustling and tense backstage, Lida and Lier looked at the stage lights, breathing heavily. Yang Jiali quietly patted their backs, comforting them, We've rehearsed so many times, relax. Li Da nodded and took a deep breath. The director's instructions came through the earpiece, and Yang Jiali, along with Li Da and Li got onto the lift and rose to the stage. Yang Jiali stood under the spotlight, his voice faintly youthful and clear. At the end of a song, the entire audience listened quietly. Yang Jiali suddenly burst into tears. No one knew that this song was written for his mother. When he was young, his mother would wash dishes and sweep the floor, and he would often cling to her leg like a clingy little cat, singing counting ducks and blowing bubbles with his childish voice. Back then, he thought that one day he would write a beautiful song and sing it for his mother. But by the time he grew up and wrote beautiful songs, his mother didn't have many days left. No matter how hard he worked to earn money for her treatment, his mother never opened her eyes again. After the song, Yang Jiali listened to the applause from the audience. He thought, millions of people heard this song, but in this life, his mother couldn't hear it. Yang Jiali put down the microphone, bowed deeply, wiped away his tears, and walked off the stage. Backstage, Li quietly handed him a pack of tissues. Yang Jiali took the tissues and was about to thank him when a sarcastic remark sounded again. Pretty good acting, tears on command. Such low-level hype, Wang Yang sneered at Yang Jiali, looking disdainful. Pretend all you want, crying like your mother died. Yang Jiali stopped abruptly. He slowly turned his head, his originally tense face now looked deeply hurt. His expression turned gloomy as he looked at Wang Yang and suppressed his anger, replying, "Shut your filthy mouth." Wang Yang was intimidated by his gaze and took a step back. Wang Yang muttered quietly, "A bastard with no one to raise him." Yang Jiali's eyes suddenly flashed with fierceness, like a wolf ready to strike. He said coldly, "Say that again if you dare." The commotion had already drawn the attention of those around, and everyone backstage perked up their ears, waiting to watch the drama unfold. Wang Yang sneered, "I said you're a bastard with no one to raise you." He lightly touched his face, mocking, "You act quite well. Come on, take a shot if you dare." Just as Wang Yang finished speaking, before he could react, Yang Jiali had already swung his fist, landing a punch squarely on Wang Yang's face. Wang Yang was punched so hard that he staggered back a few steps, almost falling onto someone else. Chaos erupted backstage. Yang Jiali, with eyes burning red, looked ready to beat Wang Yang severely. Fortunately, Li Da and Li held him back with all their strength. It wasn't until the staff surrounded them and the event director scolded them harshly that the commotion ceased. Before the event ended, Yang Jiali, along with Li Da and Li were thrown out of the performance center. Standing at the main entrance, Li Da looked at Yang Jiali's expression and worriedly asked, "Yang Ji, are you okay?" Yang Jiali gritted his teeth with determination, and with red, strained eyes, he shook his head. In a hoarse voice, he said, "You all go back first. I'm fine. I'll take a cab back to the villa." As soon as the door was opened, Yang Jiali hurriedly rushed to the bedroom, silently washed his hands, brushed his teeth, and climbed into bed. He fished out a bottle of medicine from under the bed, stuffed a pill into his mouth, and gulped down water. When he finally calmed down, he opened his hand and realized it was still trembling. Unbeknownst to him, his fingernail had cut his palm, and there was a patch of fresh blood. He slept extremely unrestfully, tossing and turning several times before falling asleep. Yang Jiali was woken up by the continuous ringing of his cell phone. In a daze, he answered the call and put it to his ear. Li Da's exceedingly anxious voice came through, "Brother Yang, where are you?" Yang Jiali opened his eyes, "I'm in the room." Li Da's voice was trembling, "Forget it, I won't ask you about that now. Just check to see if there's any media waiting outside to ambush you. Quick, take a look." Yang Jiali jolted awake, sat up, and stumbled to the window. He cautiously pulled the curtain open a crack. The usually quiet villa entrance was today surprisingly crowded with various people, those with cameras, holding microphones, broadcasting live on the internet. Some were blocking the entrance, in a waiting posture. Li Da seemed to have guessed the situation and tried to stay calm. "Brother Yang, listen to me. Hide and don't go outside at all." Yang Jiali let the curtain fall back into place. "What's going on?" Li Da sounded quite angry, gritting his teeth. "Check Weibo." After hanging up, Yang Jiali opened the long-neglected Weibo to find the top trending search, "Heartache for Wang Yang." A video clip shot from behind by an onlooker has gone viral, pushing the heat to a climax. The video was cleverly edited to show Yang Jiali swinging a punch at Wang Yang's face and seemingly going berserk trying to beat him harshly. As soon as the video came out, it caused a sensation. Wang Yang himself then posted a public announcement video. In the video, with a band-aid on his face, he spoke to the camera, "Thank you to the fans who care about me, and please stop spreading the video.
Please stop spreading the video. I don't want anyone else to be hurt by this. Thank you." Yang Jiali could feel his teeth clenching. Holding his breath, he opened his Weibo, which had very few followers. His Weibo comment section was completely dominated by Wang Yang's massive fanbase, filled with unspeakable insults. Putting down his phone, Yang Jiali's breathing suddenly grew heavy, his complexion turning ashen. A spasm in his stomach changed his expression, and he rushed into the bathroom, slipping along the way. He vomited violently into the toilet, then huddled next to the chilly porcelain wall, closed his eyes, and the buzzing in his ears began, as if he could hear the mocking laughter and insults from all around. In the dim light, Yang Jiali took deep breaths, visibly agitated in an abnormal way. It felt like a dark emotion was stuck in his chest, rising to his throat, about to overwhelm him. As if everything was being swallowed by darkness, Yi Ting was called out of a meeting by his assistant in Paris, France. Yi Ting left the meeting room and adjusted his tie, somewhat irritable. "What's the matter?" he asked. The assistant handed him a tablet and whispered a few words. Yi Ting's gaze darkened as he looked at the chaotic public opinion on the tablet. He said to contact relevant media to suppress the discussion and shift the focus. The assistant blinked. "What else shall we do?" Yi Ting paused for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled and waved his hand. "Don't take any action just yet." The assistant looked puzzled. Yi Ting handed the tablet back. "Last time with Ni Yun's incident, you had it resolved behind my back before I even knew it. This time, let's wait." The assistant whispered, "The online abuse is quite severe." Yi Ting hummed softly in response, "A little hardship will do him good. He's been too emotional lately, always with a deathly pale face, not knowing how to bow his head nor how to listen." Taking a deep breath, Yi Ting chuckled, "I'll wait for him to ask me for help personally." Yang Jiali still sat on the floor. Despite the warmth of the room, he felt cold all over, with his lips and fingers trembling continuously, like a shivering, stiff-stricken stray dog on a winter's night. He closed his eyes, and the buzzing in his ears didn't stop for a moment, the noise coming from all directions. His phone on the floor rang again, startling him. He grabbed the phone in a panic. It was an incoming call from an unknown number. Subconsciously, he answered the call. Before the phone even reached his ear, he heard a cold, resentful voice from the other end, loudly cursing, "Bug, go die. If you punch Wang Yang, countless people will punch your corpse. Just wait, you won't die a good death." Yang Jiali abruptly hung up. Right after the call ended, his phone started vibrating continuously, non-stop. Text messages from various unknown numbers kept flooding his inbox, all filled with unbearable insults. Yang Jiali knew his mobile number must have been exposed. He didn't dare to open a single message, hastily turned off his phone, and even removed the SIM card. He leaned against the headboard, feeling waves of nausea and a suffocating pain in his chest, lying on the ground in agony. He glanced at the calendar on the desk. That date was circled in big. It was the anniversary of his mother's death. Yang Jiali eventually ended up with severe depression. This day was the anniversary of his mother's death. He would visit his mother's grave and talk to her, never missing a year. He packed the pancakes he had cooked into a bag. He took out the fresh flowers he had prepared in advance. Yang Jiali changed his clothes, put on a black down jacket, wore a mask and a black baseball cap, and left the villa from the backyard, tiptoeing around the front gate. Just a few steps out of the villa, he heard an extremely excited shout from behind, "He's come out." Yang Jiali turned his head to look. The media, paparazzi, and even some live streamers who had waited almost all night, holding various devices, rushed towards him with excitement on their faces like swarms of locusts. Yang Jiali took to his heels and flagged down a random taxi by the roadside. Not until the car door was shut did Yang Jiali take a deep breath, pulling out a carefully hidden bag of pancakes and a bunch of flowers from his embrace and placing them beside him. After a moment's pause, he told the driver to detour to Heshan Cemetery. In Paris, France, after 6 hours of business talks, Yi Ting and the representatives of the French consortium signed the cooperation agreement, and a round of warm applause erupted in the spacious meeting room. As everyone left the meeting room, Yi Ting inquired of his assistant if he had received a phone call. The assistant, taken aback at first, then realizing what was meant, shook his head. Yi Ting's lips curled up, a coldness in his eyes, still not behaving. He shook his head with a light sigh. Is it so hard for him to lower his head and beg me? Must he always be so emotional? After a while, the assistant brought over the glowing phone screen and Yi Ting asked if it was him. The assistant replied, "No, it's not a call from Mr. Yang. The voice suddenly trembled, from the domestic drug testing personnel. The test report for the pills Mr. Yang secretly took has come out." Hearing this, Yi Ting felt a sudden pang in his heart. He took the phone and tried to remain calm as he listened to the person on the other end. Initially, his face remained composed, but as the conversation progressed, Yi Ting's expression changed drastically. The assistant looked down, and when she looked up at Yi Ting again, she was startled. Having worked by Yi Ting's side for 3 years, this was the first time she had seen such a panic-stricken look on his face. The taxi stopped at the intersection, and Yang Jiali got out with his belongings. He wrapped his coat tighter around himself, sniffled, and looked into the distance. The cemetery lay ahead. Suppressing the dark, overflowing emotions inside him, he put on his mask and continued walking with his head down. He had only taken a few steps when suddenly a siren wailed behind him. Several cars came to a screeching halt beside Yang Jiali. The doors flung open, and the media reporters who had initially been blocking the villa gates actually followed Yang Jiali's taxi all the way here. The reporters got out, each carrying their equipment, eyes shining as they charged towards Yang Jiali, asking, "What's your opinion?" He lifted his leg, ready to run. Unfortunately, there were quite a few cars parked around this time, and the paparazzi completely surrounded Yang Jiali, not giving him any chance to leave. Yang Jiali stood amidst the crowd, his eyes full of panic like a lost child, not knowing where to go. Layers of cameras and microphones were thrust in front of Yang Jiali, and a cacophony of noise exploded in his ears. "Yang Jiali, please talk about your thoughts on the incident." As the scene was in chaos, suddenly, from an unknown direction, an egg flew through the air. An egg suddenly flew over and hit Yang Jiali squarely on the head with a smack. The eggshell cracked and the sticky liquid flowed down. Yang Jiali was stunned. He touched the sticky egg on his face and looked up to see that, unbeknownst to him, a crowd had gathered, all with masks covering their faces and eyes full of anger aimed directly at him, as if he were their enemy. One of them shouted, "Avenge Yang Bao! Smash him!" Suddenly, several more eggs and tomatoes were hurled fiercely at him. Yang Jiali could hardly breathe. He gasped for air, his face turning pale as he tried to push through the crowd, only to find the paparazzi standing firm like a wall, trapping him inside. In the chaos, someone's hand reached out and forcibly pulled off Yang Jiali's mask, forcing his whole face to be exposed to the crowd and the camera lenses. As soon as his face was revealed, the reporters went crazy, the flash bulbs flickering non-stop. As the media pressed closer, Yang Jiali raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and seemingly losing control. He reached out and forcefully knocked away several cameras that were in his face. Gritting his teeth, he shouted angrily and pushed through the crowd, attempting to leave forcefully. Someone grabbed his clothes from behind, and with a flip, he tumbled to the ground, the contents he was carrying spilling out. Yang Jiali panicked. He saw the flatbread and bouquet rolling into the crowd and shouted anxiously, "Don't step on it, don't step on my things. Get out of the way." No one heard his cries. Everyone was too busy snapping photos for a scoop and chasing the next big story. When Yang Jiali finally managed to push the people away, he saw the flowers scattered on the ground, next to the crushed flatbread. He walked over step by step, crouched down, and picked up the broken pieces of flatbread, placing them in the palm of his hand. He looked up at the countless cold cameras and said blankly, "This is for my mom." After a moment, large tears fell from his eyes. Yang Jiali cried in front of all the cameras, in front of countless viewers mocking him in the live stream, sobbing loudly, "This is for my mom. Look, he's crying now, and for some reason, it feels refreshing. Crying now, what's the use of crying? When you were beating Wang Yang, you were so fierce. Look, he's crying, should cover his head with a pot lid. He's crying, but actually, I feel like it's a bit too much." But at this moment, amidst the surrounding chaos, not a single person reached out to tell him, "Don't cry, I'll take you home." No one. Yang Jiali stood among the crowd, no longer caring about his image, holding the broken cookies in his hands, crying like a child. Yang Jiali seemed unable to hear anything. He could feel the glaring lights flashing at him, but the harsh noise seemed to suddenly disappear from his mind, leaving only a faint buzzing. He didn't resist anymore and just stood there, numb. The media took this opportunity to snap photos from all directions. When they finally had enough footage, they packed up their equipment, gave Yang Jiali a few insincere words of comfort, and left satisfied in their cars. A female reporter, feeling a bit guilty before leaving, took out a tissue and wiped the flour, egg, and blood off Yang Jiali's face. She sighed, patted Yang Jiali on the shoulder and said, "Don't cry." Yang Jiali had no reaction, like a statue. The female reporter consoled, "All right, it's good you know you were wrong. Don't hit people again in the future. If you realize your mistakes and change, people are willing to forgive you, understand? Wipe your tears." She stuffed the remaining pack of tissues into Yang Jiali's pocket and left with her team. Yang Jiali stood in the same spot for a very long time. When almost everyone had dispersed and only a few self-media were still shooting with their phones, he slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot and his gaze profoundly empty, devoid of any sign of life. He looked at the broken cookies scattered on the ground and slowly knelt down. Trembling, he opened the bag and carefully picked up the pieces one by one, placing them into the bag and wrapping it tightly in his arms. He turned and walked toward the cemetery. Yang Jiali walked silently, with a few self-media hosts still filming him with smirks. Yang Jiali looked at them lifelessly and quickened his pace. He entered the eerie cemetery. Someone pulled at his clothes and said, "Stop, let us film a little more, everyone is waiting to watch." Someone blocked his path, "Don't go yet. Wang Yang's fans in the livestream are waiting for you to apologize. Look at the camera, apologize sincerely, and I'll stream it for you." "What are you doing? Hurry up. Those self-media people who keep taking pictures still want to follow us in." A sweep of the broom and a few words to brush them off. "What are you up to?" The old man glanced at their cameras and cursed, "It's a cemetery in here. What's with the cameras? Is your mother buried here or what? Get out." Those people were not convinced and still tried to sneak in. The old man raised his feather duster and yelled, "Get out, get out." Finally, he chased off the last few people taking random shots. He spat out a curse and turned back to the cemetery. He lifted his eyelids and saw Yang Jiali's thin figure gradually walking away. Yang Jiali walked step by step into the cemetery. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped. It seemed like he heard someone calling him. The voice was urgent, making him stop in his tracks. He slowly turned his head and looked at the dim darkness behind him. A tear suddenly fell from his bloodshot eyes. His lips moved slightly, wanting to say something but eventually not saying it. He lowered his head, his eyes numb, and slowly walked into the dark, unlit depths of the cemetery. Finally, his entire figure was swallowed by the complete darkness. When Yi Ting walked out of the airport, his legs gave way and he stumbled hard. Fortunately, his assistant was next to him and caught him. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with an almost unprecedented panic. Yi Ting staggered into the car. As the car started, his mind was in chaos. The words of the person who tested the medication seemed to linger in his ears. "Mr. Yi, according to our tests, it is generally used for depression or for treating panic and anxiety." He thought the tester must be lying, that there must be a mistake. His Yang had always been carefree, with eyes sparkling whenever something happened, always smiling and full of energy. He could be emotional, sometimes unhappy, but how could he ever be? Suddenly, he thought of Yang Jiali's recent gloomy appearance and those fiery eyes. Suddenly recalling Yang Jiali's recent despondent and gloomy demeanor, and those dull eyes, Yi Ting froze, overwhelmed by a surge of intense emotion that fermented and exploded within him, nearly leaving him breathless. The assistant sat next to Yi Ting, finishing a phone call. "President Yi, I found out that Mr. Yang has gone to Heshan Cemetery." Yi Ting's fingers trembled, his voice quivering, "Hurry, hurry." In the dimly lit car, the assistant gently handed the phone to Yi Ting, whispering, "President Yi, take a look at this." Yi Ting watched the glowing screen, his breath shaky as he reached out to take the phone. He opened the video, listening to the noisy voices in it, watching the shaky footage, his gaze tightly focused on the person at the center of the frame. Yang Jiali's crying voice came through the phone, and as Yi Ting listened, his face turned white. It was as if a severe pain at his heart spread a piercing sensation throughout his body. Yang is crying. My Yang is crying. It's not just a tantrum, it's depression, it's an illness. Yi Ting braced himself against the seat, his breathing heavy and labored. The car raced to Heshan Cemetery at top speed. Yi Ting got out of the car, his steps disordered and hurried as he reached the cemetery entrance. He asked the old man if he had seen the person from the phone. The old man nodded. "Oh, he's still inside." He's been there since this morning, almost a whole day without moving. He didn't budge even when it began to snow. The child seems to be in a daze, as if something's wrong. I didn't dare to talk to him. You go and see for yourself. Yi Ting barged into the cemetery. The pitch-black graveyard was silent. Deep inside, Yang Jiali sat in front of a tombstone lifelessly, a thin layer of snow already accumulated on him. Without a word, without moving, Yang, his hands clutched a few crumbled pancakes close to his chest. Only when Yi Ting got closer did he see Yang Jiali's head bowed, tears dripping from his face. Yi Ting's chest felt tight, his voice hoarse with anguish. Yang, it's me, I'm back. Yang Jiali didn't lift his head, his fingers didn't move an inch, as if dead in this dark snowy night. Yi Ting, panicked, tremblingly supported Yang Jiali's arm. Yang. Still, Yang Jiali remained motionless, numb and stiff. Don't scare me. Panic spreads across my chest. Yi Ting extends his hand to pick up Yang Jia. Yang, let's go. I'll take you back. Stand up. Suddenly, Yang Jia shows a reaction. He slowly raises his head, his eyes empty and unfocused, looking at Yi Ting. Yi Ting looks into his eyes and suddenly, a sharp pain takes his breath away. Yang Jia stares blankly for a while, then slowly lowers his head, leaning against the cold tombstone. When Yi Ting tries to touch him again, he hears Yang Jia say in a very weak voice, "It started when Xiao Huang died." Yang Jia's eyes are empty as if recalling something. A small dog raised by my grandma, with black eyes. It would wag its tail and even smile when it saw me. It grew up with me until I was 8. It was very clingy. Every time I went to school, it would lie by the door and watch the road in the village. I knew it was waiting for me to come back. It waited every day, but one day, it stopped waiting. Grandma told me Xiao Huang ran away. I didn't believe it. Later, I found out from a neighbor that on that afternoon, some people came to the village to poison dogs. They shot Xiao Huang, who was waiting at the door for me, with a tranquilizer dart, grabbed its neck, and dragged it away. I never saw it again. I knew it would never come back. A tear falls from Yang Jia's eyes, streaming down his numb face. From that moment on, I knew that people's hearts are dark. Yi Ting's heart trembles, watching Yang Jia like this, he can hardly breathe. Yang Jia continues in a low voice, then there was my grandma. Her eyes crinkled when she smiled, and her wrinkles looked nice. Her legs weren't good, so she stayed home and made dumplings for me. She would sew clothes for me. She was the kindest person to me. When I was 12, I went to the county town with grandma. She was crossing the street to buy me candy. As she staggered back, she was hit by a car and flung into the air. Grandma hid the candy in her bosom. Her kind face was covered in blood. I cried terribly. I wanted to take revenge for my grandma. I asked my mom every day if the bad person was caught. Yang Jia's emotions suddenly become uncontrollable. Later, I found out that the one who killed my grandma was a rich and powerful second generation. He wasn't punished at all. He was still going to school, laughing happily. But what about my grandma? She died holding the candy she bought for me. From that moment on, you still had me. I realized that this world was also dark. Yi Ting's heart ached so much that it throbbed. He looked at the tears streaming down Yang Jiali's face and his numb yet struggling gaze, and just wanted to quickly hug Yang Jiali and take him home. Yang Jiali looked at the falling snow, his voice gradually choked with sobs. He turned his head to look at Yi Ting, his eyes illuminated by a faint light. Later, it was time for college. The luckiest thing for me was meeting you in college, Yang Jiali said softly. Those were the happiest 4 years of my life. Except for my mom and grandma, no one had ever treated me so well. I liked honey, so you stocked up a whole cabinet with it. I liked milk tapioca pudding, and you brought it to me every day. I will always remember how peaceful I felt sitting on the backseat of your bicycle, leaning against your back on snowy days. I can't bear to forget any second of those 4 years. But when I saw you bringing milk tapioca pudding for Xiao Xia, forgetting that I liked it too, and when I saw you remember Xiao Xia's graduation ceremony but forget that it was also my birthday, I knew that the happiness of those 4 years was stolen by me. It had ended long ago. You no longer loved me. Yi Ting's chest constricted sharply, his heart wrung with pain. He knelt down halfway, frantically grabbing Yang Jiali's arm. No, baby. Yang Jiali's eyes gradually dimmed. After breaking up with you, I went to work. My mom's illness was very serious and couldn't be delayed any longer. The doctor said it was already beyond hope. I didn't believe it and insisted on saving her. I worked 4 jobs a day and slept only 5 hours a day. I was willing to do any kind of work. I wanted to earn a lot of money to hire the best doctors for her. I really tried my best, but I could only watch as my mom's condition worsened day by day until I watched her heartbeat turn into a flat line. After she passed away, I didn't cry, my heart seemed numb, and I couldn't feel anything. I can't feel anything anymore. I opened the door to the rental, and it's empty inside. It's pitch black, not a sound to be heard, as if cut off from the world. That's when I truly realized I was completely alone. No one will ever dote on me again. Li Jiaqi lifts their head, tears dried up, eyes hollow. They look at Yi Ting and say softly, "Yi Ting, no one will ever dote on me again." In a fluster, he wraps Li Jiaqi in his arms, saying urgently, "That's not true, that's not true. It's cold on a snowy day, isn't it? Let me take you home, okay? What do you want to eat? Dumplings? Or sago soup?" Li, he helps Li Jiaqi to stand, holding them tight in his embrace. Li waits for Li Jiaqi's answer, only to hear the assistant behind them say somewhat panicked, "President Yi." Their eyes are closed. They seem unresponsive. Yi Ting freezes for a second, then slowly turns his head. His face brushes against Li Jiaqi's, chilled by the cold wind and snow. Yi Ting calls out in disbelief, softly, "Baby, don't scare me." Li Jiaqi makes no move, eyes shut tight. Yi Ting's palms are trembling violently on Li Jiaqi's back. He tries to appear calm, but can't. "Baby, be good, say something to me. Don't scare me, I'll take you home, it's all right." Yi Ting holds Li Jiaqi, breathing rapidly. Call an ambulance, call an ambulance." He holds Li Jiaqi close, standing amidst the dark snowy night. It seems as if there's no sound around them, the night so long it feels like it will never end. The snow chills one's heart and bones. Yi Ting is in the hospital, head bowed, eyes red, silent. It's not until the doctor comes out of Li Jiaqi's ward that Yi Ting suddenly snaps back to reality. The doctor, holding some reports and speaking in a gentle tone, says, "The patient has awakened from shock. We've checked their condition. Their emotional state is a bit off. They've been calmed down and are now resting." Yi Ting clenched his fists tightly, his palms sweating as he continued. The doctor pushed his glasses up, his expression slightly grave. Based on his medication intake and assessment results, it can be diagnosed as depression, ranging between moderate to severe. A sharp acidity surged from his chest to his nostrils. Depression. He remembered forcing Yang Jia to get a medical checkup once, where the doctor told him there were no major physical illnesses. He had carelessly relaxed about mental health, even thinking Yang Jia's sickly and worried look was just for show or moodiness. He always felt that someone as carefree and always happy as Yang Jia couldn't possibly suffer from such an illness. If anyone could avoid depression, it would be Yang Jia. Yang Jia was like a little sun, being able to shout, vent, and radiate vitality. That bright smile seemed to carry light, shining straight into people's hearts. He had never expected this. When he hadn't noticed the supposedly indestructible, filled with optimism strong heart of Yang Jia he thought he knew had already been crushed by darkness from all sides, trampled into a pit of gloomy mud. After the doctor left, his eyes were filled with extreme panic. My Yang, he always felt this was like a nightmare, but it was all happening right before his eyes. He walked unsteadily into Yang Jia's ward. Yang Jia lay on the bed, breathing shallowly, his eyes tightly shut, his face pale and lips dry. The corners of his mouth drooped, seemingly having lost his smile long ago. Seeing Yang Jia like this, Yi Ting knew for the first time what it felt like to have his heart wrenched. Yang Jia was not sleeping peacefully, moving his head slightly in his sleep and murmuring, "This is for my mom, please don't step on it, I beg you, I won't dare anymore." Yi Ting's nose suddenly felt sore, and tears fell. He squatted down, touched Yang Jia's hair, and softly soothed, "Baby, don't be afraid, I won't let you be bullied again." Yang Jiali gradually calmed down, and at the moment his eyebrows relaxed, he whispered, "Take me home." Before he knew that Yang Jiali was ill, he forced Yang Jiali to submit by handcuffing him to the head of the bed. Ignoring his struggles, indifferent to his pain and the tears that fell, exerting force to almost make him cry out in pain. Yi Ting suddenly couldn't bear it anymore. He took deep breaths. Emotions surged, and with a loud slap, Yi Ting fiercely slapped his own face. It's only now that Yi Ting realizes he cares about Yang Jiali, but everything is too late. Yang Jiali has awakened, staring blankly out the window at the aggressive snowfall. The ward is quiet, the light is soft, and Yang Jiali is sitting on the hospital bed. His thin body wrapped in a coat, lips tightly pressed together, exuding a loneliness that seems out of place in this world. At this moment, Yi Ting suddenly feels genuinely that Yang Jiali is indeed like what the doctor said, coiled up in a dark room that no one can enter. Yi Ting silently walks to Yang Jiali's bedside, pours the medicine into his palm and calmly says, "Take the medicine." Yang Jiali makes no move, his eyes empty. Yi Ting feels a twinge in his heart, leans closer, close enough to kiss with a slight bow of the head. Yi Ting continues to coax patiently, "Be good, open your mouth and take the medicine." Yang Jiali silently turns his head away, ignoring him. Yi Ting pauses for a few seconds, slowly reaches out, uses a bit of force to turn Yang Jiali's head towards him, and brings the medicine to his lips. "You won't recover from your illness if you don't take the medicine. Be obedient, now." Yang Jiali feels uncomfortable being pulled by Yi Ting, frowning in discomfort and humming. He frees himself from Yi Ting's hand and sits in silence. Yi Ting looks at his lonely and silent figure, filled with distress. He takes a deep breath, suppressing all emotions. "I tried everything to coax Yang not to be mad at me. As long as you take your medicine obediently, I will give you whatever you want, okay?" However, Yang Jiali still did not respond. Yi Ting bit his teeth, a thought struck him. "How about this? I'll take revenge for you. Just take the medicine and I will deal with Wang Yang." Initially, Yang Jiali was numb and silent, but upon hearing the words, "Wang Yang," his whole body trembled violently like a frightened rabbit. His face turned pale with fear, and he said, I won't dare to do it again." Seeing this, Yi Ting felt as if he was struck hard in the chest. Yi Ting felt as if his chest had been struck hard, a severe pain spreading through him. He closed his eyes tightly, suppressing the sting in his nose. He lowered his voice and said, "You can do whatever you want. If you wish, I can bring him here to kneel and kowtow to you." The thought of Wang Yang's rampant behavior that day, forcing Yang Jiali into his current state, filled Yi Ting's eyes with hatred. "Or I can have someone slash his face, break his legs, make sure he never gets on stage again, and ruin his reputation." Yang Jiali lifted his eyelids slightly and looked steadily at Yi Ting. Yi Ting, trembling, softly pleaded, "Baby, take your medicine." It seemed as if Yi Ting's reddened eyes moved Yang Jiali. Slowly, he leaned his head out, like a young cub licking water, and took the pill from Yi Ting's palm into his mouth. After Yang Jiali took the medicine, Yi Ting breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Jiali was resistant to staying in the hospital, so Yi Ting consulted the doctor and decided to take Yang Jiali home to recuperate. When the car arrived at the villa with Yang Jiali and Yi Ting, Yang Jiali refused to go inside. Yi Ting patiently persuaded him, "We're home. It's cold and snowy, let's go inside." Yang Jiali shrank back a few steps, and Yi Ting was at a loss. He heard Yang Jiali softly muttering, "This is not home." Yi Ting forcefully pulled Yang Jiali over, saying, "Be good and come back with me." There was resistance and struggle in Yang Jiali's eyes. "There will be people forcing me inside." "No." Yi Ting inhaled sharply. He never imagined that the time he handcuffed Yang Jiali, forcing him to submit and serve him, would leave such a traumatic shadow on Yang Jiali. With difficulty, Yi Ting said, "If not here, then where do you want to go?" Yi Ting followed him to an old building. This was a small place Yang Jiali had once rented on his own. Yang Jiali went upstairs, opened the door as if only here did he consider home, the only place that could give him peace of mind. Yi Ting watched him curl up under the covers for quite some time before slowly recovering. He nodded and said, "You want to live here, okay." He whispered in Yang Jiali's ear, "Baby, I'm here with you." Yi Ting originally wanted to move in as well, but Yang Jiali also had a very strong resistance to him. As soon as he approached Yang Jiali's small bed, Yang Jiali would curl up and burrow into the corner, his eyes flashing with wariness, extremely tense, like a little lamb hiding from a wolf. Yi Ting tried several times back and forth, but Yang Jiali just wouldn't let him stay here. Sighing deeply, Yi Ting raised his hand. Okay, I won't stay in your room." Helpless, Yi Ting smiled and left the room. Yi Ting instructed his men to rent a room nearby. After he finished the call, he walked to the door of Yang Jiali's room, tap, tap, about to enter when tap, 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 the steady sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. A man in a suit with a refined demeanor walked up. Yi Ting squinted at the man, frowning. Zhao Shanhai. Zhao Shanhai was also particularly surprised to see Yi Ting here. Yi Ting, what are you doing here? Yi Ting didn't speak, just looked coldly at Zhao Shanhai. I came to find Yang Jiali. Does he live here? As soon as Yi Ting heard Zhao Shanhai was looking for Yang Jiali, he immediately became vigilant. What's your relationship with him? I've heard about his situation and wanted to see if he's okay. Zhao Shanhai maintained a graceful and gentlemanly smile. I suppose we're friends. Yi Ting suspiciously opened the door. Upon entering, Yi Ting's voice was stern and cold. Don't get close to him. His mental state is not good right now. He has tendencies toward depression and autism, and he doesn't like seeing people. He hides when he sees anyone. Not just you, even I. When I want to hold him for a while, he resists a lot. You'd better not go in, so as not to startle him. After saying that, Yi Ting turned to the coffee table in the living room to prepare the medicine Yang Jiali would need to take. When he looked up again, Zhao Shanhai had already approached Yang Jiali. Yi Ting was startled, his eyes immediately turning cold and extremely furious. He was about to scold Zhao Shanhai for entering without permission. When he looked into the bedroom, he saw Zhao Shanhai slowly sitting by Yang Jiali's bed in the quiet room. Upon seeing Zhao Shanhai, Yang Jiali's eyes softened and he no longer looked guarded. He slowly moved closer. As Zhao Shanhai called gently, Yi Ting, holding a glass of warm water and medicine, stood at the door and saw this scene. He felt as if another hard slap landed on his face. A strong sense of jealousy exploded in his chest, almost causing him to lose control of his emotions. Yi Ting felt as if his heart was being squeezed, a sharp feeling of bitterness and pain rising in his chest. His breathing became heavier in an instant. The veins on the back of his hand holding the water cup bulged, and the glass cup nearly shattered under the pressure. His eyes turned red, and waves of intense emotion surged within them. Walking to Yang Jiali's side, Yi Ting tried to speak more gently, handing over the medicine and warm water. Take the medicine. Yang Jiali didn't respond. Yi Ting's eyes darkened, reaching out to pull Yang Jiali back to his side. Yang Jiali struggled as soon as Yi Ting touched him, clearly showing resistance. Zhao Shanhai softly reassured, it's okay, it's okay. Yi Ting's nails dug into his palms, dark anger churning inside him, but he couldn't explode. He took a deep breath, sat beside Yang Jiali, and patiently coaxed, be good, take the medicine, open your mouth. Yang Jiali didn't touch the medicine Yi Ting handed over. Seeing this, Zhao Shanhai sighed, let me try. Taking the medicine and hot water from Yi Ting's hand, Zhao Shanhai smiled at Yang Jiali. As a CEO who always presents an imposing figure, he looked especially gentle and approachable when he smiled. He raised his hand and said, take the medicine, okay? Come on. Yang Jiali hesitated for a moment and lowered his head. Just as Yi Ting breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Zhao Shanhai wasn't that impressive, Yang Jiali suddenly raised his head, took the pills from Zhao Shanhai, swallowed them, and then took the hot water, drinking it in one gulp, behaving very obediently. Yi Ting's face turned extremely dark. Zhao Shanhai patted Yang Jiali's back, saying, slow down, slow down. He spoke to Yang Jiali for a while, but Yang Jiali didn't respond, maintaining his silent, withdrawn demeanor. Zhao Shanhai could only sigh and say, I'll come to see you next time. Zhao Shanhai turned and left. Yi Ting followed him to the door. With his hand on the doorknob, Zhao Shanhai looked at Yi Ting, whose face was cold, and said in a low voice, Yang Jiali has roughly told me about his situation before. Yang Jiali had briefly talked to me about his affairs before. Yi Ting's heart skipped a beat, and Zhao Shanhai let out a laugh, his voice turning cold. If he was referring to you at that time, and you were the one who did those things to him, then his current resistance and wariness towards you are all justified. Watching Zhao Shanhai leave the place, Yi Ting closed the door heavily. Zhao Shanhai exited the rental room and hurriedly descended the stairs. Suddenly, he stretched out a finger and started writing on his hand. Just now, Yang Jiali had held his hand, and while he was still puzzled, he felt a series of touches on his palm. He then realized that Yang Jiali had been secretly writing on his palm. Probably because Yi Ting was present, he couldn't speak openly, so he had to converse with him in such a covert way. Zhao Shanhai retraced the words Yang Jiali wrote on his palm, rewriting them from memory, stroke by stroke. Yang Jiali had written 3 simple words on his palm. Take me away. After Zhao Shanghai left, Yang Jiali remained silent. Yi Ting watched the quiet figure, feeling as if a blunt object was pounding and thudding in his chest, causing a sour and stabbing pain, along with resentment. He approached 2 steps closer and reached out his hand, trying to speak in a calm tone. Yang, come here. In the darkness, a pair of wary eyes were fixed on Yi Ting, even shrinking back a bit. Yi Ting saw his retreating movement, his heart trembled, and his eyes instantly reddened. He knelt on one knee on the bed, reached out, and grabbed Yang Jiali's sleeve. Yang Jiali seemed panicked. His body tensed like a startled little animal. If he could climb walls, he probably would have already scurried up to the ceiling by now. Yi Jian was deeply affected by the scene of Yang Jiali not daring to approach him, which Wang Jinyu and Hai did not commit. He clenched his teeth, holding back the unwillingness in his heart, and still forcefully pulled Yang Jiali into his embrace. He whispered in Yang Jiali's ear, "What do I have to fear? I won't do anything to you." Yang Jiali trembled slightly in Yi Ting's arms. Yi Ting patted his back and extended his hand. "Hug me, be obedient." No matter how much Yi Ting coaxed, Yang Jiali just wouldn't extend his hands to hug Yi Ting, not even a little. But looking at Yang Jiali's current state, it seemed that he would not accept Yi Ting's approach under any circumstances. He gently turned Yang Jiali's face, half hopeful and half solemn, and asked, "Tell me, what am I to you?" Yang Jiali looked at Yi Ting for a while and said word by word, "You are a dog, you are a demon." Yi Ting slightly hooked his lips, pulled Yang Jiali back into his arms, and whispered in his ear, "Wrong answer, baby, remember, from now on, I am your man," Yi Ting said very seriously. He stole a kiss on Yang Jiali's cheek, pressed against Yang Jiali's warm ear, lowered his voice, magnetic and alluring, "You are sick now, I will take good care of you. Whatever you want, I will fulfill unconditionally. As long as you wish, I will give, but if you throw yourself into someone else's arms, I can't bear to do anything to you. But I can't guarantee about others." Yang Jiali seemed to understand, his breathing tightened. In the end, Yi Ting kissed Yang Jiali's forehead, sighed softly, "You are mine. You are not allowed to run away or make me suffer like that again, okay? Be good." The next day, Yi Ting entered the office, just sat down on the chair, and his assistant handed him a document. Opening the document, the first page, the first line read, "Wang Yang, male, 2 years old," with a photo of Wang Yang next to it, his eyes smiling, innocent and naive. The assistant said softly, "This is the information compiled after our people thoroughly investigated Wang Yang in the past few days. Please review it." Yi Ting hummed in response, slowly turned the page, his eyes cold. "Have you prepared everything I asked for?" The assistant turned to leave, but paused and asked tentatively, "President Yi, do we really have to do this? Isn't it a bit too radical?" Yi Ting lifted his eyelids to glance at the assistant. That glance alone frightened the assistant, breaking out in cold sweat. Remembering the state Yang Jiali was pushed into by Wang Yang, the assistant wiped his sweat, dared not say more, and quickly exited the office. Yi Ting quietly flipped through Wang Yang's information. After finishing, he leaned back in his chair, silent for a long time. He reached out, pulled out the page with Wang Yang's photo, put it into the shredder, and whispered with a smile, "Baby, shall we kill him? Is that okay?" When Wang Yang arrived at Wennan Mansion, it was already 6 o'clock. It was pitch dark, and snow was falling. His assistant gently reminded him, "Brother Yang, the company said that at the dinner later, you have to toast the bosses in order. Don't forget." Wang Yang frowned, his annoyance at the traffic jam suddenly surged. He turned around and slapped the young girl across the face with a smack, cursing. The girl was hit with a slap out of nowhere, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. She didn't dare to speak, quietly wiped away her tears, and shut her mouth. Wang Yang opened the car door, cursing again, "Didn't you see it's snowing outside? Hand me my coat and umbrella. You're as unresponsive as a dead pig. What are you even good for?" Wang Yang got out of the car with a sour face, entered the private room under the guidance of the mansion's head waiter. As soon as he pushed open the door, Wang Yang's expression changed. His lips curved into a smile, instantly changing his demeanor, revealing neat teeth, and his eyes became clean and clear, as innocent as a child. Wang Yang looked around. The place was filled except for an empty seat next to Yi Ting. He took the seat, his heart slightly pounding. Yi Ting was holding a glass of wine, and when Wang Yang came over, he glanced at him out of the corner of his eye without saying a word. Wang Yang, feeling bold, picked up a glass of wine and with a smile, said, "President Yi." Yi Ting turned his head, looked at him deeply, and after a long while, clinked glasses with him. This pleasantly surprised Wang Yang. He had always heard that Yi Ting, the newly appointed president of Guanghu Finance who was handsome and wealthy, was extremely cold and indifferent, someone who was naturally aloof and didn't care about anyone. Wang Yang held his breath, his ears flushing with honor. Throughout the dinner, Yi Ting maintained his reticent demeanor, but when Wang Yang toasted him, he didn't refuse. When Wang Yang occasionally struck up a conversation, he even responded gently. Ni Yun, seeing this from afar, snorted coldly. Ni Yun's agent, a bit worriedly, said to him, "Wang Yang is quite adept at his tactics. This kid Wang Yang is quite capable. Why does it feel like President Yi treats him differently? Could it be that they are hooking up?" Ni Yun curled his lips. That day, he only slapped Yang Jiali once, and Yi Ting almost disfigured him and crushed his hands. He raised his hand and looked at the scars on his fingers that hadn't faded yet. Wang Yang really put Yang Jiali in a bad spot this time. Ni Yun sneered and shook his head. "Fool, let him be." The dinner party ended, and Yi Ting got up. Wang Yang followed closely behind him. It was still snowing outside, and it was quite cold. Ting was wearing a black woolen coat, adjusting his collar. Wang Yang wanted to talk to him, but his phone rang again. He answered it. It turned out that the driver who was supposed to pick him up was still stuck in traffic, and asked him to wait a bit longer at the door. Yi Ting finished adjusting his collar, looked at Wang Yang who had just hung up the phone, and suddenly said, "I'll take you home." Wang Yang was taken aback. "It's really congested outside. You'll probably have to wait another 10 minutes. Yi Ting calmly said, "It's so cold. Get in my car first, I'll take you." At first, Wang Yang didn't react. When he did, his eyes widened. Sitting in Yi Ting's luxury car, Wang Yang felt a bit uneasy. He often heard people say that Yi Ting had no interest in the unspoken rules of the circle. Since his return to the country, he had never seen him bring any beautiful men or women back. To this day, no one had ever been in his car. Today, Yi Ting took the initiative to drive him. Could it be that Yi Ting had other intentions toward him? Wang Yang couldn't help but blush, discreetly observing Yi Ting the whole time. Trying to guess his intentions, Yi Ting didn't say a word the entire time and drove Wang Yang to his destination. After the car stopped, Wang Yang opened the door and was about to get out. Yi Ting suddenly called out to him, "Wait." Wang Yang's movements paused, and he looked at Yi Ting, holding his breath. Yi Ting slowly leaned over, smiled after a while, and gently wiped Wang Yang's cheek with his thumb, his voice low and magnetic, "Your face is dirty." It took him a long time to come back to his senses, and he called out in disbelief, "President Yi." Yi Ting smiled faintly, "What's wrong?" Wang Yang's ears turned red, and he lowered his head, took a deep breath, "Can I add you on WeChat?" Yi Ting didn't say anything, staring at Wang Yang's face. Wang Yang felt nervous. When afraid of displeasing Yi Ting suddenly nodded his head, making Wang Yang very happy. He took the initiative to scan Yi Ting's WeChat QR code. A friend request interface popped up on the screen. Yi Ting's avatar was a little sheep with its mouth open, as if it was calling out. His WeChat name was also very simple, just 2 characters, Home Sheep. Wang Yang asked him, "Home Sheep? Mr. Yi, what does your WeChat name mean?" Yi Ting's eyes deepened, a rare gentle warmth appeared in his eyes. "I'm born in the year of the sheep and I like sheep." Wang Yang let out a long, "Oh," somewhat embarrassedly scratching his head. He said softly, "My name has Yang in it." Mr. Yi, saying this makes people quite embarrassed. Yi Ting's eyebrows slightly furrowed, he laughed but said nothing, just steadily took back his phone. Wang Yang hesitated for a long time, thinking Yi Ting was about to leave, then waved his phone at him, "Let's keep in touch via WeChat." Yi Ting also smiled, WeChat contact. After Wang Yang left, Yi Ting didn't start the car but rolled down the window, watching the direction Wang Yang left in, his gaze cold to the bone. He chuckled, "What's the point of a fall from standing? You have to let people float up high from the ground first, let them inflate with arrogance, and then from thousands of feet high, harshly smash them down. That's what you call a complete and utter defeat, A pain so deep it breaks bones and tendons, from which there's no coming back. Yang Jia sat by the window, expressionless. A knock sounded from outside, and the caregiver in charge of watching Yang Jia opened the door. A man in a suit and leather shoes stood outside, saying, "I'm Assistant Wang, Mr. Zhao's assistant. Mr. Zhao has instructed me to deliver something. Is Mr. Yang inside?" Assistant Wang walked into the room, saw Yang Jia sitting by the window, and approached with a smile. "Mr. Yang, Mr. Zhao heard you were sick and asked me to bring you something to boost your health. Is it okay if I leave it here?" He placed a handful of items beside Yang Jia's legs. As he straightened up, he whispered into Yang Jia's ear, "Don't worry," Mr. Zhao said, to just wait a bit. "Once he's arranged everything, he'll find an opportunity to get you out to hide for a while, okay?" Yang Jia then nodded and indicated that the room was full of surveillance cameras and his phone was tapped. Taking a deep breath, Assistant Wang whispered, "Don't worry, there's always a way. Wait for my message, okay?" Yang Jia's Adam's apple moved, and his eyes sparkled with a glint of hopeful anticipation. Shortly after Assistant Wang left, Yi Ting came back. Yi Ting took off the black woolen coat covered with snowflakes. With an imposing air, he walked to Yang Jiali's side. When he saw the pile of supplements on the ground, he frowned. "Who sent these?" The nurse who was packing up to leave replied, "They were delivered by Assistant Zhao." Yi Ting's frown deepened. After a moment, he picked up the supplements and handed them to the nurse, saying coldly, "Throw them away." The nurse was stunned. Just as the nurse was about to dispose of them, Yang Jiali suddenly raised his head, his voice hoarse, "Don't throw them away." Yi Ting squatted down, touched his cold cheek, and coaxed him, "They're not good things. I'll buy you better ones. Be good." But Yang Jiali insisted, "Don't throw them away." Yi Ting paused, remained silent for a while, then said, "Fine, we won't throw them away." He opened his arms towards Yang Jiali, "Come over to me voluntarily." Yang Jiali stared at the buttons on Yi Ting's black shirt for a long moment before moving over sullenly, closing his eyes and hugging Yi Ting's waist. Yi Ting's heart instantly felt at ease. Then he turned around and left directly. After Yang Jiali got into bed, Yi Ting took out his phone. He made a call to Wang Yang. Wang Yang thought he had finally gotten close to the big boss Yi Ting and had eagerly changed into his pajamas early. Yi Ting instructed him to blindfold himself with the tie from the bedside, turn off the lights, and wait for a night of madness. He hurriedly took a bath in the luxurious suite, followed Yi Ting's instructions, turned off the lights, and blindfolded himself. Until Wang Yang fainted from exhaustion, he didn't know that the person who came wasn't Yi Ting. And the entire process of that night was completely recorded on camera. That night, Yi Ting was not in the suite but in the kitchen. He cooked a pot of sago, mixed it with milk, and the aroma was enticing. He left a bowl and added honey to it. Yi Ting carried the bowl of milk sago into the bedroom. Yi Ting carried a bowl of milk sago into the bedroom, scooped up a spoonful, and brought it to Yang Jia's lips, letting the fragrance touch his nose, but he didn't give in. Yi Ting coaxed for a long time, but he remained unmoved. Finally, Yi Ting had an idea and said, "If you finish this bowl, one will take you to an event in a few days to watch a special play." Hearing this, Yang Jia finally reacted. He turned his head to look at Yi Ting, silently took the bowl, and gulped it down. After he finished, Yi Ting wiped the water from the corner of his lips. Full of anticipation, "If you're willing to get close to me, I will cook for you every day." Yang Jia turned over, leaving him with a silent and cold back. Yi Ting sighed, "Then tell me what I need to do for you to be willing to get close to me." Yang Jia lifted his eyelids, finally taking the initiative to speak. He said word by word, "Let me go." Yi Ting stiffened and curved his lips awkwardly. "Good, let's not think about this." Yang Jia closed his eyes in disappointment. "If anyone dares to take you away," Yi Ting's voice suddenly turned cold, "I would personally break that person's bones." Yang Jia shuddered and turned his head to glare at him fiercely. Looking around, Yang Jia saw Zhao Shanhai sitting in the guest seats with his legs crossed, laughing and talking with some CEO. Sensing someone's gaze, Zhao Shanhai turned his head, saw Yang Jia, raised his eyebrows, and Yi Ting took Yang Jia to sit down in the front row, telling him there were no media cameras here. "Don't be afraid." Zhao Shanhai walked up to Yang Jiali with a glass of wine and smiled. "How are you feeling, Xiao Yang? Are you feeling better?" Yi Ting saw Zhao Shanhai and was filled with displeasure, pulling Yang Jiali closer to himself and said, "You don't need to worry. Zhao Shanghai shrugged, not taking Yi Ting's words too seriously. He reached out to shake hands with Yang Jiali. Yi Ting squinted his eyes and said directly, "No need for a handshake. He's fine, and I'll take good care of him." Zhao Shanghai laughed. President Yi is really assertive. However, I think Xiao Yang should have his own opinion. As he said this, he looked at Yang Jiali. Without hesitation, Yang Jiali reached out and firmly grasped Zhao Shanghai's hand. The moment their hands clasped, Yang Jiali seemed to freeze for a second but quickly regained his composure. After Zhao Shanghai left, Yang Jiali said to Yi Ting that he needed to go to the restroom. This was the first time in many days that Yang Jiali had taken the initiative to speak to Yi Ting. Yi Ting was stunned for a few seconds, and his gaze softened. "I'll accompany you." While it was said to be accompaniment, it was actually an assertive surveillance and control. Yang Jiali did not expose this and entered the restroom expressionlessly. Locking the stall door, Yang Jiali opened his clenched fist, revealing a half-wet note, sweated on from the palm. It was secretly passed to him by Zhao Shanghai during their handshake. Yang Jiali anxiously unfolded the note and skimmed through it, his heart pounding hard a few times. He memorized the content written on it. Then Yang Jiali threw the note into the toilet and flushed it away. Yi Ting was leaning against the porcelain wall outside. Seeing Yang Jiali come out, he pulled him closer and smiled. "Why did you come out so quickly? What did you do in there? Did you go to the bathroom?" Yang Jiali's body jolted in shock, and he hurriedly quickened his pace. Yi Ting watched his figure from behind and stood up to follow him. Back in the venue, Yang Jiali sat in a corner specially arranged by Yi Ting, avoiding the media's cameras, feeling quite at ease. Yi Ting, with a faint smile, took out a mask from his suit pocket, and put it on Yang Jiali's face. Wang Yang wore a pink suit with his fringed bangs hanging over his forehead, making his face look even more innocent and boyish, like an adolescent who hasn't fully grown yet. He briefly spoke a few words on stage, which immediately ignited the fans' wild screams from the back rows. Yang Jiali heard someone in the back rows criticizing, accusing him of being pretentious and hyping things up, and showing off at the charity gala. Suddenly, a lengthy post appeared, written from the perspective of an insider, detailing how Wang Yang and others had. Someone impatiently hissed, "He's being really popular now. His fans are rampant all over the internet. Who dares to criticize him will just be waiting to be torn apart. Better not talk about it, to avoid trouble for yourself. Isn't it just because he has a financial backer? The circle's opinion of him is so poor now. Once the backer doesn't want him anymore, I think he's done for." Looking up, there seemed to be a disturbance at the main stage's entrance. A shadow broke free from the staff's control and charged straight onto the stage. Wearing a cap and a black mask, holding a bottle, he approached Wang Yang and suddenly splashed the contents of the bottle all over Wang Yang. Wang Yang, still lost in the song, was wiping the few tears from his eyes. Looking up, his whole head was drenched. The thick black liquid dripped down along his hair, staining his entire face. Wang Yang's expression froze in an instant, and the venue erupted in chaos. Wang Yang's manager hurriedly wrapped the shocked Wang Yang in a blanket and quickly retreated backstage as he wasn't in good condition. Yi Ting sat amid the uproarious crowd, watching the scene unfold, chuckled, and whispered in Yang Jiali's ear, "Baby, the show has just begun." When Wang Yang attended an event the next day, he was surrounded by media, cameras nearly pressing against his face, and microphones almost poking into his nostrils. Wang Yang, annoyed by the flashing lights, had just put on his mask when someone, itching to do more, reached out and yanked it off, causing his ear to suddenly hurt. Wang Yang covered his ears, feeling dizzy. A woman's voice tinged with sobs then rang out, "Wang Yang, you deceiver, betraying our emotions." Suddenly, an egg flew towards him. With a smack, it hit Wang Yang's face. Stunned, after shaking his head for 2 seconds, he reached up to touch it, and the foul-smelling egg yolk rolled down. Wang Yang looked around in shock, his legs went weak. Amidst the chaos, someone stepped hard on the back of his hand a few times, causing him to immediately scream in pain. Yi Ting said with a smile, "Baby, is this scene good to watch?" Yang Jia stared intensely at the screen, clenching his fists tightly. While all the media were drawn to the company's foyer, Wang Yang slipped out the back door and took a car to Yi Ting's company. Even though he was fairly certain that the video was leaked from Yi Ting's side, he had no other choice. Whether it was crying, begging, or selling his body, Only Yi Ting could help him now. Upon entering Yi Ting's company, Yi Ting's assistant, as if expecting him, led him into a room. They brought him into a room where one wall was a huge custom-made glass wall, opaque from the other side. Wang Yang was touching the glass when suddenly the door was slammed open by several fierce-looking bodyguards. Wang Yang was startled and angry. "What are you doing? Get out!" Yi Ting held Yang Jiali as they sat behind the glass wall, witnessing the scene. Yi Ting turned to Yang Jiali and whispered, "Baby, do you feel better watching this?" Yang Jiali didn't respond. Yi Ting heard a bodyguard asking through his earpiece, "Should we continue?" Watching Yang Jiali clench his teeth in a mix of hate and sorrow, Yi Ting gently covered Yang Jiali's fists with his broad palms and instructed, "Continue." In another room, Yi Ting, holding Yang Jiali's hand, asked softly if he felt any better. Yang Jiali looked complicated and felt a chill all over. Glancing at the gently smiling Yi Ting, he suddenly shivered. Yi Ting, feeling Yang Jiali's slight trembling, paused his smile and sighed. He kissed Yang Jiali's ear like a dragonfly skimming water and said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid of me. You're mine, how could I bear it? Just stay by my side, will you?" Yang Jiali looked at the fresh bloodstain on the floor inside the glass wall, took a breath, and hurriedly stood up. Without looking at Yi Ting, he walked into the dark resting room. Yi Ting sat beside his bed, touched his face with the back of his hand. Yang Jiali glanced at him and said hoarsely, "You, go back." Yi Ting was silent for a moment and then softly said, "All right, you sleep. I won't disturb you anymore. If you wake up and can't sleep or feel upset, you can come find me next door, no matter the time, as long as you want." As he spoke, Yi Ting lowered his head, his nose almost touching Yang Jiali's. He leaned towards Yang Jiali's lips and slowly bent down. Yang Jiali didn't resist much. He let Yi Ting kiss him lightly at the corner of his lips, the warmth fleeting. Yi Ting's eyes deepened and finally, he said, "Baby, you can come to me. I'll treat you well, but you're not allowed to go see other men and make me worry. Remember that?" Yang Jia tightly closed his eyes, neither agreeing nor arguing. Yi Ting smiled, turned off the light, and walked out of Yang Jia's room in the dimness. Hearing the click of the door closing, Yang Jia's heart relaxed, and he finally breathed out. The wall clock tick-tocked. Yang Jia lay in the dark with his eyes open, sleepless. At midnight, all was silent. The night deepened. Yang Jia quietly got out of bed and opened his backpack in the dark. He quickly packed a change of clothes, a medical appointment, important documents, and other essentials. Then he changed into a black down jacket and pants, his figure blending into the night, hardly discernible. At 12:29, he put on a cap and a black mask, stood at the window looking out through the building's windows. The dilapidated neighborhood was peaceful. At the back gate of the neighborhood, a row of trees was planted, and a car was parked far away under their shadow. Yang Jia raised his watch, staring at the second hand, tick-tock, tick-tock. He counted down in his heart, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. As the second hand jumped the last notch, he eagerly looked towards the car. In the dim night, the car's headlights flashed 3 times quickly. Yang Jia shuddered. The opportunity had come. Yang Jiali didn't turn on the light, the room was pitch black. He felt for the doorknob and quietly opened the door. There was no sound in the hallway, it was silent all around. Only the dim green light of the emergency exit sign at the base of the wall was glowing. Yang Jiali knew that Yi Ting was a light sleeper, so he didn't dare to run recklessly while going downstairs. Just like a child learning to walk, he held onto the railing and carefully placed one foot after another on the steps, not making a single sound. 4th floor, 3rd floor, 2nd floor. Yang Jiali felt his heart pounding violently in his chest. As long as he got out of this building, he could run freely. As long as he ran out of the neighborhood and got into the car waiting to pick him up, with the car door closed, Yi Ting would be history. The closer he got to the building's entrance, the faster his heart beat. The intense yearning for freedom was like the most potent stimulant, making his eyes shine brightly, his muscles tense, and his blood boil. Just as he was stepping off the stairs, the silence in the hallway was suddenly broken by the sound of a lighter clicking. A small flame lit up in the dark, illuminating a tiny cigarette butt. Yang Jiali held his breath. He saw Yi Ting leaning against the wall at the entrance, still wearing his black shirt and trousers from the day, his features sharp and distinct, his eyes deep and profound. With a sigh, Yi Ting said softly, "Baby, it's so late. Where are you planning to go?" Freedom was just one step away, but in the end, he failed. Yang Jiali's face turned pale rapidly, large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he was so scared that he forgot to blink. Yang Jiali was on the verge of tears. He rushed down recklessly, but his steps faltered and he missed a stair. He screamed in shock, crashing down onto the staircase. His vision blurred briefly, and he hugged his leg, moaning in pain. Cold sweat drenched his face, his features twisted in agony, and tears flowed from the pain. The footsteps behind him grew closer. Desperation burned inside him. Despite the searing pain in his leg, he forced himself to endure it. Like a fugitive, he scrambled and crawled towards the exit. The door was tightly closed. Yang Jiali didn't care about anything else. He used all his strength to bang on the door. He put every ounce of energy into it. His heart filled with panic and the fear of imminent capture, driving him into a frenzy. Like a wild beast trapped in a cage, he pounded on the door, crying and screaming desperately. With his forceful efforts, the door finally cracked open. Outside stood 3 expressionless bodyguards in suits and leather shoes, who called out, "Good evening, Mr. Yang." Yang Jiali's body stiffened, as if his soul had been sucked out, leaving him completely deflated. Yi Ting, unbeknownst to Wen, had stopped walking and was watching him from the corridor not far away. Yang Jiali, in a rush of emotion, tried to break past the bodyguards, but his 2 fists were no match for their 6. The bodyguards quickly blocked him inside. Yang Jiali burst into tears, clutching at the sleeve of one of the bodyguards. "Big brother, please let me go. I'm begging you, big brother." From a distance, Yi Ting watched him, feeling a sharp thorn piercing his heart. The unceasing flow of blood carrying a strong tang of sourness and heartache, along with a variety of complicated and indescribable emotions. It struck his entire body like an electric current, nearly knocking him off balance. The hand holding the cigarette trembled violently as Yi Ting carried Yang Jiali upstairs. Overwhelmed by intense emotions, Yang Jiali's already burdened heart collapsed like a dam, unleashing torrents of pent-up emotions that left him gasping for breath. His chest heaved with each breath, his sobs mixed with choked whimpers. Despite his chest's violent rising and falling and the desolate cries escaping his throat, he was still carried upstairs. Lying on the bed, Yang Jiali had no strength left in his body, as if his soul had been drained, lifeless and motionless. Yi Ting sat by the bed, his eyes bloodshot. He went to the cabinet, poured a cup of hot water, tore open a sachet of antidepressant and sedative granules, and mixed them well. Yi Ting blew on the steaming medicinal liquid, took a small sip, his atoms apple-bobbing slightly, then said it wasn't too hot, the temperature was just right. "Be good, open your mouth and drink the medicine, then I'll treat your wound." Yang Jiali stared blankly ahead, his lips unmoving. Yi Ting's phone started to ring, a call was coming in. "Did you get the license plate number?" he asked the person on the other end. "Did you note it down?" But these words scared Yang Jiali pale with shock. You've had someone waiting at the door all this time. You want to?" With a bitter smile, Yi Ting curved his lips. "Rest assured, I can't bear to do anything to you. I only despise those who try to take you away." Without saying anything more, he picked up the medicinal liquid that had cooled off significantly. Immediately, Yang Jiali took the liquid and gulped it down, the sound echoing in his throat, the brownish medicine trickling down from the corner of his mouth. After finishing, he held up the empty bowl, saying, "One drank it, I drank it all." Yi Ting put the bowl aside, lost in thought. Yang Jiali assumed he was still intent on investigating further. The ruthless decisiveness Yi Ting showed when dealing with Wang Yang rose in his mind, stirring up fear and anxiety. He stumbled to Yi Ting's side. His arms trembling, he wrapped them around Yi Ting's waist and rested his head on his chest. "Don't look into it anymore, Yi Ting. Let's just leave it at that." Yi Ting lifted Yang Jiali's head and looked into his reddened eyes. Yang Jiali was trapped in Yi Ting's embrace, his breathing ragged and restless. Yi Ting lifted Yang Jiali's chin with his fingers, sighed, and asked, "Baby, then answer me, are you still going to run away?" Yang Jiali was speechless. The words stuck in his throat. After a while, he closed his eyes, his voice trembling with a thick bitterness and resignation. "If I stand up, can you let me go?" Yi Ting didn't answer, silently taking a medical kit from the cabinet, pulling out iodine and band-aids. He gently treated Yang Jiali's bruises and scrapes from tumbling down the stairs. The cool iodine on the raw, red skin made Yang Jiali flinch. Yi Ting immediately grew anxious, propped Yang Jiali's leg on his own, and blew gently and evenly before continuing to apply the medicine. Yang Jiali opened his eyes slightly and asked hoarsely, "How long do you plan to keep me?" He pulled Yang Jiali closer and pecked his lips. "I'm not keeping you." With dim eyes, Yang Jiali said, "You had it all planned, didn't you? From the moment you returned to the country. Disbanding the team, making me in debt, forcing me to live with you. You've played so many tricks just to drag me back by your side, to turn me into one of your playthings." Seeing Yang Jiali's despondent and dismal state and thinking of his illness, Yi Ting couldn't harden his heart. He pulled Yang Jiali into his embrace and said softly, "You're not a plaything. You're my treasure." Yang Jiali's eyes brimmed with bloodshot veins, his gaze drifting. "Yi Ting, we clearly agreed to break up under that rowan tree. I haven't forgotten, and you shouldn't have either. What's the point of clinging onto me like a mad dog now? At the beginning, the reasons that led to our breakup, how many of them are still unresolved? Count them yourself." Yang Jiali's heart trembled, she tilted her head. "We have already broken up for 5 years. Whatever should be over, is over." Upon hearing this, Yi Ting's eyes suddenly became gloomy. He hooked his lips, touched Yang Jiali's face, and said, "If I say it's not over, it will never be over." Yang Jiali was speechless, her words stuck in her throat. Yi Ting brought the topic back, and in a low voice said, "So answer me, are you still running away or not?" Yang Jiali turned her head away, silent. She has a straightforward personality and can't lie. Whenever she tries to lie, she gives herself away. But she couldn't say this out loud. Yang Jiali chose to remain silent. Yi Ting observed her reaction, his gaze deepening. He suddenly said, "I can make people stop chasing the car that helped you escape and call them off." Yang Jiali was shaken, looking at Yi Ting in surprise. After struggling internally for a while, she ultimately did not want to implicate Brother Hai and the driver he sent to help her escape. Biting her lip, she reached out and hugged Yi Ting's neck, adopting an extremely intimate posture. He carried Yang Jiali into his bedroom and placed her on the spacious double bed. He tucked her in without saying anything and closed his eyes. Until dawn, Yang Jiali was playing with Ah Fu, while in her mind she went over the events of last night again, quietly pondering how Yi Ting could have guessed that she was planning to run away, and had been waiting at the entrance early in the morning. She was so deep in thought that she didn't notice the doorbell ringing several times. When she finally snapped back to reality, she quickly put down Ah Fu, went to the door, and opened it. Outside stood a somewhat familiar young man with short hair, round eyes, and a youthful look that couldn't be hidden. Seeing that it was Yang Jiali, the young man scratched his head and asked somewhat embarrassedly, "Excuse me, is Yi Ting, who lives here, in? I just wanted to ask him something." The boy became shy again, his clean face suddenly flushed. "Do you still want to rent my room? I can move out. I'm a bit tight on money lately." Yang Jiali blinked, noticing that the Patek Philippe watch on the boy's hand was gone. Just then, the door opened, and Yi Ting dressed in a black shirt and slacks entered with a briefcase. When he saw the scene inside, Yi Ting's eyes darkened further. He approached Yang Jiali with a cold face, not saying a word, grabbed his arm and silently pulled him onto the couch. He asked Lan Tian what he was doing here. Lan Tian coughed, "I just wanted to ask you if you're still renting my room? I'm a bit short on money lately." Yi Ting crossed his legs, uninterested. "You can leave now." Before Lan Tian could speak again, Yi Ting's gaze shifted to Yang Jiali, noticing his opened neckline and the cool breeze passing through. Yi Ting frowned, looking around the room. "Where's the caretaker?"
The nurse was frowning beside him. Lan Tian's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. He had just been wondering, what if the house can't be rented out? How should I raise money? Yi Ting's words gave him an idea. He carefully raised his hand. Yi Ting glanced at him coldly, always finding him annoying. Lan Tian whispered, "Mr. Yi, are you thinking of hiring a caregiver for Yan Yan?" Lan Tian swallowed nervously and chuckled sheepishly. "If you're considering hiring a new caregiver, do you think I'd be suitable?" Yi Ting's expression darkened, and he rejected him without hesitation, leaving no room for negotiation. Yang Jiali watched the scene and suddenly spoke up. "Yi Ting, my throat feels rough." His voice softened. "What's wrong? Why am I speaking?" Yang Jiali glanced at Lan Tian and suggested, "Let him be my caregiver." Yi Ting sighed, "I'll find you a professional who can take better care of you." "Be obedient." Lan Tian hurriedly clung to the doorframe. "Mr. Yi," Yi Ting's hand on the doorknob, his gaze cold and indifferent. "Anything else?" Yang Yang agreed to have me as his caregiver, Lan Tian muttered quietly, why are you still being stubborn? Lan Tian seized the last opportunity to defend himself, but Yang and I really hit it off. It's only been an afternoon, and I'm already close to him. Yi Ting's gaze suddenly grew colder, and with a sneer, he said, that makes it even worse. After speaking, he slammed the door shut. Yi Ting said nothing, took a shower, and came out wrapped in a towel, his muscular chest covered in water droplets. Yang Jiali instantly shifted his body toward the wall. Yi Ting, displeased, asked, just because I won't let that person be your caregiver, you're going to be mad at me? Yang Jiali was forcibly held in Yi Ting's arms and couldn't break free. He simply gave up struggling, using one hand to push against Yi Ting's chest to keep some distance. He also lowered his voice, I just want to be in control. Can't I hire someone to my liking? Yi Ting sighed, baby, I said he. I don't want a cold and indifferent caregiver, Yang Jelly interrupted Yi Ting, cutting him off mid-sentence. He looked into Yi Ting's dark eyes with a bitter smile and said, you've already locked me up. I'm locked in this cage all day long. I finally made a good friend, can't I be happy for a moment? Yi Ting pressed his lips together without speaking, looking deeply at Yang Jelly. Yang Jelly's heart skipped a beat. Yi Ting said, I'll investigate his background first. Once I'm sure there's no problem, I'll bring him over. Yang Jelly didn't want to fail at the last moment. He hesitated for a few seconds, thinking that sleep is sleep no matter how it happens, so he didn't resist and let Yi Ting embrace him. Yi Ting pressed against the top of his head and said softly, it would be nice if you always listened like this. Yang Jelly didn't speak. In the pitch-black night, his eyes seemed deeper, as if hiding something. In Yi Ting's company, Lan Tian's features were too distinctive. The assistant didn't have to put in much effort to thoroughly investigate Lan Tian's background. The findings were surprising. Yi Ting held the documents handed over by the assistant, sitting in his executive chair with his legs crossed, flipping through page after page with an expressionless face. Finally, he closed the documents and smiled, as expected, he's not simple. After a while, he casually said, this Lan Tian probably won't stay for long either. The assistant quickly replied, Mr. Lan ran away from home for some unknown reason. His family is apparently coming here to fetch him soon. It seems Mr. Lan will be taken back in no time. Yi Ting nodded, letting his assistant leave. Squinting at the bright daylight outside, he thought it was a place he couldn't stay for long. But since Yang Jia insisted so much, he would agree this time. The scene shifts to Yang Jia's small room. Lan Tian was cooking in the kitchen, almost blowing it up. Yang Jia said quietly, I have hands and feet, I can take care of myself. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lan Tian said, Mr. Yi asked me to take care of you, but I haven't done anything all these days. I'm still getting paid, which feels quite awkward. Eventually, it was Yang Jia who made breakfast. Taking advantage of Yi Ting's absence, he curiously asked Yang Jia, Yang, what exactly is your relationship with Mr. Yi? Yang Jia laughed at himself, I'm a pet he keeps in a cage. Seeing Yang Jia a bit unhappy, Lan Tian made a funny face trying to cheer him up. Suddenly, Yang Jia lowered his voice and his gaze deepened, I need your help with something. Lan Tian asked, what is it? Yang Jia half opened his eyelids and glanced around the room filled with hidden cameras, whispering mysteriously, come here. The scene shifts to Lan Tian taking Yang Jia to a restaurant, looking around cautiously as if in a spy movie. Yang Jia said helplessly, isn't this too nervous? Lan Tian, holding his racing heart, said with widened eyes, how can I not be nervous? Mr. Ye's wrath might be lurking in any corner watching us. I managed to cover for you and bring you out. Make sure your mask is on tight. Follow me. Lan Tian watched Yang Jia go inside in relief. He looked around, confirming there were no suspicious figures before feeling at ease. Yang Jia entered the private room, and Jia Shanghai was already sitting inside, not wearing a suit today. Dressed simply in a gray jacket paired with dark black pants, he looked far less uptight and abstinent than usual, appearing younger and much gentler. Yang Jelly felt quite embarrassed, his face flushing as he replied, I'm really sorry for putting Haigo through so much trouble to arrange this, and yet I couldn't escape. It was a wasted opportunity. It's not your fault. Yi Ting's thinking is too meticulous. He had seen through it all along but acted as if nothing was amiss, secretly arranging everything. It's no wonder you couldn't escape. Jia Shanghai adjusted his glasses, his eyes deep. So, you really hate him that much? He lowered his head in silence for a long while before murmuring, Haigo, nobody wants to be someone else's pet. Yi Ting is too obsessive and calculating. His attitude towards me is more about unwillingness, so he wants to capture me back, confining me within his control. Right now, he still has some feelings for me, but if one day he's completely satisfied, then what would happen to me, a toy he's finally tired of? Yang Jelly thought of the scene where Wang Yang was forced to bow, and shuddered. Zhao Shanghai nonchalantly sipped his tea, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly as if contemplating something. After a while, he put down the teacup and asked softly, "If you're given another chance, would you plan to escape again?" Yang Jelly's eyes lit up, and he nodded without hesitation. Lan Tian found a small table by the window downstairs. and asked the waiter to serve him a large glass of iced cola. Previously at home, Ruan Yanting, who was only 5 years and 7 months older than him, would manage him daily just like his father. He wouldn't allow him to drink even a sip more. Now that he slipped away, with the sky high and the emperor far away, who else is there? Lan Tian bit down on his straw, his eyes wide as he held his breath, ready to guzzle down. Looking up, he saw a man and a woman walking by not far away. Seeing that man, Lan Tian's little face turned pale as if frightened, and he shrank back into a corner. Hiding in the corner, Lan Tian watched the man, his eyes filled with shock, thinking it's really a case of speak of the devil. Rubbing his eyes, he only saw Ruan Yanting, who didn't notice him, but instead nodded and smiled lightly at the woman beside him. The woman clasped Ruan Yanting's arm, and he did not refuse. He even took off his suit jacket, considerately covering the woman with it as if afraid she would get cold. Since childhood, Ruan Yanting had always been like his older brother, but now seeing Ruan Yanting having been with him and then turning to mingle with a beautiful woman, Lan Tian felt a fire brewing in his heart, clenching his fists in secret. Lan Tian took Yang Jelly back home. As soon as he opened the door, Yang Jelly saw Yiting, who was sitting imposingly on the sofa. Hearing the door open, Yiting looked up from his documents and asked indifferently, "I heard Lan Tian took you out today. Where did you go?" Yang Jelly paused while placing his keys, calmly responding, "I was feeling stuffy, so he just took me out for a couple of rounds." "Is that so?" Yiting hooked his lips slightly. "Baby, you must not lie to me. Lying to me will be punished." Yang Jelly felt a tightness in his chest and hurried into the bedroom. Before going to bed at night, it was set to watch a quite healing movie together. Yiting pulled Yang Jelly over more gently, his tone much softer. "The medication and treatment these days seem to be working well. You look much more spirited than before, not sick every day. Looking quite good." Yang Jelly didn't say a word. "I couldn't help asking Yiting, what would you do if one day I left you?" Without thinking, Yiting replied, "That day will never come." Yang Jia was not convinced. What if it really happens? Yiting's eyes suddenly darkened. He grabbed Yang Jia's chin somewhat displeased, and said, "Your thoughts are starting to wander again." Yiting's eyes were like a melancholic wolf's. "Baby, my patience has limits," he said. "I've told you, as long as you stay by my side, I can give you everything. If you keep being naughty, I will have to use some methods to make sure you can't leave me." Yang Jia turned his head. "You say you care about me, but you just want to confine me in the house." Yiting's eyes darkened, and he suddenly smiled. "Confining you is to let you recuperate. If I really didn't care about you, why would I go through all this trouble? I would just cut off all your contacts with the outside world and drive away anyone who might help you escape. I would chain you to the bed with a thin iron chain, and you wouldn't be able to go anywhere. I want you to only have eyes and heart for me. I would be with you every day until your body can't be without me." Yiting touched Yang Jia's face, his smile deepening. "This is what it means to treat you like a pet. Baby, you should be satisfied. I would never want to use these methods on you. Don't say those things that annoy me anymore. Can't we just live well together?" Yang Jia widened his eyes, and after a long moment, he barely squeezed out a sentence, "You're crazy." Yiting hummed indifferently, "Then you are the antidote." Suddenly the atmosphere changed, and Yiting's kissing did not stop. Moving slowly up Yang Jia's neck to his earlobe and ear, Yang Jia shuddered as he realized Yiting's intent. He panicked and quickly pushed him away. Yiting kissed Yang Jia's cheek and sighed, "When and how will you be willing to open up your heart and body to me? We are supposed to spend a lifetime together. How long do you plan to keep running away?" Yang Jelly closed his eyes, his teeth clattering, feeling something amiss. Lan Tian has been acting as if he's hiding something these past few days. Yang Jelly was busy revising the songs he wrote before, and when he looked up, he saw Lan Tian staring out the window soullessly, still holding the milk pouring gesture. The milk had already overflowed the cup and was dripping onto the floor from the coffee table. Yang Jelly coughed loudly, snapping Lan Tian back to reality. Seeing the spilled milk, Lan Tian stuck out his tongue and hurriedly started cleaning up. Yang Jelly sighed, "What's been wrong with you lately? Ever since we came back from the restaurant, you've seemed out of sorts." Lan Tian shook his head, "I'm fine, I'm really good, and quite happy actually." Yang Jelly smirked and shook his head, then suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Avoiding further discussion, Lan Tian got up, "I'll get the door." He walked to the door and pressed the handle to see a tall, handsome man standing outside, with striking eyebrows and piercing eyes. The moment Lan Tian saw this man, his mind buzzed and he squeezed out 3 words between his teeth. Ruan Yanting. He merely smiled faintly. He reached out and touched Lan Tian's cheek, smiling. Had enough of your runaway game? You've been out for so long, isn't it time to come back with me? Lan Tian cursed. What runaway game? I'm serious here. Ruan Yanting casually hummed, all right, if you say it's serious, then it's serious. So now, isn't it time to come back with me? Where are your things? I'll help you carry them down. Lan Tian blocked the doorway. Who said I'm going back with you? Ruan Yanting's face stiffened, looking somewhat stern. Lan Tian, stop making a fuss and throwing a tantrum. Upon hearing this, Lan Tian got furious. He raised his hand, intending to punch Ruan Yanting. Lan Tian cursed fiercely, thinking you can threaten me here? You think I still want to go back with you? I've treated you like a brother for 20 years, and you dare screw me over? Unfortunately, his hand was caught by Ruan Yanting, who sighed, I'll take care of explaining things to your uncle and aunt. Lan Tian wasn't done cursing yet. Even if he couldn't move his feet, he still had his words. Retracting 10,000 steps, fine, you screwed me over, but then you go off mingling with women? Do you even have a conscience? Ruan Yanting immediately laughed, a layer of dazzling light emerging in his eyes. Are you jealous? Lan Tian forcefully broke free from Ruan Yanting's grip. Lan Tian forcefully broke free from Ruan Yanting's control and snorted coldly, I should never have believed your nonsense. Now I see, you've never had good intentions since we were kids, shamelessly waiting with your eyes wide open. With a bang, the door was shut. Ruan Yanting, standing at the door, couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the closed door, he shook his head with a smile, well, let's give you a couple more days to play. After Ruan Yanting left, Lan Tian was by Yang Jelly's side, munching on a French chocolate bar. Seeing the 2 bags about to burst, Yang Jelly commented, this isn't running away from home. You're just a young master tired of luxurious life, coming out to experience life. Lan Tian wiped the crumbs from the corner of his mouth, snorted, and said, look who's talking. I see everything. Mr. Yi treats you really well, doesn't he? He's pretty good to you too. Yang Jelly gave it a thought, then calmly replied, it's different, but didn't elaborate further. Can you return home with peace of mind after getting tired of playing outside? Back to that person? Lan Tian was left speechless by the question. But I'd rather not have days like these. I'd rather go out and do hard labor, wanting to escape far away. Lan Tian cautiously asked, you don't like Mr. Yi anymore? Yang Jelly nodded, then shook his head, smiling, I dare not like him anymore. Just then, the sound of a key being inserted into the lock was heard at the door. Yi Ting heard everything. When Yi Ting entered the room, his expression was very calm, as if he hadn't heard anything. Yang Jelly saw him enter and immediately shut up, saying nothing more. Lan Tian even directly covered his mouth forcefully. After Lan Tian left, the atmosphere in the whole house became solemn when Yi Ting came back. Yi Ting's voice had a hint of gritting teeth. You've changed, becoming ungrateful. Yang Jelly sensed extreme danger from Yi Ting's tone. Yi Ting said, baby, I like everything about you, but there's one thing I really hate. Yi Ting held the person tightly, sneering, haven't I been good enough to you? How many times have I told you, as long as you stay by my side, nothing will happen. Yang Jelly looked into Yi Ting's eyes. He always felt like he was now a beast on the edge of rage. Yang Jelly didn't say a word, tightly pressing his lips together. Yi Ting lifted Yang Jelly and placed him on the table. His gaze was burning hot. You'd rather go out and do hard labor to escape far away, and you don't want to like me anymore. Your repeated rejections don't anger me as much as this sentence. With that, he pulled down Yang Jelly's pants. Yi Ting kissed Yang Jelly forcefully and said, Yang, I'll give you one last chance. Tell me you still like me. This sentence was nonsense. As long as you say it, I'll believe you and treat you very well from now on. Yi Ting's grip tightened, anxious yet restrained. Don't throw a tantrum, speak up. Yang Jelly looked deeply at Yi Ting and said word by word, I never lie. Yi Ting hesitated for a few seconds, slowly released his hand, then closed his eyes, curved his lips, and said with a smile, good, very good. When we broke up after graduation, you told me that you were always anxious and uneasy because there were too many uncertainties and unstable factors between us. After the breakup, I went to the United States, seized power, and made myself strong quickly. Once I had enough leverage, I immediately transferred back to the country with the aim of bringing you back. After learning that you had depression, I did feel guilty for the hardships you endured over the years. I understood your helplessness and tried to empathize with you. But after bringing you back, Yang Yang, I genuinely didn't know what to do next. Yi Ting's eyes were filled with intense suppression. You're always resisting me. That thought of escaping in your head never seems to rest. You used to love being close to me, but now no matter how I try to care for you, it never works. It's really frustrating. Yang Jelly's Adam's apple moved. You don't treat me like a person. The way you're treating me now is both obsessive and distorted. You've changed so much since college. Now, I only find you terrifying and dangerous, making me just want to escape. Yi Ting smiled, nodded, and said, since you put it that way, fine. He lifted Yang Jelly's chin. You might be disappointed to hear this, but I won't let go. I must have your body and mind and will make you unable to leave me. Your mental state needs treatment now, so I will get the best experts to develop the optimal plan and provide you with the best care to restore your mental health. For now, I won't force you to have feelings for me. Before that, Yi Ting took a deep breath and said with a smile, baby, I'll start with your body first. Yi Ting thought about the last time, when he forced Yang Jelly to submit both physically and mentally by handcuffing him to the bed. The expression on Yang Jelly's face was agonizing and repressed, and Yi Ting himself didn't feel much better either. He had taken possession of the person. Yang Jelly's body was right under him, unable to escape, unable to leave. Yang Jelly's pleasure or pain was all under his control. But even so, he still felt very distant from him. Yang Jelly turned his face, constantly struggling, trying to escape from Yi Ting's grip on his hands, with madness surging in his eyes. Capturing Yang Jelly's body or heart became an obsession that Yi Ting couldn't get rid of. Like the intertwined roots of a giant tree, difficult to separate. From the moment he was transferred back from abroad, Yi Ting was determined to bring Yang Jelly back. Until now, he has followed his plan, using tactics to bind Yang Jelly close to him. But every day, Yang Jelly thinks about how to escape from him, and says he doesn't want to love him anymore. He seemed to feel that he had already controlled everything about Yang Jelly, but in a daze, it seemed like he hadn't obtained either Yang Jelly's body or heart. He could remain rational and calm in dealing with business affairs, and stay composed when facing various troublesome competitors. But when it came to matters involving Yang Jelly, it could always cause his emotions to fluctuate intensely. He had set the trap to capture Yang Jelly for too long. If he still couldn't obtain him, Yi Ting felt he would become anxious and obsessed, even possibly doing something crazier. Even doing crazier things, Yang Jelly was pinned down by Yi Ting, his face was mostly flushed. Yi Ting looked at his furrowed brows and coaxed, baby, why won't you accept me now? Yang Jelly tightened the bedsheet, his voice laced with reluctance, I don't want a mad dog. Yi Ting's prominent Adam's apple moved, his eyes filled with desire and frustration. He stared at Yang Jelly's evasive eyes, I haven't taken a deep breath yet to say the answer. Baby, say you still like me. Let's stop here today, no more going forward. Yang Jelly clenched his fists, tilting his head back, refusing to speak. Yi Ting seemed anxious, emphasizing his tone, say something. Yang Jelly scowled, his chest heaving. Yi Ting waited for a long time, seemingly disappointed. He silently grabbed Yang Jelly's wrist, leaning down. Yang Jelly felt his burning breath, knowing he was serious now. Instantly panicking, he pressed his palm against Yi Ting's chest and said, give me a week. Yi Ting squinted his eyes. Yang Jelly said, give me a week to prepare. I can't accept you the way you are now. Yi Ting bit Yang Jelly's lips, his fingers caressing his chin, he sighed, give you a week. Will you be willing to say that word, or willing to sleep with me? Yang Jelly thought to himself, neither if you, this mad dog, don't change your ways, I won't be willing any day. But Yi Ting was in a frenzy, Yang Jelly didn't want to enrage him further, so he vaguely said, I'll think about it. Yi Ting gazed deeply at Yang Jelly, and after a moment, he slowly released Yang Jelly's hand, his voice hoarse, don't let me down. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to force anything. Yi Ting went to the restroom to sort himself out. That night, Yang Jelly was locked in Yi Ting's embrace. Yi Ting had already fallen asleep, but Yang lay awake, thinking a lot. The next morning after breakfast, Yi Ting dressed as usual in a suit and tie. Just as Yang Jelly was about to go back to his room for more sleep, Yi Ting held him back, come to the company with me today. Yang Jelly didn't want to go, but Yi Ting, having given in last night on matters of intimacy, insisted today. He gripped Yang Jelly's hand, not allowing him to let go, it's too boring for you to stay at home alone. I can talk to the sky if I'm bored, Yang Jelly countered, but Yi Ting coldly smirked, that kid always tries to trick you into leaving me. I'll drive him away sooner or later. Yang Jelly was shocked, you wouldn't dare. Yi Ting just smiled, forcefully scooped him up around the waist, since I said starting with the body, from now on, I will keep you by my side as much as possible, getting you used to my presence and everything about me. Entering the company lobby, when it was time to go upstairs, Yang Jelly glanced at the elevator and unconsciously let go of Yi Ting's hand, walking towards the regular elevator. Yi Ting, observing this scene, suddenly remembered the past. To vent his frustration and to make Yang Jelly recognize their difference, forcing him to yield, he had once, in front of others, forced Yang Jelly out of the VIP elevator to take the regular one. Now, once again at the elevator with Yang Jelly, Yang no longer followed him passively but obediently stood in front of the regular elevator, understanding and aware of the bigger picture. Yet, Yi Ting felt an intense bitterness in his heart. He watched Yang Jelly standing at the elevator entrance, looking down at his phone, and without a word, he pulled him into the empty high-rise exclusive elevator. Yang Jelly coughed, "I'm not a senior executive." Yi Ting's jaw was tense, his breathing a bit rough. "If I tell you to sit, you sit." Yang Jelly hummed lightly, letting go and looked at the glowing screen beside him, and said as if mocking himself, "It was you who pushed me out with your own hands." Yi Ting felt as if his heart was fiercely poked. He suddenly felt a bit annoyed. Initially, to pressure Yang Jelly and force him back to his side, he said many hurtful things with a hardened heart. In front of others, he treated his Yang coldly. He had Yang Jelly pick a gift for Xiao Xia during his birthday, fully aware of how much Yang Jelly valued the opportunity to perform. With just one phone call, he dashed that hope. Now, Yang Jelly really has become wise to these matters, incredibly obedient. He took the regular elevator on his own initiative. Whether it was any birthday or festival, the hope for a surprise never appeared in his eyes again. After that chaotic performance, he never pleaded to participate in any performance again. It seemed like he pursued nothing anymore, except for freedom. The elevator slowly ascended. Whether it was too stuffy inside or emotions were surging, Yi Ting felt a momentary difficulty in breathing. When the elevator doors opened with a ding, Yi Ting tightened his grip on Yang Jelly's hand in his palm. With a hoarse voice, he said, "It won't happen again." Yang Jelly hadn't yet grasped the meaning of his words when Yi Ting took him into the office. Yi Ting was always very busy in the morning. Several regular meetings were already prepared, waiting for his arrival. He hurriedly organized the necessary meeting documents for review. He looked up and said, "Please review this, please review this." Yang Jelly was already nestled on the sofa in the resting area. Just then, the secretary came in with a stack of documents. "President Yi, the senior executive meeting starts at 9. After the meeting, regarding the Tianhai District Investment Project, several main investors will have a discussion with you. This is the material needed for the discussion. Please review it." Yi Ting rubbed his temples, frowning. "Who's coming today?" The secretary opened the work manual. President Wu from Hengxin, President Ruan from Taifeng Finance, President Zhao from Ronghai Entertainment. His body tensed for a moment. Yi Ting glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and waved the secretary out. He walked up to Yang Jelly, looking at him with a faint smile. "Baby, Zhao Shanghai will come over later." Yang Jelly's heart trembled slightly, but he maintained a calm facade. "Got it." Yi Ting's finger rested on Yang Jelly's lips, his eyes dark and deep as he asked, "Do you want to see him?" Yang Jelly thought, "Even if I wanted to see him, you crazy dog wouldn't let me." Sure enough, the next second, Yi Ting pulled Yang Jelly over and kissed him, laughing, "Even if you want to see him, I won't let you. He likes to meddle too much, always instigating things. I really don't like him now." Yi Ting patted Yang Jelly's face, "Don't trust him anymore. Stop believing him. Listen to me." Yang Jelly couldn't stand what he said about Hage. In a fit of anger, she retorted coldly, "I decide where I go. It's none of your business." Yi Ting squinted his eyes, his face darkening immediately. He forcibly pulled Yang Jelly into the lounge of the office, pressing her onto the bed. "You're tired and need rest. Have a good sleep here. I'll be back." Before closing the door and leaving the office, Yi Ting told the following bodyguards, "Keep a good watch over him. Don't let him run around." The bodyguards responded respectfully. Yi Ting headed to the meeting room. After an hour's routine meeting, he entered conference room A with his assistant. Yi Ting's capital involvement was too aggressive. In this Dahai district project, he wanted to carve out a significant slice of the benefits, which was not proceeding smoothly. Especially when Yi Ting proposed several terms clearly targeting Zhao Shanghai, Zhao's face turned even darker. When the meeting ended, Zhao Shanghai waited for Yi Ting to come out and said with a smirk, "Yi, your resentment against me is truly something a /." Yi Ting handed the meeting documents to his secretary and added dismissively, "Mr. Zhao, take good care of your own matters. You can't afford to mess with my people." Zhao Shanghai squinted, his smile gradually disappearing. The atmosphere was tense when suddenly, from the other side, a bodyguard shouted, Mr. Yang, Mr. Yi has instructions, Yi Ting's expression turned cold. He saw Yang Jelly running over, sweating and holding 3 cups of drinks. The bodyguard, perspiring nervously, said, Sorry, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yang insisted on going downstairs to buy bubble milk tea and barged out. We didn't dare to use force and couldn't stop him, Yi Ting gave them a cold glance and dismissed them. He looked at Yang Jelly, who was flushed from running, and said disapprovingly, Didn't I tell you to stay put and wait for me? Why are you so disobedient, Yang Jelly panted, I wanted to drink some bubble tea with milk and sago, He shook the cup in his hand, glanced at Zhao Shanghai, and said, Brother Hai has helped me a lot in the past. I've never been able to repay you and don't have much money. Since it's so cold, I'd like to buy you a cup of hot tea. Please don't mind, He handed the other cup to Zhao Shanghai. Before Zhao Shanghai could take it, Yetian snatched it away, with a somewhat unsettling smile. Let me see, Yetian inspected the cup that Yang Jelly had handed to Zhao Shanghai, holding it firmly in his palm. The cup was sealed with a lid, so nothing could be hidden inside. There was only a small label with the tea's name and price stuck on the body of the cup. There were no secret messages on the sides or bottom. It was very clean, but Yetian frowned, feeling something was off. Seeing Yetian's eyes fixed on the cup, Yang Jelly's throat felt dry as he took out the last cup of hot tea and handed it to Yetian. I bought you a cup too. Hearing this, Yetian raised an eyebrow and focused on Yang Jelly's hand. He was somewhat incredulous. You bought one for me, Yang Jelly said, drink it if you want to. In his life, Yetian had received countless luxurious and expensive things, and none had ever caused such a strange ripple in his heart. He looked again at the cup Yang Jelly had given to Zhao Shanghai but still couldn't see anything unusual. With great magnanimity, he handed it to Zhao Shanghai. The rightful owner gritted his teeth and smiled, don't let Yang Yang's kind gesture go to waste, and don't get any other ideas. Zhao Shanghai took the hot tea from Yang Jelly and left. Yetian's cold eyes watched as Zhao Shanghai departed. He then dragged Yang Jelly into the office. As soon as the office door closed, Yetian, as though provoked, acted high and mighty, pressing Yang Jelly with questions, are you so fond of that Zhao guy? As soon as I leave, you cozy up to him, don't you, Yang Jelly was extremely uncomfortable being stared at by Yetian. He turned his head away but was forcibly turned back by Yetian. Do you like him, Yang Jelly was angry. Nonsense. Yi Ting squinted and said with a cold smile, you'd better not have other intentions towards him, otherwise, I will not hold back. Yang, don't step on my bottom line, understand, Yang Jelly glanced sideways and said righteously, Haigu and I are just friends. I am grateful for all the help he gave me when I was in trouble, and he encouraged me many times. I just want to repay him, and a cup of hot tea is nothing. Besides, you know Haigu has a partner. Don't judge with your own thoughts. Yi Ting understood this point. Zhao Shanghai is not someone who would mess around outside, and his brother Xiaoyi wouldn't allow Zhao Shanghai to cheat either, even though Xiaoyi has recently hinted several times that he is tired of this family life and of Zhao Shanghai. But Yi Ting felt uncomfortable no matter what. Yang Jelly wished he could push him 3 meters away, yet he was still thinking and worrying about Haigu. Yi Ting gritted his teeth and asked, why is that Zhao guy a perfect gentleman in your heart, and no matter how well I treat you, I am just a mad dog you hate, isn't it? Yang Jelly's Adam's apple moved. At least he doesn't humiliate me in front of others, doesn't treat me as someone without dignity to play with at will, doesn't force me to the point of no return repeatedly, and certainly doesn't rape me. His eyes darted around, about to explode again. Yang Jelly didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer. He quickly raised the milk tea in his hand. I bought this for you, are you going to drink it or not? It's getting cold. If not, I'll throw it away. Yi Ting was stewing in anger. Seeing the tea handed over by Yang Jelly, the fire in his eyes inexplicably subsided a little. He cast a sideways glance at Yang Jelly. Yang Jelly inserted the straw and brought it to Yi Ting's mouth, maliciously saying, drink it now, and don't leave a single drop. Yi Ting was silent for a few seconds, thinking this was one of the few times Yang Jelly showed goodwill. It softened his heart, and he obediently sucked on the straw, like a ferocious beast suddenly petted smooth. Yang Jelly was really tired, she yawned and went into the break room, while Yi Ting sat back at his desk and busily dealt with company affairs. Zhao Shanghai held the cup of hot tea Yang Jelly had given him in his palm and scrutinized it. Earlier, when Yi Ting had snatched it to check, his gaze also lingered on it for a while. Yi Ting didn't notice anything unusual, and neither did he. However, a few days ago, he had met privately with Yang Jelly and had promised to leave with someone within half a month at this critical juncture. At this critical moment, Yang Jelly brought him a cup of inexplicable hot tea. It's definitely not a whim. Zhao Shanghai frowned and looked it over and over, but couldn't figure out the trick. Zhao Shanghai looked at the printed label on the cup. His gaze fixed on the label, his smile abruptly paused. One corner of the small label was not quite smooth and had some tiny creases, as if someone had picked at it. Zhao Shanghai used his finger to pick at those creases, slowly peeling the label off. He looked at the small black characters on the sticky side of the label and smiled again, whispering, "Really clever, quite clever indeed." Yiting felt that Yang Jelly had seemed to learn to behave in the past few days, unlike before when he wouldn't let him touch anyone. Now, he had learned to obey, snuggling obediently in his arms without much resistance. People who used to hate talking to him even for a day, now occasionally responded to his words. Although the reason behind Yang Jelly's newfound obedience needed further investigation, his closeness still made Yiting quite relieved. If Yang Jelly had been this obedient earlier, Yiting wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. Coming out of the bathroom after a shower, Yiting dried his wet hair and sat next to Yang Jelly. Yang Jelly was half reclining on the bed looking at his phone, his face illuminated by the screen. Yiting leaned over and asked in a low voice, "What are you looking at?" Yang Jelly flicked the screen, a string of chat messages. Smelling the scent of male hormones on Yiting, Yang calmly said, "Chatting with Li Di and Lier. They are attending a gala as guests this Friday. They asked if I was going." Yiting immediately refused, "You're not allowed to go. I have inescapable social engagements that evening." Yang Jelly rolled his eyes and stood up, "Then you go busy yourself with your engagements, and I'll just go to my gala." Yiting squinted and was about to speak when Yang Jelly added, "Anyway, you've placed so many bodyguards around me all the time, don't think I don't know. My phone is also monitored by you. I have no privacy at all. What else can I do?" Yiting always felt uneasy. Yang Jelly's eyes rolled in a circle, he put down his phone and looked up at Yiting. Seeing his sheepish look made Yiting's heart soften. "What exactly do you want?" Yang Jelly took the initiative to lean closer to Yiting's neck. "I just want to see them. I've always dreamed that everyone would love the songs I write. Right now, I can't get on stage. I just want to see what it's like when Dilly and Airly sing on stage." Yiting's face tightened, he wanted to refuse, but the words caught in his throat. Looking at the longing in Yang Jelly's eyes, his voice became hoarse. He lowered his head and kissed him forcefully. Yiting pressed him down, his hands on either side of his body, their eyes locked. "Exactly 1 week since you last spoke to me," Yiting said hoarsely. Yang Jelly's heart trembled. The last time Yiting tried to advance on him, he managed to delay it with a stalling tactic. Indeed, a week had passed. Yiting moved closer, their noses almost touching. "Baby, have you decided to obey and let me have a taste, or just say you like me?" Yang Jelly stiffly turned his head, "I haven't decided. You have to decide sooner or later." Yiting sighed. "If you really want to go, fine, I'll let you go. But I'll also assign bodyguards to stay by your side and protect you at all times, understood?" Yang Jelly's eyes dimmed, and after a moment, he said indifferently, "Whatever." On that Friday, Yiting's social event started at 6 o'clock. Before leaving, Yiting watched Yang Jelly put on a new suit. Yiting's eyes brightened, and he smiled, "My baby is as handsome as ever." He tied Yang Jelly's bow tie and lingered, caressing his ear. In a magnetic voice, he whispered, "After you see them, come home early. I'll be waiting." Yiting added, "Baby, if you don't obey, I'll punish you. But if you keep being good, I'll treat you very, very well. Understand?" Yang Jelly's heart trembled. Yiting smiled and pointed to his lips, "I've let you go to the venue, shouldn't you show some gratitude?" He didn't say anything and obediently caught Yiting's muscular waist, took the initiative to kiss him on the lips. Yiting enjoyed it immensely, looking much happier, and hugged him tightly. Yang Jia went backstage first. Backstage, he saw Li Di and Lier changing clothes. Upon seeing Yang Jia, their eyes lit up. Lier rushed over for a bear hug, crying out, "Dear brother, your little brother has missed you so much." Before the hug could warm up, the bodyguard timely stepped forward to separate the two, warning Yang Jia in a low voice, "Mr. Yang, Mr. Yi wouldn't be pleased with you having intimate contacts with others." Yang Jia's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. Li Di also came over, "Bro Yang, where have you been these days? You didn't come to see us." Yang Jia sniffed and said with a smile, "Isn't this me coming to see you guys?" The three of them chatted for a while. It was almost time for the show to start. Yang Jia took a deep breath, his eyes seemed to hold thousands of emotions. Yet he spoke calmly, "Do a good performance, including mine too." The stage lights came on, the audience lights went out, and it went dark. They sang a song Yang Jia wrote a long time ago. Back then, Yang Jia was quite fond of Japanese anime, and after watching a lot, he got a bit of a Chinibyo vibe. The song he wrote had a weirdly passionate feeling. Listening to Li Di and Li Er's voices, when they sang the line "Freedom is what our generation longs for forever," Yang Jia unconsciously curled his lips. He watched Li Di and Li Er come off the stage, his Adam's apple moved, and it seemed like a small flame was lit in his eyes. There were quite a few bodyguards around him. Yang Jia feigned a frown. First, he frantically said he forgot his medication and sent 2 bodyguards back to get it. In the end, only 2 dumb-looking burly men remained by his side. Yang Jia stood up nonchalantly and said, "I'm going to the restroom." The bodyguard wanted to follow him in. Yang Jia glared, stopping them. "Why would you follow inside at the very end of the whole floor? Moreover, this is the farthest end of the 3rd floor. Could I possibly fly away from here?" I could. Just like the bad habits I learned from Yi Dog, Yi Ting." Annoyed, Yang Jia continued, "Just wait at the door. I hate it when people watch me while I'm using the restroom. Don't I have any dignity?" After saying that, he slammed the door shut, blocking the 2 bodyguards outside, then he quietly locked the door, his heart pounding as if it was about to leap out of his throat. His heart was beating so fast it felt like it would jump out of his throat. He quickly walked to the innermost stall and from the toilet paper box, took out the sturdy rope that Zhao Shanghai had prepared in advance, tied it to the iron pipe, and made a dead knot. Yang Jelly threw the rope out, climbed out of the window, tightened the rope, and stepped on the small ledge, slowly descending. His palms were sweating profusely, his fingers trembling slightly, and his heart was pounding fast. 3rd floor, 2nd floor, 1st floor. Meter by meter down, Yang Jelly felt he had the potential to be a spy. With only a short distance left, he couldn't hold back and let go of the rope, jumping down with a dull thud. He patted the dust off his body, looked around cautiously, and seeing no one, immediately sprinted towards the back door. When he reached the back door, there was already a car parked inconspicuously in the shadows. A small lamp pendant hung from the exterior rearview mirror. Holding his breath, Yang Jelly sneaked to the car, opened the back door, and slipped inside. The driver, a middle-aged man, said nothing and directly stepped on the gas. The car took Yang Jelly to an office building in a development area. Pushing open the glass door, he rushed inside and opened an office door. Zhao Shanghai, holding a cup of coffee, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with one hand in his suit pocket. Tall and upright, with a handsome and gentle demeanor, his elegant and serene aura was like a night breeze. The gold-rimmed glasses on his brow glowed faintly in the dim light. Hearing the door open, Zhao Shanghai turned around and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, you're free." Yang Jelly immediately felt a lump in her throat, quickly walked over and threw herself into Zhao Shanghai's arms. Her voice was muffled, "Brother Hai, thank you, thank you." Zhao Shanghai chuckled, looking slightly more relaxed. "The next car to pick you up will be here soon. Don't worry." At this moment, the phone rang, but it wasn't the driver on the other end, it was his assistant, sounding a bit panicked. "Mr. Zhao, President Yi from Guangwei Group is downstairs with some people. He wants to see you but doesn't have an appointment." Zhao Shanghai's smile immediately froze on his face. His expression turned incredulous, and even his voice changed. "Yi Ting is downstairs?" Yang Jelly's previously relaxed expression turned alarmed and horrified. "What?" Yang Jelly stammered nervously, "How did he catch up so quickly?" Zhao Shanghai shook his head, sweat forming on his forehead, unable to escape the shock. "Impossible, the driver is an expert, he wouldn't be easily followed and exposed. And even if Yi Ting immediately contacted the authorities to check the surveillance and find the route, he couldn't have made it here so quickly." He glanced at Yang Jelly's impeccably tailored suit. Suddenly, he noticed something. "Is this suit new?" Yang Jelly tugged at her clothes. "Did you buy this?" Yang Jelly shook her head. "I can't afford such a luxurious brand." It was Yi Ting who. Yang Jelly's eyes suddenly widened, her whole body covered in goosebumps as if she had caught onto something crucial. Zhao Shanghai's voice turned cold and urgent, "Take off the suit." "Let me see." Yang Jelly quickly took off her jacket. Zhao Shanghai searched the pockets thoroughly until a small item suddenly fell out. He grabbed a tiny, card-thin black piece. Zhao Shanghai sneered, gritting his teeth, "A micro GPS tracker." Yang Jelly looked at the object, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. In a daze, a jumble of thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Suddenly, everything became clear to him. He and Zhao Shanghai had not controlled the situation. Yi Ting had always been the most astute hunter. Yang Jelly's body stiffened, and large beads of sweat dropped to the ground. Zhao Shanghai stared intently at the micro-tracker in his hand, suppressing his shock with the last bit of calmness and started thinking. Suddenly, it seemed he grasped something, his eyes fiercely sharpened. He grabbed Yang Jelly and pointed towards the direction of the break room. There's a small storage closet behind the cabinets in the break room. Go hide there and don't make a sound. Hurry! In this critical moment, Yang Jelly didn't dawdle and sprinted into the break room. As he watched the door of the break room close, Zhao Shanghai took a deep breath. Trying to remain calm, he pressed the button on the internal phone. Assistant Wang, come here for a moment. Assistant Wang quickly responded and entered. Zhao Shanghai patted his shoulder, smiling. Could you help me buy 2 cups of black coffee from the shop 2 streets away? When you go downstairs later, make sure not to use the stairs. Take the elevator. Zhao Shanghai's fingers pinched the edge of Assistant Wang's suit pocket. With a flick of his fingers, the micro-tracker silently fell into the pocket. Slow down your pace when you're in the company. Once you're out, run for it. Got it? Shortly after Assistant Wang left, the office door was slammed open. Yi Ting entered with a grim face, followed by several bodyguards. His eyes were piercingly cold, like a fierce beast smelling blood, ready to reveal its sharp fangs at the brink of explosion. Unintimidated, Zhao Shanghai met Yi Ting's gaze and smiled. Director Yi, long time no see. Yi Ting slowly walked up to Zhao Shanghai, smiled, and then fiercely grabbed Zhao Shanghai's tie. His voice was chillingly cold, instilling fear. Zhao Shanghai, I've warned you before. Stay away from my treasure. If you don't heed my advice, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Shanghai frowned, forcing himself to appear calm. Your precious, Yang Jelly? I don't know. Yi Ting chuckled dismissively, loosening Zhao Shanghai's tie. Still playing dumb with me at this time? He paced the office coldly. You have more spine than I thought. I just wonder, if I catch the person hiding here, will you still have the guts to talk to me like this? His smile turned cold, waving his hand. What are you standing there for? Go search. Zhao Shanghai was furious, slamming the desk. This is my office, Yi Ting. Yi Ting curved his lips, unbothered. A glance caught the tightly shut door of the resting room. Striding to the resting room, he opened the door. The room was dark, the lights off. Yi Ting first opened the wardrobe. Not seeing anyone, he squinted his eyes, then quickly turned to throw back the quilt on the bed. No one was hiding underneath. A bodyguard rushed in, whispering, Mr. Yi, we didn't find Mr. Yang. Yi Ting paused, his voice sounding as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Are you sure? Just then, another bodyguard hurried in, handing over a glowing tablet. Mr. Yi, look, Mr. Yang's location has changed. Yi Ting's eyes sharpened. Yi Ting's eyes turned sharper as he glanced at the real-time location. Yi Ting sneered and said no wonder he was so confident. It turned out he let the person go again. He smashed the wall hard and led his men downstairs to catch him. Before leaving Zhao Shanghai's office, Yi Ting suddenly turned around. In the empty and dimly lit office, Yi Ting stared at Zhao Shanghai with a cold and deep gaze, issuing a ruthless warning. Even Zhao Shanghai, who is usually so composed, felt like he was plunged into icy water in February when stared at by Yi Ting's terrifying eyes. His legs felt weak, and he was cold all over. Zhao Shanghai stood in place until he could no longer hear those footsteps. He then hurried to the door of the restroom and opened the small storage nook. Yang Jelly was curled up inside like a kitten, silent, holding his breath until his face turned red. As soon as he breathed in the fresh air, he took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling heavily. He's gone. Without time to say more, Zhao Shanghai pulled him out and hurriedly stuffed a few things into his hands, his eyes flashing with urgency. You only have a few minutes. Go through the hallway and take the freight elevator down to the basement level. There's a car waiting for you at the back door. Don't ask any questions, someone will take you to a safe place once you're in the car. Zhao Shanghai didn't give Yang Jelly a chance to hesitate, pushing him out forcefully. Go! Yang Jelly knew he couldn't afford to dawdle at this moment. If he failed to escape this time, both he and Zhao Shanghai would be torn apart by this mad dog Yi Ting. Grabbing his things and wrapping himself in his coat, Yang Jelly didn't waste a second and got into the freight elevator. Assistant Wang took the coffee from the waitress's hand, neatly placing the 2 cups in a bag, humming a tune as he walked out the door. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind him, but Assistant Wang paid no mind. A sudden force from behind knocked him down like a dog eating dirt. Assistant Wang cried out in panic, Who are you? What are you doing? The bodyguards who had caught up were dumbfounded to find that this person wasn't Yang Jelly. Yi Ting arrived a few seconds later. Seeing Assistant Wang's face, he instantly understood everything. Zhao Shanghai had played a trick right under his nose, pulling off a switcheroo, a diversion tactic. Yang Jelly quietly made his way to the basement, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Finding no sign of Yi Ting's men, he bolted toward the back door where a car was parked, its rear door ajar. His eyes lit up as he dived into the back seat and slammed the door closed. The driver, with a voice deep as a drum, sat in front. Mr. Yang, Yang Jelly panted, "It's me." The driver, half his face shrouded in darkness, smiled and told him to buckle up, only to encounter Yi Ting, who had just returned. Yang Jelly could only cover his head, use his hat to hide his face, and pray he wouldn't be seen. He later realized his shirt was soaked through with sweat, sticky and damp. Swallowing dryly, he tried to speak but found himself too exhausted and weak. A sly smile crept on his lips, he was no longer a pet. Yi Ting forcefully pushed open Zhao Shanghai's office door. Zhao, in a slender, self-colored shirt, neatly adjusted his collar and tie. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses were a pair of shrewd, handsome eyes, twinkling with a hint of amusement. "Why are you back, Mr. Yi?" he said half calmly, half smiling. "I'm not hiding anyone here." Yi Ting strode towards Zhao Shanghai, loosening his black tie. Before Zhao could speak, Yi Ting chuckled. With a fierce fist, Yi Ting punched Zhao Shanghai straight in the face without warning. Caught off guard, Zhao stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance. His gold-rimmed glasses flew off due to the force of the punch and landed on the ground. Zhao looked up, his eyes quickly filling with anger. Yi Ting, radiating an aura of intense aggression, stood before a steadying Zhao, ready to land another punch. Gripping Zhao Shanghai's collar tightly, Yi Ting's eyes reddened with fury, resembling an enraged beast. Zhao got the feeling that, in that moment, Yi Ting might genuinely have harbored the intent to kill. "No wonder Yang Jelly is so desperate to escape from you," Zhao said, his eyes coldly amused. "You're indeed nothing more than a mad dog that knows only how to bite." Zhao Shanghai, as if aiming at a moment when Yi Ting's guard was down, suddenly threw punches back, striking Yi Ting's cheek with knuckles cracking loudly. "Zhao Shanghai, you're courting death." Both being prominent bosses, they wrestled, with their bodyguards surrounding them, staring dumbfounded at their bosses fighting Zhao Shanghai. Yi Ting's gaze remained cold as ice. "Ferocious Zhao Shanghai, remember well what you have done. Daring to snatch my treasure from my hands, you better be prepared." After saying that, Yi Ting turned his head, and "Mr. Zhao, you may leave." Picking up his gold-rimmed glasses from the ground, Zhao Shanghai wiped the dust off them and put them back on. After the brief storm, his eyes returned to being calm and rational. Even if Yi Ting is brutal, it's still uncertain whether he can really chew through this tough bone. The car passed the national highway smoothly. He swallowed, feeling his throat dry, and asked the driver, who was still driving ahead, "Uncle, have we arrived at the place?" Not far away, there was a huge stone with 6 red-painted characters, Jin Yuan Leisure Villa. He still didn't understand what this place was, only to see a man running towards him in the distance, excitedly shouting, "Xiao Yang, over here, come here." The man, Yang Jelly, looked very familiar. It always seemed like he had seen him somewhere before. "Xiao Yang, you finally arrived." The man ran up to Yang Jelly, with a smile in his eyes, naturally exuding a friendly attitude. Yang Jelly blinked, not yet realizing who this person was in front of him. The man then patted Yang Jelly's shoulder, said cheerfully, "Don't you remember me? Look closer. If you really don't remember me, I'd be disappointed." Yang Jelly looked at his face, and after a moment, something finally clicked in his vague memory. "Aren't you Lu, the Lu who lived in the dorm next to mine during our freshman and sophomore years?" The man laughed heartily, patting Yang Jelly's shoulder. "Lu-sun, yes, Lu-sun." Yang Jelly's eyes brightened. "Now I remember. In our freshman and sophomore years, you used to come to our dorm to snack on my food. I remember you, Lu-sun. But since our junior year,